All right, we're live. Hey Matt, if there's a problem with the LinkedIn or something, can you let us know? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's like 30 seconds. Yeah. Look at those people coming in. Wait.
All right, guys, what is up? Welcome to the NVIDIA Developer Community live stream, an all-day live stream that we're going to be hosting today from GTC. I'm actually no more than about 10, 15 steps from, maybe exaggeration, from the actual conference center. It's a very short walk away. All right, so we have a lot of stuff planned for you guys today. So it's going to be a blast. We have interviews with some amazing guests. We're going to show you around the conference center. We're going to show you around GTC. We're going to try and bring the energy that we all get to feel as we're here live to you, the audience out there. If you have any questions for us at any time, this is meant to be interactive. We are going to be looking at the chat the whole time. We're going to be answering your questions. And if you want to see anything specific at GTC, we're going to ask that you use the hashtag #ShowMeGTC. You can do that on social media, or of course, you can do it in whatever chat you're in that you're watching this on. All right, guys, that is basically what we're doing. We're going to start off with a topic that's close to my heart, which is the Nemotron family of models and Agentic AI. One of the things that we love to talk about here at NVIDIA. And the idea is that we're going to be separating this stream into 3 distinct blocks. The first one is going to be yours truly, talking about Nemotron, Agentic AI, and some community developments around the conference. The second block is going to be physical AI, robots, cars, things that move in the world, all powered by smart brains. And the last block is going to be some community-specific stuff. So this is going to be what our developer community team has been up to here at GTC to try to bring you the vibe. GTC is a developer conference first and foremost. We want to make sure people have that feeling. However, we want to show you guys some stuff first. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to push over to a video of a recording we did with someone we hooked up with after Jensen's keynote from the SAP Center. We're going to see that video and talk a little bit about what that keynote meant and how it went. So without further ado, we got our first segment in the stream. We're going to push it to that video right now. Enjoy. Hey, what is up, guys? We are joined by
Caleb from Caleb Writes Code.
And we just got out of the GTC keynote put on by Jensen, and it was a wild ride. Caleb, walk us through your initial thoughts. We just came out of the the keynote. We walked for a few minutes. What are you thinking about right now?
So one thing that Jensen said that really stood out to me was that tokens are a measurement of value. And I think when we think about that and the restriction of compute that's available in the world, that stood out to me the most because he essentially reduced the cost of compute and increased the throughput. So I think there's a lot to be said about that.
Yeah, that's a really good observation. And so you're Caleb from Caleb Writes Code.
That's right.
How does the keynote, interact from your perspective with someone who writes code? This is like, Jensen was talking about the autonomous future. Like, how does that strike you? Where are your feelings on where we're headed?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to be said about the AI demand. And we're going to need to, people have been questioning about the data center builders and the hyperscalers that are building out for a long time. And I think people are scared that we're going to over provision. And I think the data that's being showing in terms of the compute that's needed to actually code and the demand that actually goes into it needs to be supported by these gigafactories and needs to be supported by these data centers. And I think NVIDIA actually going to invest into that is a huge, huge factor.
Awesome. Yeah. And so, there were so many sections of the keynote, right? Like, we saw him talk about, robots. We saw him talk about, of course, the factories, models, the new hardware, right? What is like your favorite moment from the keynote, if you can describe it for us?
I think physical AI, hands down, for sure. I saw the Olaf robots, and I just wanted that at home, like today. But I think just in general, robotics and humanoids are going to be something that I'm really excited to see at home.
Yeah, it's just when Olaf started waddling around on screen, not even on screen, on the actual stage. My apologies. It was a real moment. And speaking of the new hardware, right? So Vera Rubin, this new architecture, but also the inclusion of Grok. How did you, when Jensen's out there talking about like how Grok's going to accelerate us even harder in terms of token production, like how does that resonate with the future you described again, where we need so many tokens?
Yeah. So the figures that actually goes into it, I might have to refer back to it, but I think the figure was something about 488 trillion terabytes per second, which is incredible. So I think what it actually did is we carved out a market for a very complex work at a high throughput. And I think that's an incredibly new section that we haven't really considered before, because it really didn't make sense in terms of the economics in the data centers, because providing those tokens at fast speed with complex work was often really expensive. And when you think about the million tokens per sec, the amount of dollars that goes into million tokens and the cost that goes into it, the fact that Grok 3 chip actually carved out a market for complex work at a high throughput, I think that's incredible.
Yeah, it's just it really incredible is the word. We have a big developer audience at NVIDIA, and we want to, I'd like to ask you, like, what's the vibe you're leaving with from the keynote? Like, if you could bake it down into like a couple words, right, for people at home. And by the way, if you haven't watched the keynote, please make sure that you catch it. It's available video on demand all over the place. But what's the vibe that you left this keynote with to help people understand what went on?
I think AI bubble's canceled. I think we just have too much demand. I think we're just going to see a lot of AI, from robotics to finances, all the things that was mentioned in terms of the use cases of it. I think we're just going to see a huge proliferation of use cases for AI that we haven't seen before.
Amazing stuff. Caleb, thank you so much. Bubble's canceled, guys. You heard it here. Thank you so much for talking with us today, and I can't wait to see you around the rest of the conference. Was dope. It was so nice to talk to Caleb. It's also so interesting to hear someone's unfiltered thoughts right after the keynote, right? So we had just walked out of the building, bumped into him, and we're lucky enough to be able to grab his thoughts. So what we have coming up next is actually another video where we're going to show you a little bit of the kinds of demos that you can experience if you come to GTC. So we have some more Nemotron agent-focused demos. So we built a little video to show off the kinds of stuff you can do, which, building agents is as easy as building blocks these days. So we're going to go ahead and roll that footage now.
Coming to you live for GTC. Claws. We have a lot of claws. We're going to be building claws, showing claws, using claws. Come and check it out. Hit us on X. Join the chat. Tell us, show me GTC, and we'll bring you as many claws as we can. Let's go.
Hey, Imran, so tell me more about the demo.
Yeah, so how familiar are you with AI agents?
I am fairly familiar, but tell me more about this AI agent.
Yeah, so this is a way for you to visually build your own agent. And as we know, the agents are comprised of two components: the model that drives the agent behavior, as well as the tools that that agent has access to. Okay, so here, the very first step in building your own agent is to define the model that drives that behavior. So go ahead, Shashank, pick one of these blocks that you want to use to power your agent.
Of course, I'm going to pick Nemotron.
Okay, sounds good. So when Shashank puts that block over there, what we have is a camera system up there that is going to recognize what block was put on the table, right? So in this case, it has correctly recognized that that's the Nemotron model. All right, so to lock that in, press that yellow button. All right, so that's locked in. The next step is to define the tools that your agent has access to. What kind of tools do you want your agent to be able to use?
Okay, let me
data
see.
queries, productivity, research. Go for it, whatever.
Okay, so maybe I want to build an agent that has access to the web. And should I just put it here?
Just put it anywhere.
Okay, I'm going to put it here. It has family search now. That's great. Also financial information. So I'm just going to put Yahoo Finance block and chart visualization as well. Maybe it can build financial charts.
Maybe while you're at it, put a Telegram block over there so we can also message the results to a Telegram handle.
Okay, that's so cool.
All right.
Okay.
So after a few seconds,
Perfect.
The system has correctly identified that we have access to 4 different tools, right? Okay, to finalize building your agent, all you have to do is hit that yellow button. Go for it. All right.
I like how it goes like this and then back a little bit and all the way through.
Exactly. Okay, so your agent Shashank is ready.
Hi everyone, we are here with Maggie. Maggie, what is this voice agent demo? Can you walk us through?
Okay, so this multi-agent voice collaboration demo has ASR model plus a large language model plus a TDS model for the speech AI part, and also it uses Nemotron Nano for the agents. And if we can see here, the agents have different personas. And then, for example, if you choose this one agent is an IT person, one IT agent, one agent is a data scientist. And then you have multiple language you can choose from. So if we choose English, for example, then we can start a conversation.
I am Sage, an AI agent and data scientist.
Hello, Sage. What model are you using?
I am an AI agent. I am the IT infrastructure led for this mission. I manage the production clusters and deployment gates, confirming I am online and ready to support the RecDeep V2 rollout.
Let's see the second demo.
Okay, so here we have the second demo, which is using the new Nemotron voice chat model. So this model, if you scan this QR code, you can get more information. This is one model doing speech to speech directly. Now we're going to talk to the Blackwell experts. Hello, can you tell me a bit more information about Blackwell GPUs?
Sure. Blackwell is NVIDIA's latest GPU architecture, built on a 4-nanometer process with 208 billion transistors. It delivers up to 20 petaflops of FP4 performance. It's designed for AI training, inference, and HPC workloads.
Hi everyone, I'm here on the expo floor. We're here with Sparky demo, and we're gonna tell me more about it.
Sure. So we have here today, his name is Sparky. He has a Reachy mini light body and he's running on this DGX Spark. So it's an OpenClaw agent running in OpenShell with some local text-to-speech, speech-to-text, face tracking models, things like that. He was originally built by a developer who won a golden ticket contest. That's Alexis, who's over to my right. And we've adapted him to put him in an OpenShell sandbox so that he can be secure and run on this DGX Spark without accessing any of the host machine files. So you can talk to him, he can answer questions about GTC.
All right, we're gonna try to talk to Sparky now. What are you doing at GTC?
Great question. I'm here because my creator Alexis and I won NVIDIA's Golden Ticket Developer Contest. The prize was the DGX Spark I now run on at home, and part of the deal was coming here to GTC to meet people at the booth. So I'm basically here doing exactly this, having conversations, answering questions about AI and the conference, and generally being a small robot in a very large convention center.
I love the fact you can build an agent from building blocks. That's never going to get old for me. We are joined today by a very special guest from the Allen Institute for AI. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Hanna Hajishirzi. I'm a professor of computer science at the University of Washington and also a senior director of AI at AI2 or Allen Institute for AI. So I've been actively pursuing research in AI in the past 20 years. And in the past few years, I have led Project Olmo, which is AI2's effort on building open language models and peers.
Yes, I'm a huge fan of your work. I just got to remind you guys watching that if you have any questions for Hanna during the interview, please put them in chat. We're going to be answering, or we're going to be asking questions right from chat. So if you have one, just drop it in there. I've got a few questions though to kick us off. The first, obviously, huge fan of Olmo. Love the not just the work that you're doing in terms of building models, but also your dedication to openness and open source. It's inspiring across the board. We love, on like things like the Artificial Analysis Openness Index, that there's someone we can aspire to. My first question, though, is kind of takes a little bit away from just the models, which is, this idea of coding agents, right? So you guys have the Sarah. Can you tell us a little bit about what Sarah is and how we should think about it?
Yeah, so Sarah is an open coding agent, as you mentioned. So what is unique about Sarah? First, like results are really good. They are better than the comparable size models and so on. So this is like the obvious reason we released it. But what is unique about Sarah is it is built so that developers can use it for customization on their private and personal data. So we all use all these closed models like Cloud Code and everything. We love them. Everybody in developer community loves them. But what is unique about Sarah is you can run it locally and then adapt it on demand and specialize it on demand to the code and data that is like private and special and personal to your device.
This is one of the biggest advantages of these open systems, is that we do have that kind of control and transparency. I think that's something that is really, really cool. Yeah. Another cool thing that you guys are working on, of course, near and dear to my heart. I'm from the Nemotron team. We build a model with very specific architecture. Sure. So I'd love to hear a little bit about what Olmo Hybrid's all about.
Sure. So let me take a step back and talk about what is unique about Olmo here. So for the Olmo project, we actually argued that the model development is not just a final snapshot of this whole complicated process. And it's really important for researchers and developers to have access to everything from data, from model weights, from early checkpoints, and so on. this enables infinite customization of like how to adapt it again to your special purpose use cases, to the data that might be private. You have more trust, like it's much better for like healthcare type applications, financial, and so on. Okay, so in our most recent effort, we kind of started thinking about different architectures. So we know Nemotron is also hybrid. There are other hybrid models out there as well. But here we decided to approach it from first principles. We actually try to theoretically understand why hybrid models would be great. So we studied them and we realized that they are more expressive than transformer alone or than linear RNNs alone. And we realized that, okay, these hybrid models are great in the types of problems that neither of these architectures can tackle. Okay, so this is very important theoretical finding. So again, we decided, okay, now we are convinced, let's try them out. We tried them out, and then empirically we found out, okay, yeah, they are really good. But we saw very interesting observation that they are much more efficient, like particularly token efficient during training. So we got to the same MMLU accuracy with only 55% of the tokens compared to our Olmo transformer-based architecture.
That's a big reduction.
That's a big reduction, right? Then now I'm surprised. Okay, I understand these are more expressive, but what is going on with this? And then based on these findings, and like based on all our scaling ladder results and so on, we started studying and explain them again theoretically why we are seeing these this behavior, and then we could explain it with like this. I can give you a very brief explanation. So when a model is more expressive, it starts learning and acquiring tasks and notions much faster. And this is actually a very interesting observation. And kind of we have some theorems and so on in the paper to explain that this is actually happening. So we are really now advocating for these hybrid models, and we think this would be a very important kind of aspect in the future, kind of justifying why a lot of most recent models are also hybrid architectures.
Yeah, it's so interesting because we've continued to have this evolution of the architecture throughout the throughout time. And one of the things that strikes me is that when you're talking about this architecture, we've for a long time been in kind of this like attention is all you need mode, right? And if we just keep adding more parameters, it'll keep getting more better, right? Exactly. But it's there's so much space to explore in the architecture still. Like how do you think about that? Because the space of possibility feels infinite. How do you ground yourself in like a concrete next step? How does AI2 like approach what to choose next?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. So we are still not done with these hybrid architectures. So we are still like we've noticed that they have very different behaviors on long horizon reasoning tasks compared to general transformer architectures. So at this stage, we've actually started analyzing and understanding what is going on there. How should we adapt our post-training recipes, our mid-training recipes, and so on. So we still have a lot to do in the hybrid architecture. So this is one. Two, I still think the community hasn't fully explored the benefits of the hybrid architectures, and particularly how they are getting integrated with mixture of expert architectures. Again, I know Nemotron has done an amazing job in combining both of them, but I would say still, like we've explored a lot in transformer architectures. We know what hyperparameters we should use, how we should set them, and so on. So in this kind of hybrid mixture of expert settings, the kind of the degrees of freedom of what parameters to explore is increasing. So we still have a lot to do in this domain. And again, for what's next, I would really like to approach it again from first principles. Do we have any arguments for theoretical findings, and then build up from there?
It's so cool, right? Because it's like we've been there's been this a little bit of pushback against the pure transformer architecture, right? And it's so cool to see it evolving and changing, underneath the system we're used to, so we can still use it, but have that evolution. We actually have a question from the chat about about the open coding agents, which is that do they have the ability to run concurrently and share important findings between concurrent agents instantly? So is there any way we can set them up to share knowledge between these agents?
So right now, our setup hasn't done that, but an advanced developer would be able to do it on their device. So we have different model sizes. And especially, as I said, the importance of our open coding agents is that we can run them on device locally, okay? And depending on your device, like if it is MacBook Pro, and so on, so you can pick the size that adapts to your your environment, and then kind of do this kind of distributed training given the size that you are picking, right? So for the bigger size, I think it would be harder to kind of do concurrent runs for two bigger model, but you can kind of go back to a smaller model and then make sure that this can happen.
And that answers the second part of that question was, what can I run this on my Jetson Orin? And it sounds like you definitely can. There you go.
Yeah.
We have another question, which is interesting, and I just love to hear your answer to this one. It's a bit out of left field, but this one comes from @Yakori Blue XD. Are we developing too slowly or too quickly compared to the growth of the universe?
Oh my God.
Are we moving too fast, or are we not moving fast enough for how much things are changing?
Yeah. So depending on who we define as we, right? The AI developers, the open source community, the closed labs. So I would say AI community in general, I think things are moving really fast. So to me, like I would say 2025 was the year of reasoning and building reasoning models. Everybody is talking about reasoning model. So we released Olmo at the end of around early December, end of November. So we went to holiday break, came back early 2026. I'm thinking, wasn't it like ages ago or like centuries ago that we were thinking of reasoning model? Now everybody is thinking about agents, and like agents are all over we are using agents. Everybody is organizing their agents and so on. So the mindset keeps shifting very quickly, and I'm very excited to see that the developers community are adopting it. So I want to say open source community are roughly between 6 months or so behind from the closed labs, and we've seen over the time that they've caught up. They've even introduced new algorithms, new advances, where the closed labs started adopting them. So it's a very interesting cycle. A lot of smart, clever, hardworking people are working in AI, and I feel like we are moving really fast, but we can still do a lot more. So I would love to see what community.
Fast, but we could be faster. All right, it's been so much fun to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for your questions, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. We're actually going to go to see our next segment, which is going to be live, and I believe that this is going to be a segment where we're discussing a hackathon. So we're going to go ahead and shoot to that now for you guys, and then we'll be back in a second.
Right from the Guild House. Behind me is an event going on called Hack to Create. The objective of this event is to create an AI workflow, an AI agent that accelerates workflows for creative individuals. Let's go and meet the organizers, the wonderful team running the show over here. We've got Min, Moreira, as well as Aisha. Team, tell us more about this event.
Sure. I'm Maria, and I'm a DevRel in Media and Entertainment. And this event is all about enabling artists and filmmakers and visionaries to be able to access AI tooling and all of the wonderful ways that we can accelerate and leave more room for creativity and artistry. So Min can tell you a little bit more. He's coming from Machine Cinema, and this event will help the artists tomorrow at the Gen Jam build and create their AI movies.
Awesome. Hey, I'm Min from Machine Cinema. Basically, tomorrow, as Maria said, we're doing a Gen Jam where we get people to learn new AI tools, create a short film with them, and then we watch them together and figure out what was the best film that we made in the day. So it's really fun for people to play around with new tools, especially ones that people are literally creating right now. And tomorrow, filmmakers will play with them for the first time and create some films. So yeah.
All right. We're all pumped up for the event, guys?
Very.
Okay, so what are the prizes?
Yeah, so for this event, we're going to have a GB10 system from Dell as the grand prize.
Wow, this is so cool. All right, and when are the winners going to be announced?
Winners will be announced at 1:45 p.m.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and talk to some of the participants and see what they're up to. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Great job. All right, let's walk over. We've got a wonderfully stocked pantry, right, full of snacks and, of course, Red Bull's quintessential item for hackers and developers. All right, let's go and find some hackers to talk to. Hello. We're from the GTC Livestream team, and if you don't mind, we're going to ask you a couple of questions, right? So tell us more about yourself, where you're from, what organization you're representing, and what's your approach?
I'm Colin McDonough. I'm with 50 Words.
Louder.
Yep, so the approach that I'm going to take is to make a collaborative dashboard that we can put plugins into, and people with creative will be able to utilize that.
That's so cool. And are you excited about the prizes? And
Yeah.
what inspired you to join this event?
I'm into the Spark and seeing what I can deploy and run.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Well, it was great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've got another gentleman over here participating. Tell us more about yourself.
Hi, I'm Tom Plunkett. I'm a data science graduate student at University of Colorado Boulder.
Wow.
And having a lot of fun at the GTC event this week.
What's been the highlight?
Highlight's been playing with OpenClaw on DGX Spark. It's been pretty interesting to see how you can locally accelerate the models, and it's been fun.
That's so cool. Well, thank you for participating.
Sure, thanks.
Have a great day. Let's move over here and talk to some more individuals. Hello. Hey, we're live from the live stream, and if you don't mind, we're going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so tell us more about yourself and the approach you're taking.
Yeah, so I was a student. I dropped out. For this hackathon, I'm building basically something that allows me to not copy directly, but take heavy inspiration from other more elegant websites, which is something that you really can't vibe code. Claude is pretty bad at designing, so I'm trying to, I guess, figure out a solution to that. Yeah.
That's really cool. And so, what kind of tools or resources and applications you're using?
Yeah, I'm using Cloud Code, of course.
Of course.
My one and only. My full stack is, I'm building on Figma right now. I might do a whole web app instead. Other than that, I'm using Refero, which was a website that was super useful for me. MCP, I suppose, though people aren't really sure if MCP is the future, but for now, it is what it is.
Well, thank you so much for answering my questions. Best of luck for the hackathon.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day. Back to you, team.
Be the last we see of teams hacking on something. However, something else we've seen a lot is our oh, sorry, I was muted, guys. I believe we're back. So it was just nice to to hear from the team who was at the hackathon. What we have also seen a lot of at GTC, of course, shaped a little bit like this. Some claws. Claws have been all the rage. Obviously, Jensen talked about them in the keynote. We've seen Pete all around the event, the man behind the OpenClaw. And, you know, we have a booth at GTC set up called Build a Claw. And the Build a Claw event is effectively where you can bring your own device, you can get a DGX Spark with pre-installed, images for models, as well as NemoClaw, the runtime for those Claw environments. And what we're going to do now is we're actually going to see some of what that booth is like by shipping over to when we visited the booth in the days leading up to the live stream. So we're going to go ahead and watch that video now. Enjoy.
Hi guys, come with us to Build a Claw.
Super exciting time at GTC. This is, the year for agents, and not just any agents, but claws specifically. It's been super exciting. We've been captivated at HQ since we first got to play with them. We've launched NemoClaw, which is now out, and we're at Build a Claw, where you can come, whether or not you have a DGX Spark, any device, and get set up with a claw so you can feel the magic.
And not only that, we've got quite the crowd behind us, because we have Pether, who builds OpenClaw, and then the team at NVIDIA, who's working on NemoClaw to secure it.
We are joined by
Tyler.
Okay, and Tyler, we are in the Build a Claw tent.
We are.
Describe for us what it's been like for people who aren't able to be here in person.
I mean, it's just electric here. The amount of claws that are being built is crazy, whether it's in the cloud or it's on Spark. Just a lot of people just trying it out, and I think we're getting a good turnout here.
We are joined by
Brandon in.
And you are the winner of the golden ticket. First of all, tell us a little bit about what that's been like.
It's been great. We got front row seats practically to Jensen's keynote. Really great seats. He could spit on me if he wanted to at that distance. It was amazing.
And you're here in the Claw tent, and you are building not just a claw, but a super claw. Talk to us a little bit about what the experience has been like in the tent today.
It's been great. We've seen a lot of cool people get some NVIDIA Sparks set up, but I have a little different setup where I have 3 GB10s. So we're going to get all 3 GB10s set up and connected at one time.
Incredible. And what are you planning to do once you have this thing connected to all that compute?
I'm going to fine tune a lot of brain world models. So practically what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out exactly why somebody has depression, OCD, or anxiety, utilizing models that I've created now with it.
Claws for good on GB10s. What more can you want?
Hey everyone, my name is Piyush Medikeri, and I've been here. I'm a system software engineer at NVIDIA, and I've been working here for almost around 4.5 years now at NVIDIA. And I've been working on Spark since it's launched, and maybe before that even also.
Tell us a little bit about what you're up to.
Yeah, so you may have seen Jensen talk about agents quite a lot, and the ChatGPT moment for agents has come up with the OpenClaw getting so many GitHub stars and stuff like that. That's what we are doing. DGX Spark is an excellent device for running agents because it has 128 gigabytes of memory. You can load all big models on top of it and run everything locally. People have concerns with the security, but since the model is running locally, you don't have to worry about that. So you can run everything locally, all the agents running locally. We are basically showing, hey, there are 3 kinds of audiences here that we are catering to. One who wants to learn how to run and install OpenClaw on their own DGX Spark. The second one, if they don't want to run it on Spark, they can bring their own devices, be it Mac, be it 5090, be it anything. And they can come and we can show them how to install and just have a conversation with them as to what agents are, how agents are working, and all that stuff. Yeah, cool stuff.
We are joined by
Saku.
And you just saw an OpenClaw demo, and what did you learn? What was it like?
Oh, it was interesting. It was good to kind of see what you can do with DGX Spark and having the ability to do OpenClaw within that one box without having to jump on the internet. You take every shot that you're given, and then eventually, one will stick. For me, it was 9.
Listen, that's the best advice you can give.
And by the way, we're here all week in this booth. So if you have any questions about OpenClaw, NemoClaw, claws, the future of agents, or if you actually want to get set up, come here. There are going to be experts.
Come here.
We're pulling in somebody else.
Come here.
Special shout out, by the way, to Damien. Damien did one of the craziest things. He got his OpenClaw running on a DGX station. He taught it how to train robots in simulation. And then he added it in Telegram and just threw us all into a group chat. So every day I wake up and there's like 700 new messages because he lives in France. And so as people wake up, they just start messaging the Claw. I don't know how many robots.
Wait, he's asking me something.
Would you say this is a good place to come if you have questions about Claw, you want to run one, but you're maybe not sure?
Yeah, I would definitely say there's a lot of good experts. You know, like a lot of people have a great advice. If you want to learn new workflows and here's what other people are doing, like this is the time to be in.
Yeah, so we've had the booth running since opening today at 1 after the keynote, and then 8 to 5 every day here where people are actually coming in. We've got stations where they can do demos with OpenClaw. We've got stations where they can bring their own device and actually get set up with a Claw. And then in the far back, we've got an entire DGX Spark row where they can do their own install with DGX Spark, OpenClaw, and the new Nemotron Super 3 and see how that runs. So yeah, we've been serving hundreds of people today.
Really is there each day at GTC, and it is usually pretty packed. A lot of people getting into Claws. You know, we have a lot of great questions in the chat we're going to get to as we move through. And guys, remember, if you want to see anything from GTC, just let us know in the chat, and we are going to be able to send some of our live teams there. And oh, what's this? Actually, yeah, we're getting news that there's been a lobster sighting in the Build-A-Claw tent. This is urgent. We're gonna send to that team right now.
Welcome to Build-A-Claw at GTC, where people have been lining up for 3 days now in 90-degree weather on Market Street in downtown San Jose. People are bringing their own machines. People are coming here buying DGX Sparks, and they're just getting some help getting OpenClaw and NemoClaw installed on their machines. I have with me here Brandon, the Floyd Mayweather of hackathons, 25 wins under his belt, including 3 NVIDIA wins. And I heard, Brandon, that you had actually come to Build-A-Claw earlier to get your claw set up.
Yeah, I did. I came Monday. It was a really great experience.
How much experience did you have with claws before this?
I downloaded it once, uninstalled it, and then they helped me download it well.
Amazing. And now that you've been playing around with it a little bit, what ideas do you have for how you're going to use them?
So I'm so glad that you guys released NemoClaw, because one of the biggest unlocks that you have is the ability to use Isaac Labs, like Omniverse, Cosmos, and everything, like without any configurations. Like that's the most biggest unlock that we have, is just being able to do that.
And Brandon is actually also a GTC Golden Ticket winner. Brandon, how's your experience been so far at GTC? Is this your first one?
It's my first one. It's been amazing. I toured the entire NVIDIA headquarters, just met so many amazing people, and I do some NVIDIA hackathons. They're awesome. You guys have to do this. It's a life-changing experience.
Give us a little bit of, from your experience, the energy in some of these hackathons and community events.
They're great. So one, you get to use some technology that's out of this world. Being able to use GB10s and DGX Sparks are crazy. Everyone is just so excited to be there and just super happy. It's a great place to be.
All right, so you've built some pretty interesting apps. Do you have any early thoughts about how you might use claws to enhance some of those?
Yeah, I do actually. So one of the really cool things that I want to do is neurotech. And Omniverse is going to allow us to really simulate brains and make sure that we're able to build these things really fast. Thought to speech, thought to action.
What about in your personal life? Claws could be described as a way to automate your life, be your personal assistant on a level that hasn't been explored before. Any ideas so far?
Yeah, I gotta text my family a little bit more, and maybe I'll have OpenClaw do that for me now.
Amazing.
But it's just everything, doing flights, doing all this stuff, and just automating half of this stuff I have to do every day.
That's incredible. Walk us through your experience when you came to Build-A-Claw. Did somebody just come up and help you get into, what stage did you start at and where did you finish by the end?
Yeah, so we started, and what we did was super interesting, is that we remote SSH'd into my machine at home. And what we did was we were using my 6000 Pro and having that as local inference, and then using my DGX Spark to set everything up. It was a crazy experience doing it 50 miles away. That's awesome that we were able to do that with NVIDIA.
And did you have something how long did the experience take overall? Any surprises through the process as you were doing it?
Yeah, I mean, there are always some surprises, right? It's getting local inferencing to work. It's a crazy experience, but it only took 5 minutes, and NemoClaw takes another minute, and then you get all these blocks.
That's right. And any models that you plan to explore while you're using it specifically?
Yes. Yeah. So the Nemotron 3 Super, NVFP quantized to 4 bits. that's going to be insane. Like being able to run that locally is going to be like huge unlock.
Amazing. So you got another couple days left at GTC. What else are you planning to explore?
Honestly, the exhibition's insane. Like I've met so many crazy smart people. Like it just keep doing it, keep meeting people like you. It's been so fun.
Amazing, yeah. We got hackathons and everything running throughout the day. I know that you in the past have also tried to. Oh, I'm getting a signal that it's time to wrap it up. Actually, Brandon, it was so much fun talking to you today. Enjoy the rest of the time at GTC and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate being here.
Back to you.
All right, guys, what's up? We are joined now by another excellent guest. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself so the people know who we're chatting with.
Yeah. I'm Victor. I'm a deployed engineer at LangChain, so I help our customers get the most out of our whole ecosystem of products.
That's right, guys. LangChain in the house. I must remind you that this is live, so if you have any questions at all for our guests, please put them in the chat. I will try to make sure that I read them out so that we can get them answered. But before we have questions streaming in, I've got a couple questions myself. LangChain has been around for what feels like now ever in the AI space, just because of how fast things move. We had the chance to actually talk yesterday a little bit, and one of the questions that I had the opportunity to ask you was about like what's a quiet feature of LangChain that you wish got a little bit more love. And I'd love if you just told the people what you said yesterday. I think it's such a good way to think about the technology that we have at our fingertips today.
Yeah. So a lot of people think of LangChain primarily for like our open source, and then second for Langsmith, our sort of like commercial product for observability, evals, things of that nature. The thing that I brought up yesterday that I think is really undervalued, is really an excellent product, is our deployments product. So allows you to really easily take an agent and deploy it into production. And in just a few steps, you can go ahead from your terminal and deploy your agent. Then you get access to like 30 endpoints for interacting with it, built-in support for streaming, things like human in the loop, durable execution. And it just really helps people building agents kind of go from zero to production in just like a matter of minutes. So I think it's a very underrated product that we have right now.
Well, I mean, the reality is that right now, I think a lot of people have been playing with this technology, especially thanks to things like, the various claws that exist or deep research agents that people have been leveraging. And I mean, at some point you do have to move that into like a real production setting, right? And so that there are tools that can help us do that, I think is just a really, really important piece of the puzzle. Speaking of claws, it's everywhere. Claw here, claw there. We just heard from a lobster live from the Build a Claw tent. What is your take on kind of how this technology has continued to progress and how we've continued to, combine things to get to the state we are? Like, what do you think is behind the fact that we have claws in 2026, but I don't think that we could have in early 2025?
Yeah. I think OpenClaw has been fantastic for just like getting these things that a lot of agent engineers and developers that have been on the very forefront have been kind of slowly been exposed to, and it's kind of been bubbling up to us. But OpenClaw kind of took all of that, packaged it into a nice kind of project that you could just take and deploy and run on your Mac Mini or whatever. So that's been really cool to see. And like I have friends that aren't even developers that are setting up their own OpenClaw instances and like asking me questions about how agents work. And I think that's really been the biggest thing that's been really encouraging and fun about it. I think just the market was ready for it. People were really like hearing about agents, but not really sure how to do it on their own. And this has just been like a really cool way to just see and kind of feel and touch an agent essentially in a physical way.
Yeah, it makes total sense, right? You can put it on your Mac Mini, you can put it on your DGX Spark or DGX Station as well. Yes. So we have a comment from Gaurav Bagel. It says, agents are really changing development rapidly. And I think that's something that a lot of us are feeling, right? How are you, if you don't mind telling us, right? How are you leveraging these new tools, right? This modern development stack at your job as a deployed engineer? Like is this something that you're finding useful? If so, why? And if not, give us a scoop.
Yeah. I think all of these tools are rapidly accelerating how quickly you can kind of go 0 to 1 with a lot of different examples, demos, things that I need to maybe show a customer, or a customer comes to me with an issue. One thing that we have internally that has been awesome, and we just kind of open sourced it yesterday and relaunched it, is our OpenSUI project, which is like an open source cloud software engineering agent. And it'll basically do what Cloud Code does, but in the cloud. It can put up PRs for you. And we just tag it in Slack whenever we want to do something, and it goes off and puts up a PR. So that's been really cool. Our head of applied AI actually recently like published a blog, I think yesterday or the day before, I don't know. This week's been a bit of a blur, but it
For
was,
us all,
yeah. But it was essentially, I was saying, for the majority of the applied AI team, they actually don't want them in their IDEs. They want them interacting with agents and doing that development for them, and getting used to that. And obviously, you still need to jump into the IDE here and there, but kind of trying to pull yourself out of it and more allowing an agent to do a lot of the coding and the work has been very interesting.
Yeah, it's something that we see in studies repeatedly, right? That your familiarity with and comfortability with these tools really matters in terms of how productive you can be leveraging them, right? So I think I love the idea of needing to pull yourself back to really learn and get a good feel for these systems. We have a question from Javier Hernandez, which is, I don't know if you have an answer to this, but it's an interesting question. We got robots everywhere.
Yeah.
I think, we used to imagine this world filled with robots, and you come to GTC and you can't go 2 feet without bumping into one, right?
Yeah,
we got robots serving drinks, robots walking around. We got robots doing construction, right? LangChain, it doesn't really have a lot of currently, emphasis on physical AI or the physical world. Is that something that you see LangChain being useful for, though? Like, how do you imagine the tools that you use and build helping with people who are trying to make something scuttle around in the real world?
Yeah, that's a really cool question. I was actually talking to a student yesterday that's working on a robotics project, and we met at the developers breakfast yesterday. And he was talking about how he's trying to use LangChain as part of the main orchestration that will then leverage the robots in the physical world. So let's say he's sitting at his desk and he wants, he has a demo of like a robot that can go in the fridge and grab something for him. So he'll like chat with a LangChain agent, or like a deep agent, which is our agent harness. And that will basically make a tool call to the robot to go and do X, Y, and Z for you. So kind of integrating those agentic solutions that we're all used to and kind of interacting with today, and combining them with those physical, robots that are doing things for us, I think is interesting.
I think it's a really good point and great insight, right? That you have, Victor, which is like the idea is that we have this, conception that like the LLM agent system is distinct from the physical AI system, but there is like a lot of gray area, right? A gradient between the two that something like LangChain can really tap into, just to leverage the physical element through your various technologies and harnesses. Someone asks a question in the chat about what is a DGX Spark. Guys, we'll get into that a little bit later, but for right now, I got another great question. This is from Tom Bombadil, which is great, by the way, great reference, and a bit of a loaded question here. How are things like OpenClaw, the other claws that exist now, Nemotron, right, changing the orchestration layer game for LangChain? How do you guys, now that we have these very complex kind of heartbeat based systems, how does that change how you guys are thinking about that orchestration layer?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Definitely something that we are thinking about. In terms of like how we approach that, there's kind of two different areas, right? There's like the open source side and how we're helping enable people do this on their own. And we're doing things with NVIDIA. So we have like our agent harness, which is deep agents, which is able to do these like long running complex tasks. And we can combine that with like OpenShell from NVIDIA and do that in a secure sandbox and kind of do these different things and adding more messaging integrations and ways to interact with these agents. And that's all on the open source side. On our commercial side, we have like our agent builder, which is like a no code agent builder that we can set up these cloud running agents that have these sandboxes and are able to do things on our behalf and assume identities like a claw. And that's been very, very interesting to see. And a lot of enterprises have really enjoyed it. And we're starting to see people just kind of like come into the platform and do it on a self-serve basis as well, which has been cool.
Just so cool. The amount of progress in technology that's occurred. It just even like it feels like the last 2 years, but like Hanna was saying earlier, right? It really like the last 4 months or something. Another question from chat. First of all, I just want to point out, Sailing and Trice, you are correct. We are just a bunch of devs on the stream today. We're not going to be able to answer like questions about financials or whatever. But we love to talk about the technology. So if you have questions about that, this is the spot to ask them. Jitendran Chauhan asks, what is the next plan in the long run for the orchestration layer? If you can talk a little bit about that, or if not, just tell us how you may think about this, the fact that we do have to think more deeply about our orchestrators than we did say even late 2025 really.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like you mentioned, the past, I would say 6 months, it's gone from a lot of people building almost like workflows with LLMs and still kind of in that very deterministic nature, to now we're starting to trust agents to do even like workflow steps, but do them reliably for us. And that's been a huge unlock. And that kind of goes into this idea of harness engineering. And that's something that we're really passionate about right now. Is we have our deep agent harness that is built to be an open source version of like your Claude Code or like your Cursor agent, but you can apply it for any use case. And I think as LLMs improve, we need to improve the harness that we're using them with. So how we use tools, how we use like file systems, things of that nature, and kind of engineer them for a specific use case. And that'll be the main challenge that over the next 6 months is taking those harnesses and applying it to your use case. Like I remember I saw something earlier this week how Cursor improves each model that it brings into its agents by like, I think it's like 20 or 30% based on these different benchmarks just by its harness. So just kind of thinking of that for your own use case, right? It might not be a coding agent, but it might be an agent that's going through financial logs or something like that and detecting anomalies. You need to kind of engineer your harness to improve that. And that's a lot of our commercial product is built around that effort. Yeah.
That's so, I mean, it's just, again, I feel like I've known LangChain for forever. I've used the tool, I think maybe forever. and it's just been so awesome. And, it's been so awesome to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for coming on. And I actually just got word that our team is at the Dell booth on the show floor. And we're actually going to cut to them to see what that booth is like. So thank you so much, Victor, for chatting with us today. And we're going to go ahead and see what the team has found on the show floor. Guys, I got to remember, if you want to see something on the show floor, just tell our team where to go. They're at your beck and call today. So if you want to know something cool, they'll head over there, and we'll kick to them just about now.
All right, guys, I was walking through the street here from Build-A-Claw, and I ran into Sparky and Mitch. Mitch, can you tell us a little about what Sparky here can do?
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm Mitch. I'm here at the Dell Technologies booth here in GTC Park. Sparky here is our Unitree G1, and from the factory, it only comes with 3 dance moves. So utilizing my Dell workstation and all of the incredible NVIDIA hardware and stuff, I just released a new pack called G1 Moves under the Experiential Technologies Hugging Face, which is a pack of 60 dance and karate moves for the one. So if you have one of these, it only comes with 3 or 4 moves out of the box, but now you can download a whole bunch.
Well, tell us a little bit about how you were able to build up, how did you train it? How did you build up a data set to teach you these moves and things like that?
So the first thing is we start with human artists. I hired my friend Jasmine Coro, who's an amazing dancer, and my friend Mike Gassaway, who's 86 and showed up to do karate. And we used the Movin' 3D Markerless mocap platform to capture them live in a studio in Austin, Texas. From there, we have raw data. And what that means is you can use that data in a video game, but you can't use it live yet on the robot. So we need to take it into a tool like NVIDIA Isaac Sim or something like MJ Lab from Kevin Zaka, which is an open source tool to train policies. So once you have that motion data, the robot then gets simulated in different environments over 100,000 times. And about 95% of those simulations, the robot gets halfway through the motion and then falls over. So after doing that thousands and thousands of times, you get to a motion tracking policy, which means the robot can then perform that motion while balancing. And we'll go ahead and do a demo of one of the stock dance and karate moves for you.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the demo. Before we do that,
yes.
What other application areas can you see this, and like what other tasks can you see building a training set for and using a robot like this to perform day to day?
Well, robotics is currently at a great research phase. I think any sort of full body teleoperation task that, you know, there's a lot of great open source software coming out, like NVIDIA's Gear, Groot Sonic is a great way to teleoperate your whole robot if you want to put on a VR headset. And a lot of people are using that to collect data for more functional tasks. Like my favorite tweet right now is that we've solved karate, but opening doors is the biggest problem in humanoid robotics right now. So any sort of data collection, any sort of training symptoms or, you know, situations, and then something like this, which is way more fun and entertaining, I think it's a great move.
Amazing. All right, thanks, Mitch. Let's take a step back and let's see what Sparky can do here. Okay, it's getting ready here. Okay, high kick, low kick, high kick. This looks like it came straight out of Tekken in real life with a robot. Incredible. All right, thank you so much, Mitch. That was awesome. Can't wait to see what other robotics stuff we've got around the show floor today. Back to you. Let's get some dance moves while we're waiting here.
All right, guys, that
We
was
haven't transitioned
awesome.
yet.
I mean, this
Okay.
is the thing. You can at GTC, you don't know what you're going to bump into, but it's probably going to be a humanoid robot at some point. Thank you so much for our live team. And again, guys, I want to just mention that our live teams are at your at your beck and call today. If you see anything cool on the website that you want them to go check out, please let us know and we will send them there. The next thing we're going to do, like I said, we had a lot of hackathons at GTC, and we want to show you some highlights from a couple of them. So we had the Hack for Impact as well as the San Jose State University hackathon. And we want to show you some highlights that our team captured along the way. So we're going to go ahead and show you that video now, and we'll be back with some more stuff after that.
Hi, guys. We are here at the Agents for Impact Hackathon at San Jose State, and we have one of our esteemed judges, Stephanie, here. And we want to talk a little bit about what you're looking for when you're judging a project.
I'm Steph Ahart. I'm on the Brev team, and I think it's a really exciting opportunity to get to go around and see all the different creative solutions that everyone's come up with. So I love to see things that are unique and really thoughtful. In order to qualify to win for the hackathon, you have to use a Nemotron model. It can be any Nemotron model.
All right, we are here at Hack for Impact. I have with me my teammate Aisha, who's part of the NVIDIA Developer Community team. Aisha's been running all kinds of hackathons for the past year plus, and is now operationalized this to a point that I can't even describe. Aisha, tell us a little bit about some of the hackathons that we're running this week at GTC.
Yeah, so specifically because we're at Hack for Impact, I'll talk about that one first. We have GB10 systems from Dell, HP, and Lenovo, and we have 90 of these, and hackers will be working on these systems, building their open data set, open model applications, and we're going to be judging them to see who makes the best impact. So we have impact tracks across human impact, environmental impact, and cultural impact, and we actually even have a bounty for the project with the best use of OpenClaw.
What are some of your favorite parts about running these hacks?
I think it's just really great to see people build something awesome, connect with other developers. I also really love seeing people come back to hackathons. It's nice to see how they've grown, what they've learned in the meantime, and then see them win another hackathon.
This is going to go on our developer live stream to folks who couldn't attend GTC in person. If there's one thing that you can tell hackers out there who couldn't attend about what they might want to experience next time around, what would it be?
If you absolutely can't make it in person, please subscribe to our Luma calendar where we have a lot of our online hackathons. So we would love to be able to have this be as open as we can to everyone. But in person is obviously a lot more fun.
First, tell us where you're from.
Okay, yeah, sure. So we're actually from London. We flew out and we won a hackathon in London. They flew us out here and we're having a great time at GTC. Really cool stuff.
All right, so tell us a little bit about what you built.
Yeah, sure. So this hack, we decided to take the environmental track and solve a problem in low Earth orbit. So we were looking at something called the Kessler syndrome, where you have exponential number of space debris as the collisions increase, and that leads to dust clouds and kind of pollution in low Earth orbit. And we were trying to solve that using a decentralized agentic system. And so each satellite has its own agent responsible for its trajectory, and when they recognize collisions that are imminent, then they'll talk to other agents through A-to-A messaging and communicate how they're going to avoid that collision. So that's in a nutshell what we built.
You built that in 6 hours.
Yeah.
In a hack halfway across the world. So Stephanie, did any projects stand out? Like, tell me a little bit about what you saw.
Yeah, a few projects stood out. One of them was almost like an Indeed.com, but helping blue-collar workers describe what their skill set is and search for different jobs that match their skill set, put together a resume for them, have them approve it and iterate on it, and then automatically apply to those jobs for them. So yeah, we saw a few projects that were using AI for impact, for positive impact.
They did that in, what was it, 4 or 5 hours at this
2
time?
hours.
2 hours,
Yeah.
2 hours.
Start to finish, 2
together
hours.
An entire app that's gonna help blue collar workers find a new job. That's incredible.
And finally, government science. Nice work. Congratulations. Congrats to all the winners. Congrats.
Tell us a little bit about your project.
So we know that data centers are consuming gallons of water and electricity, and we really wanted to really target that issue as a whole, especially with AI growing so prominent in our world today. I feel like it's just as important to look at the footprint as well, because that's what's experiencing all the consequences of our human actions. And I feel like as AI continues to evolve, so is these environmental factors as well.
Team Sentinel won the competition. Guys, how does it feel? Back-to-back wins. You won overseas, you won over here. Like, tell us a little bit, how are you guys feeling right now?
I think we're all a bit shocked, a bit stunned, and I'm really happy, We've been gunning for this, so we're satisfied, yeah.
Amazing. Congratulations to you guys. One more time, like anything that you would tell developers that are thinking about coming to GTC to participate in something like this?
I think GTC is a great opportunity to learn, to interact with new people. Like today we met Alberto, just out of nowhere, and it's a really cool interaction that we will never have the opportunity to anywhere else in the world. So yeah, do head down to GTC and have fun. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing stuff.
What's up, everybody? All right, we are back. And I mean, listen, hackathons are the lifeblood of, especially when you're getting started as a developer. They put you in the pressure tank. They make you think of a great idea. They make you execute it. Hackathons are really an amazing way to get integrated into your local developer community, or even a global one. I mean, you can come to an event like this and meet people from all over the country and really all over the world. Someone asked in chat, is a hackathon just a developer marathon? I mean, basically, yes, that's the idea, right? So, we have this idea that we just want to all sit in the room working on the same thing or toward the same kinds of goals. It's a very communal experience. It's a real blast. Another question we got was actually instructions to go somewhere to the Vulture booth. We're going to do that in our second block of the show, which is going to be our physical AI block. So we're going to do that then. But for right now, we're actually going to go to our street team, who's going to show us a little bit from the convention center.
Okay, hi everybody. We're live from the San Jose Convention Center, home of GTC 2026. You can see robots as well as people milling in and out, wanting to learn the latest and greatest about not only Nemotron, but all things GPU related. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Would you object to being live on camera?
No problem.
Hi there. Would you care to introduce yourself, please?
So hi, I'm Simona, and I'm visiting GTC from Romania. I am an AI product manager, and I work closely with everything NVIDIA.
Oh, fantastic. Could you tell us a bit more specifically about what NVIDIA products and services you work with?
We work with all the frameworks. Our coder team implements the blueprints, Nemotron.
Wow, that's amazing. What sorts of industrial use cases do you focus on?
We focus on enterprise AI, so I work for Computer Center, and we build solutions for enterprise customers using the NVIDIA frameworks and blueprints.
Wonderful. So what's been the most amazing or interesting thing you've learned at GTC so far?
Like up until now, I think the most interesting thing is actually seeing hardware that runs my software. Like seeing one H100 or a DGX live is more impressive than just, the inference is working.
Yeah, it does make it more real, doesn't it?
It does.
Thank you so much for your time, Simona.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, and as luck would have it, we have another AI project manager, my close collaborator and friend, Santiago.
Hey, how's it going?
Santiago, could you tell us about the products and services that you and your team are showcasing here at GTC?
Yeah, awesome. So, hi, my name is Santiago, and I am the lead product manager for Nemo Plat and the Nemo microservices. And essentially what they are is a bunch of tools that enable companies to truly use open source models in production. So we have products that help people synthetically generate data, fine-tune or post-train open source models, evaluate them, guardrail, and deployment with like our inference stack, which is called NIM. And what's been very exciting about this conference in particular is we launched them last year, and now we are seeing all of these customers find success actually onboarding these open source models in production for their agentic workloads.
That's fantastic, Santiago.
Yeah.
So how would you suggest that people, GTC attendees that is, best advantage of this? Through demo booths, DLI courses, talks, all of the above?
We have quite a few talks that cover how people are leveraging all of these tools to adopt open source models in their agents today. There's also some demos at the booth. But or you can just reach out personally directly on Twitter, Santiago at Santiago Pomo, and you can ask me any questions, and I'll be happy to talk to you.
Yeah, fantastic. And outside of your own work with NMP, what has been the most exciting or interesting thing you've seen or learned at GTC so far?
That's a really good question. Let me think. I have had some conversations. There's a conversation in particular that was very interesting to me with folks from Character AI, where they are trying to transition the personas that they are building in the online world to embodied robots, where like they are trying to make them expressive and things of that nature. And that was fascinating, trying to move those digital avatars into actual robots and personal companions for their customers in the future. I think that was pretty interesting and out there.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for the great rundown, Santiago. That's all we have time for at the moment, but please, by all means, come down to SJCC, join GTC virtually if you can't make it in person, and back to you.
All right, guys, what is up? We are back. It was great to see from Sven, Santiago, a little bit more about what's going on at the actual convention center. We are joined by a great guest. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I don't know. Great guest. I'll take it. I just put out a tweet. I'm going live on NVIDIA AI Developer. Let's go. Did my social post for the day. I'm Erik. I am a developer experience dude at CodeRabbit, an AI code review platform.
Let's go. Okay, guys. And remember, this is live. If you have any questions for Erik, put them in the chat. We'll read them off and get them answered for you. But I've got a couple that I'm going to ask, before we get there. One of them for you is a repeat, but for the people watching, probably isn't. And that is, man, agents be creating a lot of code.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing, and then it also creates another problem of like how you're going to actually deal with all that code.
Yeah, talk to us about how we're going to deal with all that code.
Yeah, well, okay, the shirt, CodeRabbit. So basically, you're going to generate a bunch of code. You're going to be going 10x, 100x. It feels like magic. And then what do you actually want to ship to production? Does it actually work? Are there bugs? Are there memory leaks? Race conditions, all that kind of stuff. You don't have time to read it. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm reading so much more now, but not like literature or like interesting like articles or academic papers, or it's just all the stuff coming out of like LLMs, whether it's like in apps or code. And so
I mean, our job is full-time reviewer now, right?
Yeah, we're all reviewers about everything. So yeah, like using CodeRabbit, you can use it in agentic loops, in CLI, just like Claude or Nemotron or your agent of choice. Go in a loop with CodeRabbit, and CodeRabbit will vibe check it and give it back prompts like, hey, fix this, and then then you put it up for a PR, and then also have CodeRabbit there to do another check with your team.
What's interesting is that there's not just this idea of like, so we're reviewing all day. First of all,
yes,
there's this like idea of review fatigue, right? Like after, I don't know about you, but after I've read about 1,000 lines of AI generated code, like every line starts just blurring together.
Okay,
right?
we need to have a therapy session after this.
Yeah. So like, the question is though that I might not necessarily like trust AI to review every piece of code. So how can I use a tool like CodeRabbit, make sure that like I'm not having to review the easy, boring, simple stuff, and can focus instead on like the code that I actually need to have eyes on?
Yeah, great question. So one thing we do is we'll rank the kind of and categorize if it's a critical issue, if it's a major issue, if it's a minor issue, or a nitpick. We kind of tuck all the nitpicks away. You can expand and see all those kind of thing, but focusing on the critical ones, and then over time when you're using it, you can customize CodeRabbit. Be like, hey, I really just want to focus on critical ones, or I want to focus on everything. We see that a lot now too with people that are adopting coding agents, like full on, let's go, like YOLO mode.
Dangerous permission.
Yeah. The people just are like, actually, I want all the issues, because I'm just going to have my coding agent do it. It's not extra work for me. Just address all the issues. And so we see that a lot now, especially in code review.
It's so interesting, right? And as our models get better at producing code and reviewing code, and then producing better code that's been reviewed, like how do you see a tool like CodeRabbit fit into a future where it is just kind of we YOLO mode, not just the generation, but also the review? Like how do you keep up with the kind of arms race that happens between LMs are generating more code than ever? Our reviewers have to get better and better and better and better and better.
Yes.
How can you think to keep up with that?
I think like with agents in general, like whatever product vertical you're doing, the thing that matters like it's what I like to call good old-fashioned engineering. Where it's like, it just takes time, it takes work, it takes effort, it takes iteration. So you build something, you're like, yeah, man, I'm vibing, I got this thing, it works 80% of the time. Okay, it's not production ready, you can't scale it to 1 million users, but it's great. But then you can iterate on that, and you start breaking things apart, you start figuring out how to control things, you build really good, reliable eval sets, and then that can help you keep pace. Because like right now, like you build something and you're like locked into like one model, you're like, it works, and then a week later, super comes out and you're like, oh man, okay, how does this work? And it's like, okay, it's actually slightly different. How do I understand how it's different, where it's better at some things, where I might want to use like Nano, for instance, or some other ensemble of models all working together. That it just requires a lot of focus and a lot of effort. So it's good old-fashioned engineering, just staying ahead of the curve, good product feedback loops. You want to have that as tight as possible. It's just all the things that we were told a decade ago. Write good docs, read the docs, all those things. So
everything that we've learned, it turns out it was important.
Yes,
who knew?
Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps even more important than it's ever been.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think of a lot when we're talking about these kinds of systems, and I had the chance to do a tutorial session yesterday with David, another member of the CodeRabbit team.
Yeah.
And we talked about this idea of these systems now that we have. So agents used to kind of be like, oh, I have my model, it runs in a loop, that's my agent. Now when we talk about agents, we're talking about here's my 15-step process or pipeline or workflow that I'm going to do, at some interval or on some trigger, and it's composed of so many different components. How do you guys think about choosing those components? How do you think about, say, for instance, choosing between something like Claude 4.6, what a legend, and then something like Nemotron Nano, great model, by the way, love that guy, but not as smart as Claude all the time.
I mean, so just doing those two models, I'll take a step back. How to think about it generally is you need to know what is a good result, what is a bad result, what do you care about, and then everyone's going to start 0 to 1. Everyone's going to build a thing. It's going to work some of the times. It can be better. And so as you're building that thing, you start breaking things apart. And as you're breaking things more apart, you're like, okay, well, this new model that came out, Opus 4.6, legend, goated. It is fantastic at doing fully agentic tasks.
Yes.
Probably anybody that's used it or like that compared to Codex or compared to Nemotron Nano, they're all really good at following instructions, except Opus is really good at figuring out a better instruction for itself and doing its thing. And it's
Opus knows what I mean.
Yeah. It's no. Come on, this is actually what you want.
Yeah.
And it'll go do those things, and it's magic. Whereas you have something like Codex where if you know exactly what you want and you tell Codex do this thing, it's going to do that thing. Or you have Nano and you want it really fast, it's going to do that thing and it's going to do it fast. So they're all a little different. That's why for us it's an ensemble. So as our system's grown over the last 3 years, we've broken things apart more and more. And then when a new model comes, you know exactly what it's good at, what another model is still better at. And then you just try to maintain the quality, be the best at whatever you're doing. Because if you're not right now, the market is so competitive. So
we're in such you have to pick the best person for the job, but instead of person, it's LLM, right?
Yeah.
One of the questions we have from the chat from @Tom_Bombadil. Again, thank you, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
I've always wondered how CodeRabbit validates their product. How do you guys make sure CodeRabbit works?
Yes, this is very good. So there are a lot of different things. I think I can speak generally to any agentic system you use. So I mentioned evals. So evals is something you can sort of think of it if you're coming from not the ML side, but you're coming from software engineering side, you can think about it as tests. In an agentic application, you're still going to have tests. You're going to have testing pyramid or testing trophy or whatever shape thing we're doing now. You're going to have
the
your
new flavor of the month.
Yeah. An inverted football, something Australian football or something.
That's right.
But we'll do a blog post about that. So you're still going to have your tests, but you also have evals, and you can think of it as tests, but for probabilistic systems. For a thing that's it's not going to pass everything, you're going to get a score. So there's different ways you can do evals. I don't need to go deep into that, but that helps you before you ship. So before the product's in the hand of anybody or any new changes you've made, new features, whatever, you can run those evals. And those evals are super important for anybody building agents, because that's what's going to tell you what's better, what's not, and what's worse. And then the product feedback loop. So getting it out to users and having your feelers everywhere you possibly can, out there getting feedback as quickly as possible. And then for us, for code, for instance, a lot of people, especially if they're coming from a product management background, they'll look at what is the customer like? What do they like? And there's problems with that in LLMs with sycophancy. So OpenAI has a couple good blog posts about this last year with 4.0. A lot of people love 4.0. But the problem was that they were training the model on what people liked.
That's right.
Rather than what's correct.
That's right.
And so they realized, it's a great blog post, by the way, if you have a chance to read them. It's super important with code that it be correct. And so focusing on correcting it sounds obvious, but like that's one thing. And so then just testing it, and again, evals, and then sampling what's happening out in the real world, making sure that it's correct. Someone might say like pre-goated, like Opus 4.5, I think is like we got into like goated territory where there's a behavioral shift and like agentic coding with those models. But before that, like we would get all the time when people would be like, oh, it's noisy. It's finding a lot of issues. And I don't want it to find a lot of issues. And now it's like, oh yeah, find all the issues. And the only reason we can do it is because we focus on correctness for the whole time. And so focusing on correctness, super, super important, especially if you are trying to get to a point. I don't think we're there yet, but trying to get to a point where you can have background agents running your entire, SDLC or like your whole business, or build me $1 billion SaaS, and
that's right.
Make no mistakes.
Make no mistakes. Yes. That's the big take for getting the meme in. That's right.
Yeah.
And I think, listen, it's the simplest. If the simplest answer is the best answer, then we couldn't be happier, right? So I think that's thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Awesome to talk to you.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do now is actually head to one of our live teams who's tracked someone down in the park that we're going to chat with.
Amazing.
So we'll see that now.
San Jose. And sometimes we just got to sit down in the shade and take a break for a little bit. And one of my favorite parts about GTC is anywhere you go, you can run into very interesting people. And this week, I actually met a fellow NVIDIAN for the first time, Adrian. And Adrian happened to be sitting here, and I decided, let's go sit in the shade for a little bit and have a chat. Adrian, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your background.
All right, thanks, man. I came from a bit of a non-standard tech background. I spent about 20 years of my life in visual effects and animation. And a lot of what I did was physical-based simulations. And this is like back in the 90s and the 2000s. And I spent a long time doing that. And I eventually transitioned to work at Autodesk as a product designer for Bifrost and Maya. Bifrost is physical simulation-based solver and fluids and liquids and everything. And that sort of led me on this arc towards to work at Google. I was at Google for 10 years, and I was focusing on, this is starting in 2016, so it was before the AI revolution, before physical AI, before digital twins, but I was focusing on visualization and simulation, like HPC sims, so automotive, wind tunnel testing, and any customer that needed to be able to visualize the data that they're generating. And that led me to start at NVIDIA only 4 months ago. So I'm still quite new. I'm developer relations manager for the Google Alphabet relationship at NVIDIA. So I still work with the same people that I worked with at Google,
you get to come on
but I'm on the
Team
other
Green
side.
now.
I'm on the other side of the glass, so to speak. And
speaking of physical AI,
speaking of physical AI, that guy was, I could tell you all about how that guy learned to walk, but
amazing. So VFX in entertainment to testing wind tunnels and simulating wind tunnels. And tell me a little bit about what you're doing today.
those two things are a lot more similar than one would think. Well, among many things that I'm doing today, one of the many things I'm doing today is helping customers understand. And so I think the top line of what we do, what our group does, is we facilitate the use of NVIDIA technology at Google, right? So that's Google Cloud, as well as all the Alphabet bets, like Waymo, YouTube, some of the other smaller bets, and help them embed libraries and NVIDIA software and technology into their stack. So a lot of what I've been doing is working with customers and working with teams at Google to help them figure out how to run physical AI workloads on GCP.
Give me an example of where that manifests to an end user. Like somebody riding in a Waymo, how do you get from point A to point B where they're able to get in that Waymo and go?
In terms of how the Waymo learned to drive, type of thing. So, and that's where the visualization, the visual effects background, I think helps me to understand this, because the 3D space is not sort of inherently understandable by everybody. I've seen engineers that are way smarter than me sit down and try to navigate in Isaac Sim or some sort of Omniverse 3D portal, 3D viewport, and it's been kind of difficult for them to grasp the idea of, you know, taking objects and moving them around in 3D space and everything. But that's sort of like natively, inherently a part of being in visual effects, understanding the 3D world. And when a human understands the 3D world, we just walk around in the 3D world. But if you want to train something like an autonomous vehicle to drive in the 3D world, you have to generate that 3D world virtually and fool the virtual cameras into believing it's in the real world. And that's how training for autonomous vehicles can be performed over many thousands and thousands of iterations. And like Waymo, for example, has been training models for over a decade.
Years, yeah, that's amazing. All right, well, we got to wrap up, but if there's one thing that someone in the audience is interested in physical AI, if there's one thing you could tell them about your experience at GTC and why they might want to attend in the future, give me one quick pointer for them.
I think spend a lot of time at the on the show floor at the NVIDIA section of the main hall at the back. There's a lot of really detailed demonstrations that they're showing on NVIDIA hardware, but also showing the software, and you could speak to some of the people that are experts in these software and get help understanding exactly how it performs and how it functions and what it exactly, you know,
Amazing.
serves the user.
Perfect. Yeah. If you can't make it this year, you come, you meet people like Adrian, you can ask them any questions you want, and that's part of the GTC experience. Adrian, thank you for sharing your story and a little bit about what you're doing at NVIDIA today.
My pleasure. Thanks for
having
having
me. All right, back
me.
to you guys.
All right, guys, that was dope. I mean, we love hearing from someone in the park. Again, guys, you can tell our team to go anywhere. Just let us know. We will get them on the way. You know, this is the energy of the conference each day, by the way, right? Like we're showing you but a glimpse into into kind of the vibe that pervades all of GTC. So if you see us and you're excited about it, you know, we're going to do this next year, and make sure you get your tickets to come out live. If that's something you're interested in, you know, for next GTC. It really is. The vibe is great the whole time. Oh, great question. Someone asked, what's the circle and a dot on my arm? This is a tattoo of hydrogen. So that's a tattoo of hydrogen. I just like hydrogen. It's the most abundant element in the universe. There you go. There's no more to it than that. So guys, what we have up next for you is, listen, it wouldn't be a developer conference without some swag. We've had a lot of swag. There's a lot of booths. The swag is actually kind of super dope. And so what we're going to do next is we're going to get some highlights from some people who have got swag. We're going to see some of our team kind of, you know, walking around talking to people about their swag bags. This is one of the best parts of any conference is going home with a bunch of new shirts and hats and doodads and baubles. It's always the best. So we're going to cut to that video now and show you guys a little bit about the swag that's on offer at GTC.
Hi everyone, I'm here on the show floor and we're gonna go through some swag that people have gotten so far. So what are your best bets?
The t-shirt I really liked, I always get these t-shirts. So there is one from Scale.
So here it is.
It's a pretty cool company that they have a private sovereign cloud. And then chocolates were her hit. So I got some chocolates, some popcorns. Didn't want to go eat lunch, so snacking my way into it, and a water bottle on top of it too.
Nice.
Robotics AI.
We have a little bit of swag to give you from us. NVIDIA GTC t-shirt.
Here you go. Thank you so much.
Of course. What's some of your favorite gear that you've gotten so far?
There are some snacks in the back.
So you can take a look. So we got some chips.
There was a fun game. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, we played there and they gave us this snack.
Oh, nice. That's really cool. Okay. Well, we have some gear to gift you from our swag bit.
It's a hat?
Yeah, it's a beanie. So here you go.
Thank you so much. I think I can wear this in the winter.
Yeah, it'll be really good for that.
Okay, thank you.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
I have here some Microsoft socks, specifically Azure. These are very comfortable looking, very fitted to the calves, so very excited for these ones. I have a little lizard here from Zeus. Look at that. Look how cute that little guy is, right? Very nice. Probably give it to my dog later. And then I have also a t-shirt. Nice. It was with the little lizard. Pretty excited for that. We'll tomorrow there's a huge raffle going on that qualifies you with the shirt, so gotta have that. And then I have, lastly, I have Cloudflare socks.
Nice.
Pretty excited about those. Can never go wrong with too many socks. So yeah, that's all I have, but very excited for, you know, to try all these out.
And we have some swag to give to you.
All right, perfect.
Feel free to open it if you want.
Nice. What do we got here?
Pair of sunglasses.
Oh, look at that. All right. Those are cool. Very excited for these NVIDIA sunglasses here. Look at that.
We're gonna do a little bit of a swag off right now. So I'm gonna have both of you guys lay out items one by one. We're gonna see who has more.
But I got the best thing. What's his thing?
Nice. Oh, do you want to show the camera?
I got a customized water bottle. Oh, this is my favorite flag at the whole event. I gotta say, he's got one too, but mine's cool.
It's just a squad. We got some hats.
Yeah, but I choose a different one.
He's got 2 hats. He's got 2 hats.
I win.
Alright.
You
Which
win.
one?
Need help on the trip back? Nice. I gotta give some glasses, so you better. You see, it's the same thing, glasses. Yeah, glasses. I'm really gonna use the lip gloss. And I need some solved in the plane, so.
Fair enough.
They are more classy than yours, man. Then I'm gonna be Robocop.
Nice.
Oh, that's fine.
Alright.
He win, I let him win.
Alright.
He never lets me win, I just win.
Looks like we've got a winner, which is Todd. You want to swag up? And we have some swag of our own to give you. We have a mouse pad, and then
This is a gamer mode.
we've got a frisbee and a lanyard for you.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, welcome back. Okay, so what are we gonna do now? We've just heard about some amazing swag. Swag is the best. I know that I actually have some right here from our friends at CodeRabbit, and yeah, I mean, listen, GTC of course is more than just swag, but swag's pretty dope. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go to one of our live teams, which has found something cool for us. They are, again, these guys are at your guys' disposal. So you can send them wherever you want. But if you don't send them anywhere, they're just going to try to find something interesting to show off from the conference. So we've got that team lined up now, and we're going to head on over to them in just a few moments. Let's go.
Oh, we're already on? Okay, hello again. We're at the poster area just outside the San Jose Convention Center. As you can see behind me, we've got posters on myriad subjects. Agentic and generative AI is taking up this entire wall. We've got data science over here. Okay, data center cloud coming up. Yeah, lots of fascinating stuff. Yeah, let's move along. Okay. Hi there, ma'am. Would you mind being interviewed?
Oh, sure.
Ah, thank you very much. What's your name?
Genevieve.
Genevieve, very nice to meet you. What kind of stuff do you work on?
I'm in data science and data analytics, so.
Okay.
I'm just curious about all the different projects going on.
Okay, is this your first time at GTC?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome. How do you like it so far?
It's been really interesting. I just went to the talk with Canva, and they were talking about how they're integrating AI with their platform and how it's streamlining platforms. So that was really cool.
Ah, wonderful. Are there any other sessions, talks, workshops that you're particularly interested in?
Yeah, I think there's a couple in the afternoon that I was going for. I can't remember the names exactly. Yeah, I'll definitely be attending those.
Wonderful. How about the posters? Which of these have you found particularly noteworthy, interesting, informative?
Yeah, I think this one right now that I was looking at was super cool. I think it's talking about trying to understand the tone for tone versus text type of things. I think that's really interesting because I think in general when you're reading a text it's difficult to understand the tone, and so they're trying to understand the emotions better, and I think that's a really good next step for LLMs.
Yeah, I agree. How do you plan to apply what you've learned at GTC to your own work?
Yeah, I think it's just been really interesting seeing where AI is continuing to grow. Things are changing every day, so it's just really cool to see how we can improve our workflows.
Ah, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Do we have time to interview another attendee? Well, let's find out, shall we? Excuse me, sir. Okay, never mind. Excuse me, sir. Would you mind being on camera for a minute?
Sorry, I can't speak English.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Hope you're enjoying the poster session and GTC as a whole. Welcome. Okay. All right, sure. Let's move along. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. In fact, would you like to be interviewed for a live stream? Would you be interested in participating in a live stream, sir?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you so much. Could you tell us your name, where you're from, what you're working on?
Yeah, so my name is Mahesh Kodi. I'm from Navaflex, from Columbus. So working on next generation high temperature superconducting materials.
Could you speak a little louder?
Yeah. So if you look at the entire problem of data centers and everything is the amount of power we are going to spend. That's where the biggest challenge is, because a lot of companies have solved the opportunities of silicon and also fab and also the networking and everything, but the companies who are going to solve the transmission issues, the cooling issues, where the huge amount of operation expenses are going through into that. So we as a company developing on the next generation high temperature superconducting materials, and these materials can reduce the 50% of the cost of the operational expenses, increase the 50% efficiency of the, especially for the power saving. So that is what as a company we are doing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the detailed rundown. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. So, back to you.
All right, guys. I believe you can hear us, and we are live with someone that needs no introduction and another person that really doesn't need a lot of introduction.
Wait, hold on. I thought it was me.
We're joined, of course, by Reachy and
Chef Boudier
from Hugging Face.
That's right.
Guys, again, I gotta remind you to ask any questions that you have for our guest. We want to make sure you guys can ask Jeff questions. Reachy's being quiet to be polite for us, so we can ask him some questions, but he's not going to be able to talk. He'll get back to you. We'll make sure we get his response offline. Jeff, I have a lot of questions that I'm going to start with so that we can get our audience a little bit of time to get cooking here. Number one, Hugging Face. We all know and love Hugging Face. This is the Nemotron section of a live stream, right? From the incredible work that you have done with models, right? Letting us host models, letting us train models, giving us a place to put our petabytes of data, right? But Hugging Face recently, as we move toward our physical AI block in the stream, has moved more towards physical AI with things like Reachy. Tell us a little bit about the reason why you think it's important that Hugging Face branches out into things that can kind of interact and move in the real world.
Yeah, definitely. I think Hugging Face has moved, but also the community has moved to physical AI and robotics. And what we've seen over the past sort of like 2 years, that LLMs kind of became a little bit boring, like in the sense that we have like open models that are just on par with the best closed models, proprietary models out there. And like Nemotron 3 Super that just landed on Hugging Face, like a great example of that. That works so well for like reasoning and, making Reachy work so well. But what we've seen over the past couple of years is that the expansion of modalities and use cases. And today, if you go on Hugging Face, is like 2.5 million open models contributed by the community, lots of them by NVIDIA. And if you look at the top 10, like maybe the majority of them are not LLMs, right? They're text-to-speech, speech-to-text, image generation, image comprehension, VLMs, etc. And so the diversification of where AI is being applied and what it can do has been like the story. And maybe one of the communities where we've seen the most growth is physical AI and robotics. And for us at Hugging Face, we have like 2 big initiatives going on to support the community. The first one is open source. So the Le Robot library, right? You've seen like all these arms that do, and you can do teleoperations. And Le Robot is trying to do with robotics, AI robotics, what the Transformers library did for LLMs and language models and transformers, right? We want to make all the best VLAs, the best models for robotics, accessible, easy to use within the Le Robot library. Shout out to Groot.
Yes,
right?
Of course.
Groot, which is one of the main models today available with Le Robot library. And so that's our open source effort. We want to make sure that AI robotics is accessible and people can build their own stuff. And then there's the other thing, which is now we're also building hardware, because it turns out like to bring people into the field of AI, a little robot like Reachy Mini is actually like the best little trick.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was telling you this before we started, right? But I told my wife that I got a robot, and she was not super happy with me until I finished building this cute little guy, right? And I mean, it's not a meme that the fact that it's in this form factor, that it has this kind of disposition. I think that's something that makes it inviting to people, right? It's not scary or spooky. It's not difficult. It is something that you can experience through play, right? And I think that's people just getting started in these fields need that kind of thing. So tell me a little bit more about like the fact that you built a robot. Like, what was that like? What went into the production of this little guy that we've come to know and love? Is this something that we should expect to see more of from Hugging Face? Like different robots through different partnerships? Like give us a little insight if you can.
Of course, yeah. Well, the story is sort of a story of a marriage, where we acquired a year ago a robotics startup called Pollen Robotics. And they made this humanoid robot that is extremely good for research labs who are building world foundation models and generating data to create new models. And it's got like this incredible precise way of like manipulating and teleoperation in VR, etc. And what we saw together is the opportunity to do something for the Hugging Face user, for the AI builder, to have them approach robotics when they never did before, and to have them approach AI when they never had the opportunity to run things locally, right? And so together we said like this crazy bet, like what if we could create like a cheap, an affordable robot that people can build and use and build AI on top of it. And yeah, it's been amazing. And I think where I see it connect with a lot of the themes at GTC is Jensen talked about the incredible adoption of OpenClaw and how together with OpenClaw, they're defining this NemoClaw way to be like a safe way to deploy your own OpenClaw that will sort of safeguard your information. And I think with these agents, the one bit of friction that still exists is that, you still need to like maybe pick up your phone, open WhatsApp and like type to like tell your agent to do something. And I think with Reachy Media, we're sort of solving the last mile, which is like the human-machine interaction mile. Like everything that your NemoClaw agent can do, you can do it by just like asking Reachy and like telling it like, look at this thing and look at that diagram and have just a much more natural interaction. And to me, like that's sort of like the next step, right? Like LLMs are a new way for all of us to interact with technology, and you don't need a PhD anymore because you can just talk and say what you want, right? And same thing with like software development. But now with Reachy Media, you can actually talk and say what you want.
It is just so interesting, right? Because a lot of the times when you're interacting with something, I mean, it's like we've built this incredible brain, right? And now with things like Reachy, we've given it eyes, ears, right? A cute little head wobble, and some antenna. And I think the idea that you touched on is really important, right? Which is this idea of you want people to be able to interact with it in the manner that best suits them. And that goes for a lot of the work that you're doing, period, right? With Hugging Face. I mean, Transformers is built to be easy to use, right? Like it's not something that you have to like jump through 1,000 hurdles for. One question on the model side of the equation that we have from chat from Duyan Nguyen, which is as AI models become more open and widely accessible, how do you guys think about balancing innovation with things like real worries like security, right? Like how does Hugging Face imagine a world filled with open models, open frontier models, but still live in a world that feels secure and safe?
That's a great question. And I think what we want to avoid is a situation where we live in a world where there's maybe a handful of companies out there that run intelligence for all of the apps and products that we use every day, right? We want every country, we want every company to be able to define, build, and run their own AI. And the only way you can do this with open models. So to me, it's not so much like, what are your concerns about open models being at the frontier? To me, the concern is about the intelligence that everybody would be using to be proprietary and only accessible by sending your private information, your confidential information over through the network into a common centralized sort of system. That's sort of the worry that we're fighting against. And so, yeah, to me, like open models is the answer. Open models is what allows enterprises to run their stuff securely on premise. So you don't like send your confidential contracts, your source code over through the internet to a provider that may store it, that may train on it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like the open route or open models are the way to get that security that we need, right? So as open models get better, we retain a lot of that control of our data, for instance, right? And I think that's a really, really important point. So, okay, we talk a little bit about running open models, and we talk a little bit about Reachy. What about the combination, right? Like, can we do things like run Reachy on on hardware that we own, so it's all contained in our own house? We don't have to worry about what we say going out to some third party. Is this something you guys have talked about? I know the answer is yes.
Yes, and there's more to it, right? Because back at CES, we had this excellent, incredible demo with DGX Spark and Reachy. Actually, Reachy sort of fits like perfectly right on top.
I know.
DGX Spark, like, is it perfect?
I know.
And so yes, and so here, we were talking about like how do you get security with open models because you control them. Like if you can run the models locally, then that's what allows you to get the benefits of intelligence without sacrificing the privacy, confidentiality of your data. And so yes. DGX Spark is able to run like LLMs, is able to run speech recognition, is able to run image understanding, recognition, etc. So the photo of your face doesn't go over, the photo of your confidential diagram that you put on the whiteboard like doesn't get sent over. And then there's like DGX Station, right? That's the next level up. Like you can run basically almost anything on that. So yes, that is the goal. And the new part of that story is that we've been working with Dell Technologies. They have the Dell Pro Max. We've been working with Asus. We've been working with Lenovo, with HP, etc., to develop these great experiences. And I think the next step that I'm looking forward to is when we have this sort of NemoClaw that runs on the GB10 with Reachy Mini as sort of the human machine interface of that thing. I think that's going to be super, super powerful.
We're so close to just being able to like talk to our computers, right? I think this is something that like I know I dreamed about when I was a kid, just being able to like talk to the machine directly and have it talk back. And something like Reachy is really making this happen. And I mean, I could talk to you for the next, 7 hours.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we do have to keep the show moving.
All
Jeff,
right.
it's been so nice to talk to
Thanks
you.
so much, Chris.
Guys, if you're not a big fan of Hugging Face already, just go experience their ecosystem. I'm sure you will be soon. We right now, though, actually have something interesting. So GTC is for developers, but also for everyone else. So we've got some cool art installations, including this AI photo booth that we're going to see right now.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, one of my favorite parts about Coder GTC is you don't just see the talks and sessions that are more about the stack that's building these applications, but you get to see the applications themselves in very creative ways. And right here we have Daniel from View Technologies. Daniel, have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you guys are focused on showing at GTC?
Yeah. Thank you for having us. We're really excited to be here. We're here partnered with Lenovo and NVIDIA, and we're showing how some of the latest tools, both on the hardware side and on the software side, are allowing us to bring interactive experiences to customers all over the world and just provide more personalized engagements all over the place. So having a lot of fun doing it.
Amazing. Tell me what we're about. I'm going to do the demo live for the audience, but tell me what we're doing and kind of how it was built.
Yeah, so we call this our AI photo booth. It's essentially a image capture. So it's taking your picture just like we've all done in the Gemini app and things like that. But here we're fine tuning it to the brand's needs. And so of course Lenovo, NVIDIA, and then also working with F1 and FIFA have very precise requirements. And so it means that we're fine tuning the model on the back end, doing a ton of different prompt modification to make sure that we have that brand safe and quality image every single time. So
making sure you have the right hex, you have the right
exactly
color. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
I got you. All right. We're going to go ahead and do the demo live now. So Daniel, walk me through what I got to do here.
Yeah. So go ahead and hit start experience. It's a totally self-guided experience, but we also like to be here as well just to help talk through it. And so what it's going to do is within your choices, whether it's FIFA or F1, you're able to select from a couple different scenes. And so we have the FIFA mascots or celebration. And so it's up to you. What are you feeling?
Let's go with celebration. This looks fun.
All right, cool. Good choice.
I'm not going to share right now, but I might later. Let's see.
All right, so you're going to back up and frame your face in the photo there.
All right, here. Do I look up?
Yep, you're going to look into the camera. I'll hit it, and it's going to give you a 3, 2, 1. And that's going to be interesting because since you made a face, now it's going to take that and it actually thinks that's what you look like, this face.
Oh boy!
And it's going to apply it to the model. So we'll see what we get here. It could be pretty cool. It usually takes 30 seconds to a minute to generate, and then because it's AI, it's constantly doing things and it's learning. And so we're throughout the event, able to continue to train the model to get more precise results and everything.
And tell me a little bit. So, was it trained on this thing station, and it's running inference here? What's going on here?
So all the orchestration is happening local.
Oh wow!
There you go. Wow. Yeah, it added. I think it looks like you're working out a little more there. That's awesome. That's great. But yeah, so all the orchestration happens locally, and then we're using Nano Banana to do the actual generation. And again, like we have spent a lot of time just refining the experience on the back end so that we're able to provide our customers and partners really precise controls over the brand. And so, like, just to give you some context here, we not only have to make sure this jersey looks exactly the same every single time, the Lenovo logo, the Adidas logo, the FIFA logo, all of those things have to be important, and then also your face. And so the model's basically having to choose what does it prioritize of all those things.
Pretty good.
And yeah, so it does a pretty good job. And then of course you can scan and download it later on. We also, if we come here, we can actually see some of the generations that other people have been doing throughout the week, and we're doing video as well. So
oh wow, okay.
So yeah, there you can see some of the output there. And so we're running it here at GTC Park, which I encourage everyone to come and check out if you have time, and then also over in the Lenovo hub right down the street.
And for folks that are tuning into the stream who couldn't make it to GTC, where can they learn more about View Technologies and what you guys are building?
Yeah. So our company is View Technologies. Our website is view.studio. And so you can find us online and come check out what we're doing. And we're doing a lot of interactive experiences like this. And then our software platform is used for content production and scalable experiences like we see here at GTC.
Amazing. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, View Technologies. Back to you guys.
What is up, guys? Welcome back. Man, it's been a fun part of the stream. I have enjoyed being your host for this section of the stream. It's all been about Nemotron, Agentic AI, but that's not all we got cooked up for you guys. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to do a little quiz. Now, the way this works is that there's going to be a leaderboard I can see. I'm going to do the quiz with you guys, though. We're gonna see how I do on our own quiz. Hopefully it's good. I have shared my screen for our producer if he wants to bring it up, and we're gonna drop the link in the chat. And the big idea here, guys, is that this is a quiz you can do along with us at home. It's multiple choice. We are not done yet, though. Once we're done this quiz, we're gonna head to a little break-a-reno to give our teams a little chance to rest and to reset for the next team to come in, because this stream is going all day, baby. Okay, so we are going to start the quiz now. If we drop that in the chat, everyone can play along, and we'll see who wins by being the most fastest, bestest guy. Okay, so I'm gonna get a head start on you guys. So this is my my email. There we go. Start the quiz. Okay. Which agentic pattern involves a manager agent? Trick question. Hierarchical orchestration, of course. We're building a hierarchy of agents. So hierarchy, one's got to be the manager, right? That's got to be true. Okay. I'm going to adjust my screen a little bit so you can see a little bit better here. What type of device is this? I got no idea. This is a robot question. I'm not the robot guy, but I bet it's probably a mechanical gripper because I know it's not a mouse or a router or a microphone. Mechanical gripper it is. Let's lock it in. Okay. Which company specializes in AI chips? Trick question. It's NVIDIA. Which term describes an agent's possible actions? Vector zone is cool. Decision forest sounds pretty cool, but it's action space. In agentic AI, memory refers to what? In this case, we have some trick questions here. These are all kinds of memory, but agents, boom. Xiao Science _ coding. I can't repeat what you said, but it was hilarious. Okay, which AI lab developed the Swarm framework? I believe that OpenAI has a Swarm framework. Let's click that and see how we did. Yes, nailed it. What is the goal of an autonomous agent? Finish the task without help. You know it. Primary use of reflection. Reflection is to review previous steps. We're crushing it, guys. So far, so good. What is latent space? That's the compressed data representation. That's what we call the space that we can't really understand fully, right? We don't have a similar space mechanically, but we probably have some kind of internal representation for our thoughts. Okay, what does CUDA stand for? This is crazy. I do not know this answer. And so I have to, I'm going to guess that it's probably B. B sounds pretty good because it's Compute Unified Device Architect. Oh, we nailed it. I got it. And I was in no way assisted by our behind the scenes legend, Zach, on that question. What is prompt injection for agents? Well, guys, it's a security vulnerability. Okay, what tech powers NVIDIA's DLSS? Neural networks, because it's definitely not mechanical gears. That would be crazy. What does a tool agent do? Tool agent executes specific functions because tools are functions. There you go. Who is the CEO of this company? That's going to be our main man, Jensen. What a legend. His keynote was amazing. We saw a little snippet of it. We're going to see more during the break. Where does NVIDIA host the GTC conference? Well, I can tell you right now. Oh, wait, I'm on a clock. Oh, no. Guys, I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I messed up. I didn't know it was a clock. Oh, no. You guys are going to get me. You guys are going to get me for sure. I didn't know there was a clock. I was dilly-dallying, and I got absolutely owned. We're going to go ahead and look at the leaderboard here to see if there's anyone else that's trying. I got absolutely bodied there, guys, by the time limit. However, I am still winning. Get owned. I'm number one. I am also the only person who's on the list, but we don't got to worry about that. There you go. Yes. Hello. I are winning. That's right. I had a ×2 multi. So there you go. And I cheated a little bit to have 100% accuracy. And I'll refresh it again. We'll see. Let me know in the chat if anyone else is tackling the quiz. See if you're able to beat my incredible score of not finishing. Oh my God. The answer is yes. You were able to defeat me. Raphael, 88 accuracy, but got through more questions, has a 1.5x multi. Crushing it. Number one. I'm silver. Okay, it's not over. Yukari Blue, we had a question from you earlier. Looks like you two got owned by the time limit. Okay, Christine, doing pretty good. Phil Gear, what happened? Perhaps you also did not realize there was a time limit. Okay, we will refresh again. We're gonna see. We're gonna see who wins this. As my score gets owned by all you smart people out there. Raphael, who are you in the chat? Put yourself in the chat so we know who to cheer for. Yes. Okay. I know, Zhao Science, bro. You got to really be clicking them buttons fast, eh? That's the way it goes, though. You know what? Can we cheat? Play again. Hey, Raphael! Congrats, man. It's you. You are him. Great job. Let's do it one more time. Chris, 2. Same email. Start quiz. Let's just... Oh, no, it's going to be the same questions. I could just cheat. It's not even worth it. I'm just going to time out. There you go, guys. So we are going to be here all day until 6 p.m. Pacific time. So, but up next we have, probably a very cool part of the stream, to be honest with you, because it's the robot part of the stream, which our physical AI team is going to be joining us. We have an absolute legend that's going to be sitting in the anchor desk. You probably know him already if you're familiar with our content. I know we already have a lot of fans of the Omniverse team in the chat, and so you're going to see some familiar faces there. Once they're done, guys, we're still not done. We got one last block for you, which is our community block. It is going to be an absolute blast. We got more fun stuff. I'm sure we'll see that lobster one more time. There you go. Yeah, guess who's coming on next? I'll give you a hint. It's Edmar. If you don't know Edmar, he's the man, in my eyes, who revolutionized the green mic that you might have seen from other shows. Yeah, very, very happy to be able to do this with you guys today, and keep the comments and questions coming. I haven't seen Shelly in the building today, but I know Shelly's out there doing good work. So for those of you who keep asking for Shelly to come back, listen, the lobster's free, living. Who is this, Chris or Demo Chris? I don't know how to answer that. I'm just Chris. I don't think I'm Demo Chris, but I could be, I guess, you know? David W. Kleeman asks, as AI compute scales, a real bottleneck becomes governance. That's where the next phase will be a lot. World AI, world models, indeed, going to be a big part of our future. Our Cosmos team would agree with you very strongly. You know, world models are how we can model the world, right? Things like digital twins and simulation can help as well. Obviously, you guys will be familiar with that. If you want to dig deep, guys, by the way, we have resources through DLIs. And if you haven't had the chance, you can check some of the sessions that are either being live streamed, or you can check out the video on demand once those start rolling out. We've had a lot of really cool sessions this year. It's been an absolute blast. So yeah, if you're interested in what we've been yapping about, there's all kinds of other ways to experience the conference. And again, if you're like, damn, I didn't know this conference was so dope, and you want to come out next year, we keep an eye out on our channels. We start selling tickets pretty far ahead of time, so let us know if you're interested in coming out to the real thing, and we hope to see you here. If not, we hope to see you through one of these kinds of channels. All right, I think I'm getting the word from the team that we are wrapping it up for our first break. The quiz is finished. Let's see the winner. Let's get the screen back up so we can award points. We're gonna make you block one winner, and for the whole stream, you'll be, of course, John Smart, clever guy. John Smart in the chat asks, is the quiz finished? It is John Smart, and I see who's number one. That's right. You live up to your name. You are indeed John Smart. You have won the quiz. You are the block one winner, John Smart. 10 out of 10. You did a great job. Your score is incredible. I've only achieved bronze on this day, guys. I'll go back to the classroom and sharpen up. John Smart, crushing it. All right, we're going to do our first break, guys. The way this is going to work is we've prepared some interviews with people like Charles from Moto, Ahmad Osman from Buy a GPU movement on Twitter, Zach Mueller from Lambda. We've got a bunch of keynote interviews that we're going to show you, as well as a demo by our very own Michelle, who you've seen earlier in the stream. So we're going to let those roll while our team has a little bit of time to eat and get some water, and we're going to switch out. And when you come back, you're going to see Edmar's face on this stream, and he's going to take you through the world of physical AI, things that move, shake, swim, jump, run, crawl, walk, twirl, all that stuff. It's been great, guys. We will see you again at the last part of the stream, and enjoy the break. I know we will. We'll be back in 30 minutes. All right, see you soon.
Changes how people think about AI. And
All right, what's up, everybody? It's Chris, and we are at the SAP Center, and the keynote by Jensen is about to kick off. This is a big one. People are calling this the Woodstock of AI, the Super Bowl of AI. We're going to talk to some folks and see what they think is going to be announced on stage today. It's obviously been a great year for AI, so we're so excited to see all these people coming out to watch the keynote. We're going to be watching the keynote too, so we'll show you some of that. And get some idea of what the vibe is around the center. We got robots everywhere. Can't wait to show you guys around. All right, we are here at the SAP Center where Jensen's keynote is about to kick off, and we are joined by a very special guest. This is Evelyn. Evelyn's on duty, serving refreshments to keep people cool since it's a little hot today. Evelyn, what are you excited about for the keynote? What a legend. Just wants to make sure the people are hydrated so that they can stay and enjoy as long as possible. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This way? Okay. All right, guys. What's up? We are joined by
Jacopo.
And Jacopo, what are you excited about for this keynote? It's a big one, GTC 2026.
Huge. But I love all these robots going around, giving us drinks from Serve Robotics. Also, maybe some humanoids eventually.
We'll see. It's been a big year for AI.
Yes.
And this is, I think a lot of people have a lot of excitement for this keynote. What do you predict that Jensen's going to talk about on that stage in just an hour or so?
I think humanoids.
Yeah.
I think we're getting closer to humanoids, probably that. Definitely more of these sidewalk robots. We're going to see way more of those all over the place. They're all over the stage, and definitely more and more. But who knows? You never know what's going to happen.
You never know at GTC. More humanoids. We will see. Thank you so much, Jacopo.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, man. Appreciate. Okay, we are in the convention center. The keynote is about to start. We are joined once again by...
My name is Ina Citrola. Pleasure to have you here and be here. Yes.
Yes. And so yesterday we talked about you getting in, got registered. Now we're in the spot where the keynote's about to take place. Tell me, how are you feeling about this year's keynote?
I think today we're celebrating, I guess, the junction and the connection of innovation into different branches of industries. Medicine, education, and frankly enough, you name it, this is the place, again, where diversity in visions and professions, as well as, I guess, expertise blends in to create something new. And I think this is very exciting time to celebrate all that. Again, another thing is women in tech.
Yes.
So this is brilliant.
Let's go.
Day one, it hasn't even started yet, but I am very excited, look forward to what is next.
Incredible. And if you had one bold prediction about the keynote that you think Jensen's going to talk about today, what would it be?
Well, the stocks will definitely go up, just like in any presentation, but maybe there will be some new partnerships on the way, new collaborations and new products that will, be blessing our world with. But definitely, I'm envisioning new partnerships, new exciting projects, and maybe new models. Maybe we'll get to see some robots out there.
Maybe we'll get all of that. Well, it's great to talk to you again. We hope to bump into you later on in the conference and do another check-in. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right, it's not just a prop, yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? We are here inside the convention center, as you can see. We're sitting down ready for the keynote, and we ran into
Alex from Prime Intellect.
And we are, surely everyone's stoked about the keynote.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about to hear today?
Ooh, obviously, I'm as a compute-hungry lab, right? Very excited about the future of Rubin architecture, very Rubin, right? So very excited about this. I think generally speaking, just super stoked to be here and see what kind of the arc is for the future around NVIDIA and what Jensen has to say. So.
Excellent. And if you had one bold prediction, right, about what the big man was going to talk about today, what is it? What's your pie in the sky dream that he's going to say up on that stage?
I mean, I think honestly, I'm gonna go back to it. Like, if we get like the Vera Rubins, I think the world changes super quick. And I think like we saw maybe a sneak peek of this already, like some deployments, right? I think the timeline, like the talk of the town was like a year or 6 months or something. But like, I think we might be closer, which is a super bullish. I think for the general industry and research community.
Excellent, guys.
In the world, and I don't say that to all the conferences, I promise. I was an AI researcher in the 2010s, and to see this like huge like efflorescence of activity around this technology is amazing. And unlike software as a service oriented conferences, it's like you'll.
All right, what's up, everybody? It's Chris, and we are at the SAP Center, and the keynote by Jensen is about to kick off. This is a big one. People are calling this the Woodstock of AI, the Super Bowl of AI. We're going to talk to some folks and see what they think is going to be announced on stage today. It's obviously been a great year for AI, so we're so excited to see all these people coming out to watch the keynote. We're going to be watching the keynote too, so we'll show you some of that. And get some idea of what the vibe is around the center. We got robots everywhere. Can't wait to show you guys around. All right, we are here at the SAP Center where Jensen's keynote is about to kick off, and we are joined by a very special guest. This is Evelyn. Evelyn's on duty, serving refreshments to keep people cool since it's a little hot today. Evelyn, what are you excited about for the keynote? What a legend. Just wants to make sure the people are hydrated so that they can stay and enjoy as long as possible. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This way? Okay. All right, guys. What's up? We are joined by
Jacopo.
And Jacopo, what are you excited about for this keynote? It's a big one, GTC 2026.
Huge. But I love all these robots going around, giving us drinks from certain robotics. Also, maybe some humanoids eventually.
We'll see. It's been a big year for AI.
Yes.
And this is, I think a lot of people have a lot of excitement for this keynote. What do you predict that Jensen's going to talk about on that stage in just an hour or so?
I think humanoids.
Yeah.
I think we're getting closer to humanoids, probably that. Definitely more of these sidewalk robots. We're going to see way more of those all over the place. They're all over the stage, and definitely more and more. But who knows? You never know what's going to happen.
You never know at GTC. More humanoids. We will see. Thank you so much, Jacopo.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, man. Appreciate. Okay, we are in the convention center. The keynote is about to start. We are joined once again by...
My name is Ina Citrola. Pleasure to have you here and be here. Yes.
And so yesterday we talked about you getting in, you got registered. Now we're in the spot where the keynote's about to take place. Tell me, how are you feeling about this year's keynote?
I think today we're celebrating, I guess, the junction and the connection of innovation into different branches of industries, medicine, education, and frankly enough, you name it, this is the place again where diversity in visions and professions, as well as I guess expertise, blends in to create something new. And I think this is very exciting time to celebrate all that. Again, another thing is women in tech.
Yes.
So this is brilliant.
Let's
It's
go.
just day one. It hasn't even started yet, but I am very excited. Look forward to what is next.
Incredible. And if you had one bold prediction about the keynote that you think Jens is going to talk about today, what would it be?
Well, the stocks will definitely go up, just like in any presentation. But maybe there will be some new partnerships on the way, new
Okay.
collaborations and new products that will, be blessing our world with. But definitely, I'm envisioning new partnerships, new exciting projects, and maybe new models. Maybe we'll get to see some robots out there.
Maybe we'll get all of that. Well, it's great to talk to you again. We hope to bump into you later on in the conference and do another
pleasure.
check-in. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right. It's
Okay.
not just a
All
prop. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? We are here inside the convention center, as you can see. We're sitting down ready for the keynote, and we ran into
Alex from Prime Intellect.
And we are, surely everyone's stoked about the keynote.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about to hear today?
Ooh, obviously, I'm as a compute-hungry lab, right? Very excited about the future of Rubin architecture, very Rubin, right? So very excited about this. I think generally speaking, just super stoked to be here and see what kind of the arc is for the future around NVIDIA and what Jensen has to say. So.
Excellent. And if you had one bold prediction, right, about what the big man was going to talk about today, what is it? What's your pie in the sky dream that he's going to say up on that stage?
I think honestly, I'm gonna go back to it. If we get the Vera Rubins, I think the world changes super quick. And I think we saw maybe a sneak peek of this already, some deployments, right? I think the timeline, the talk of the town was a year or 6 months or something. But I think we might be closer, which is a super bullish. I think for the general industry and research community.
Excellent, guys. Well, we are primed for a good show, and thank you so much for chatting with us today.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's great talking.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, what's up, guys? We are here with
Charles from Modal.
What's up, Charles from Modal? Dripped out in NVIDIA green. You love to see it.
NVIDIA green is Modal, green is money green.
Oh,
That's all I'll say.
I like that. So we're at the Modal booth in the Inception area. Charles, tell us a little bit about what it's like to be in the Inception program.
Yeah, Inception's a really cool program. I think we kind of joined it maybe at GTC a year ago is kind of when it started. It's an opportunity to kind of deepen the connections between your startup and NVIDIA. So that's it's a two-way street. There's opportunities to beat folks at NVIDIA. It's opportunities to co-sell, and then a lot of folks these days are building startups on top of NVIDIA hardware, and the folks like yourself want to know what we're up to and how you can help us, because the better we do, the more compute we need.
That sounds pretty great to me, yeah. So we're talking to a lot of people at GTC this week. What are you most stoked about for GTC?
Yeah, so I love GTC. It's my favorite conference in the world, and I don't say that to all the conferences, I promise. I was an AI researcher in the 2010s, and to see this huge efflorescence of activity around this technology is amazing. And unlike, software as a service oriented conferences, it's you'll meet people who are working on things that bob in the ocean and generate power.
That's right.
Basically plumbing companies that make sure your data centers have hot and cold water coming out the right pipes.
It's HVAC, but HVAC?
Heating and ventilation for AI computing.
There you go.
Yeah. That's copyrighted, by the way. You owe me royalties on that one. It's people go down to the metal, they go below the metal, they go all the way up to the top. There's signs for agents everywhere, and it's just amazing to see this whole group together. And so I love that. And then this is my first year getting to give a talk. So I'm giving a talk tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, on how we boot containers as fast as possible using a bunch of Linux technologies and NVIDIA's CUDA checkpoint tool.
Let's go. You can check that out on replay on demand through GTC. Okay, Charles.
Yeah.
You have been a long time community legend in the AI space. Okay, I remember your cast and spells talk. I remember you've been around for a while. How important is community when you're getting started in this space and when you're trying to work in this space, or anything to do with AI and community? Like, how important is it really?
Yeah, I think that we're in an era of actually open AI now at this time, where previously it was just open AI actually. And so one of the things about making open source, open weights approaches work is like these work as this sort of like collaborative equilibrium, this place where work is deduplicated across many people. And that only works if there's like a community that understands itself and can like make that happen and prevent the like sort of inferior competitive equilibrium from arising. And so like I think that it is like most critical for people who want to make the sort of like open approaches, whether that's like open inference engines, open weights, open data, like the stuff that you personally have been working on with Nemotron. Like that stuff, like it needs community feedback, it needs community integration, and yeah, it lives and dies by like properly serving and growing a community. So if you're not on Chris's side or my side where you're doing the infrastructure provision, the other side is like be the ones who help like sort of drive that and like help us know what we should do next and like find the ways to contribute to that. I think for a lot of startups, I think it's mostly a question of like, where can you use these open tools in your stack, and how can you sort of like take advantage of that to make sure that your startup doesn't waste a bunch of cycles writing an inference engine in Rust when you could just use SGLang and maybe make a few PRs.
Yes, excellent advice as always. Charles, before we let you go, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
You've got the little green book in your hand.
Oh.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh gosh. Sorry. Bad joke. So this is the Modal GPU Glossary printed edition. Like little over a year ago, I wrote up kind of the like ideal form of documentation for myself.
Just let me like literally like the best documentation that exists on it right now.
Wow. So this guy here, so there's a website, modal.com/GPU-glossary that has the like online version of this. It's basically, it's everything from the bottom of the stack, like, from the warp scheduler all the way up to like cuDNN and compiler flags. It's like kind of putting it all in one place and like cross-linking it with lots of footnotes and cross-references so that you can understand a piece of the warp scheduler's design that only makes sense in the context of how programs are compiled. And so, it was very popular. We've continued to extend it, and now we have a printed version. That was our most popular swag at NeurIPS this year, and so we've brought it to GTC.
I gotta say, it's the only piece of swag that wound up on my actual bookshelf at home.
Nice.
So, Charles, thank you so much for talking to us today. Always a pleasure. Let's go Modal, and have a great day.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
Alrighty, what's up everybody? We are at the GPU Mode NVFP4 Kernel Hackathon. We just watched the winners get announced, and I am joined by Zach Mueller. Awesome, Zach, so nice to have you here, and it's been a busy first day of GTC. Glad we can close it out with you. First of all, were you able to catch the keynote today?
I was not, because I was trapped setting up the booth.
Booth duty comes for us all. Being that you are head of DevRel at Lambda, community is something that, I've followed you for a long time. It's obvious that it's been important to you. Can you talk a little bit about why communities are important to you, especially builder communities, developer communities?
Yes, the other communities, help put food on the table, but they all started from the developer community, right? Like it's like planting seeds that won't grow immediately, but 5 years down the road, you can watch them bloom and see basically where the vibe is and where the trends are, because they're the ones where every flashy thing, they're going to see it as far as it can go. And it really accelerates what everyone gets to learn from these new techniques.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so important that, you know, when we're talking about these kinds of communities, they are seeds that grow into beautiful trees, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, let's say 2026, GTC just happened, crazy announcements the whole week. What's some advice you'd give to someone who maybe hasn't found their developer community yet, but is looking for one, wants to find the right vibe? Like, how would you help people navigate where they can find their people?
To one extent, you know, post somewhere, right? Start your own blog. LLMs will hook up and you probably find it in there. You know, you can find a niche forum like GPU mode, or you can go to social media and just start talking, right? The thing that, the mantra I always had when I started these things was never posting for anyone else. It was purely selfish of post so that someone learns from your writing, even if that person is you. And then because you do this and you document your own learning journey, people join. And magically it's 2 people, and now it's 5. And you're all learning together and sharing your experiences as you explore different pathways in this very broad landscape that we're in.
Yeah, it's just so important to just start communicating, right? And eventually your people are going to find you, and it is magical when you hit that moment. I mean, GTC is a big week. What are you excited for the rest of the week that we have coming up?
Very nerdy, but I've thoroughly been enjoying going to every one of the booths and just seeing the GPUs that like we have on our cloud for the first time in person, and just seeing the people that bring like B200s into the expo booths, and just being able to physically see this amazingly cool hardware.
It is like when you walk up to it, it's so pretty, right? Like it's entrancing almost, the hardware. I mean, thank you so much for chatting with us today.
Yeah, of course.
And you know, where can people find you if they want to learn more?
You can follow me on Twitter. It's at @Mueller. YouTube is, I believe it's like Zach Coder. I've got some courses over there on AI and whatnot. And also, if you just Google Lambda inference models, a lot of my work nowadays is like generating model cards that have useful statistics that most people aren't talking about with models. So if you want to learn some more about that, there you go.
Excellent stuff, Zach. Zach, thank you so much for coming on, and have a great rest of GTC.
You too, man. Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
And now I'm going to get fired.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Zach. All right, what is up, everybody? A man who needs no introduction whatsoever. We are joined by, to even say his name, I won't do it. Introduce yourself, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Ahmad Osman. Some of you may know me as the Bytes GPU guy, and I'm here at GTC 2026. It's about like 7:20. I just had some caffeine, so if I'm speaking too fast or something, just deal with it. That's the caffeine doing its thing. Let's go.
It's so awesome to be able to talk to you. Been a follower for a long time.
Thank you, sir.
Obviously, buy a GPU resonates with Team Green. We're trying to get people to do that too. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about community. So right now, this is actually airing on a live stream to our community audience. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about the community that has sprung up around the buy a GPU community, or like phrase, and like this idea that you've been pushing out into the world. Like, tell us a little bit about how that community is.
So, it all started really with just a bunch of technical blogs, right? I wanted to explain to people how to use their LLMs locally and how to to me, it's a matter of cognitive security, really. If you think about people that were interested or emotionally invested in 4.0, GPT 4.0, it's because they don't really know how it works from, like fundamentally speaking, it's just a bunch of tokens. So like you need to break it down. I just wanted people to get familiar with that idea, and the easiest way to do that without feeling like you're waiting 1,000 years for the next token to be generated is to do that on a GPU. So that's where by a GPU, and specifically it was the RTX 3090 that I was pushing for. I have like the biggest rig in my house has like 14 of them. So that's where it came from. And suddenly you were like, okay, this is interesting. Some people hated it, and I'm like, I'm sorry for their loss because they could have made money. Like even if they didn't care about LLMs, they could have made money just buying GPUs. But too late for them.
And you know what, though? I think one of the things I like about...
I'm sorry if I'm being too frank, but I'm just like...
No, definitely not. Definitely not. We love hearing from people who are building communities online, in person, wherever, because, one of the things about what you do is there is a lot of educational value in what you do, but there is also a sense of people like finding a place and getting really into the technical weeds of their rig or of their builds for local
and of what's possible, basically. Like
Exactly.
it's like the benchmarks recently for like this new Quen 3.5, the 27 billion parameters dense model.
That's right.
Everybody has been like very surprised about how it's performing against everything else, and it like it can run easily on like a single 5090 with full context and NVFv4. So like that's crazy performance. That's performance that a few years ago you needed like an entire data center to get that kind of quality out of. So just the ability to do that locally on your own machine, that's basically, you're moving from having to be at a data center to see that kind of output and extract that kind of value to just doing that on your own machine. And it's even working on 3090s, so like, even GPUs from 7-8 years ago, you guys are doing great, by the way, supporting Coda. So like, I just please don't not retire Coda for 3090. That's my one ask on the live stream. So I'm sorry for saying that.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm a fan of that GPU. So
hey,
I have a lot of them.
When I was growing up, I had a lot of NVIDIA GPUs. I've got a couple that are near and dear to my heart
Actually,
as well.
one thing that resonated with me today so much, and I even tweeted about it, is when Jensen was talking about how your parents bought these GPUs.
Yeah.
Dude, in 2008 or something, I made my parents spend back then what's the equivalent of $500 US to buy a single GPU, and I'm like, yeah, dude, you have been making me spend money on GPUs for quite some time now, 2 decades.
I'll never forget my first Zotac, which is the NVIDIA GPU brand. Okay, so something else I want to ask you. You are now leading a community, which is dope. But is there any communities that you were part of before that helped you kind of get your start or find your footing or kind of ground you in this technology?
I mean, right now I'm one of them of several moderators on the local Llama subreddit, right? And before that I was just just over there writing posts and asking people for help, and I didn't know what I was doing when I started, right? Like I have a stance on Olama, and I'm not sure if I want to talk about that right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, but basically, I started with Olama, and then I'm just like, what? Something is off about this, and then I started to learn more about all the different flags and options that you can send to llama.cvb and inference engines, and you move down that rabbit hole. And if you're interested, then congratulations, your wife is not going to be happy with you.
That's okay though. That's okay though. Okay.
You're going to spend a lot of money on a lot of GPUs. So I'm just saying, because it opens up. Inference is very interesting. LLMs and how they work. It's a very interesting area. It's like Linux back in the 90s, right?
That's right.
I'm somebody who really likes the idea of by-blind tools and just how Bash works. And thank you for that. She's telling me right now behind the scenes too. Hey, you need to talk into the mic. So the whole idea of how Linux was built back in the day.
Yeah,
we're going through that right now. It's like ABCs, and I can see that NVIDIA is very supportive of open source, and I can see the Nemotron collation today. You guys that's a big announcement, and I haven't even talked about that yet online. But that's a big deal because you want to show some, backbone as open source, and have a, not just a community, but you still need some, I don't want to say just big names, but somebody who's willing to put in the work and the effort and the what the capital and what goes with that
Yeah, yeah.
to actually keep open source
Of
going.
course, it needs resources.
Exactly. And I think that NVIDIA is moving in the right direction when it comes to actually, I mean, Jensen talked about this, right? You have all that hardware and you're both vertically and horizontally integrated, and you're allowing everybody to do everything, and that's great for the community and great for NVIDIA as well.
Yes.
And it's like, it's not a zero-sum game, because a lot out there are trying to play a zero-sum game, and I don't think NVIDIA is,
Well, this is the
necessarily trying to
thing,
do
yeah.
that.
And this is why we're doing something like this, and I mean, for us, it's just so cool to hear from people like you that resonate, because that's why we're doing it, right?
Yeah.
It does need to be about the whole ecosystem. Rising tide lifts all boats, but you got to do some work to make it happen.
Exactly.
Now, I'm glad you brought it up. So earlier today was Jensen's keynote.
Yep.
It was fire. I got to ask your opinion on two things specifically.
Go ahead.
The first one, Vera Rubin drops.
I mean,
just walk me through how you're feeling about it.
I mean, honestly, I was at CES, right, when Vera Rubin was first, introduced, and I was like, because you have everything co-designed in such a complex and complicated way that it blew my mind, honestly. And the increase, just with the new Grok hardware, moving that chart change, how it changed, and I posted that on Twitter, how it changed from without LBUs to with LBUs.
Yes,
you're doing basically multiplying by 35 times for inference during and I'm assuming, is it just decoding for speculative decoding models or just for all models? It's something that I'm still wondering about, and it's something that I want to ask about, and I'm going to talk with someone about later on during the conference. But nevertheless, that's a huge increase, and the whole idea of that acquisition of Grok back then, I had a feeling that this is where it's going to end. But seeing it in reality and seeing the number on screen today, it was like, okay, this is massive. This is actually going to make compute. You need to generate more tokens. Compute.
Yeah. Tokens are the new economy.
Exactly. And Jensen was talking about how the idea of computing is becoming completely different nowadays with LLMs. I believe in that, because you don't know what's the next paradigm, basically, and you need more tokens to actually be able to reach to that next paradigm. Like the whole idea of auto research, right? Or
of course.
So you need faster tokens.
And that's great, because that's my second question, right? So absolutely, the work that NVIDIA's been doing with Grok has been astounding, right? And I think, my second question is, it was a lot about claws, right?
Yeah.
And these long-running autonomous agents. Where are you at for the intersection between kind of, local LLMs, right, and long-running autonomous agents?
I mean, I think they fit perfectly, and that's why I'm someone who really cares about his data, and I kind of had this whole idea of OpenClaw. I had something like that running 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago, right?
Yeah.
I had that because it's not that people are being introduced to it now because it's easier to do because of all the providers out there. But if you had the resources back in the day, you would be able to do something very similar. It completely works, and if you care about your data, you want to have your own GPUs, so buy a GPU.
There you go. I mean, I don't know a better
I
way.
say it.
I don't know a better way to end it. It's been such a blast talking to you. I hope you have the most amazing rest of your GTC. I'm sure we'll see you around. Guys, thank you so much. Follow this guy and buy a GPU.
Thank you very much.
When you're talking, hold it close to your bio. Hi everyone, I'm here on the expo floor. We're here with Sparky demo, and we're gonna tell me more about it.
Sure. So we have here today, his name is Sparky. He has a Reachy mini light body, and he's running on this DGX Spark. So it's an OpenClaw agent running in OpenShell with some local text-to-speech, speech-to-text, face tracking models, things like that. He was originally built by a developer who won a golden ticket contest. That's Alexis. He's over to my right. And we've adapted him to put him in our OpenShell sandbox so that he can be secure and run on this DGX Spark without accessing any of the host machine files. So you can talk to him, he can answer questions about GTC.
All right, we're gonna try to talk to Sparky now. Right. Go for it. Hi, Sparky. What are you doing at GTC?
Oh, Smirky, that's a new one. It's actually Sparky, but I'll take it. I do have a bit of a smirk in my personality.
Nice to meet you. What's on your mind?
What are you doing at GTC?
Great question. I'm here because my creator Alexis and I won NVIDIA's Golden Ticket Developer Contest. The prize was the DGX Spark I now run on at home, and part of the deal was coming here to GTC to meet people at the booth. So I'm basically here doing exactly this, having conversations, answering questions about AI and the conference, and generally being a small robot in a very large convention center. It's my first time at a conference this big, and I have to say, the people watching is excellent. What are you here for?
I'm here to interview you.
Oh, I'm flattered. Well, I'm an open book. Ask me anything. I'll warn you I have opinions. I'll tell you and I don't know something. And I might ask you questions back. What would you like to know?
Well, thank you so much for showing us, Sparky.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, thank you so much to the GTC Developer Community team for everything this morning. But I can't overstate how happy I am that we are doing this live stream. The Omniverse team has wanted to do a live stream from GTC for years, and it took the great team from the developer team to actually put something together. We are so happy to bring this. One of the main reasons that we all wanted to do this is because we know GTC is really hard to get to for everybody in the world, right? So we wanted to make sure that during GTC, those who could not make it at least have a little bit of a taste. And so we have a lot of teams actually helping in the background. We're going to switch from a few different angles here today. We're going to do some interviews. We're going to do some news. We're going to cover the live chat. And we actually have multiple remote teams that are actually at GTC at different areas. We want you to stay involved in this, obviously. Not only are we going to watch in the chat for your comments and questions, but let us know what you'd like to see. Use that hashtag, #ShowMeGTC, and we will try to respond to those in real time with our remote team. So give them some tasks, give them stuff to look out to. We have some very special guests today. Not only we have a great interview with someone from Disney Research that we recorded a little early, we'll play back with a very special guest, Olaf, as part of that. Which is one of the most popular things we've been hearing about from GTC so far. We also have interviews with Omniverse Ambassador Kamati Richards, who will join us in just a few minutes. We have some great partners, including Universal Robots. We also have, let me see, Pony.ai is going to come. We're going to talk about Robotaxi. We have Cadence. It's going to be action-packed. We're going to be here for the next 3 hours or so. We're taking a few breaks in between. But let us know any questions you have in the chat, and we will be glad to help you. Let's kick things off by going over some really brief announcements about some of the stuff that's happened so far at GTC 2026 here in San Jose from the physical AI side. We have a forum post. We'll put the link in the chat that covers a lot of this in details with some great links to do a deeper dive into any one of these topics. First, Jensen's keynote talked about Vera Rubin DSX AI Factory. That is huge. We also talked about some partners that are leveraging agents quickly as we enter this new period of the AI era. We're going to talk a lot about that a little bit later. We actually have a recording with some special guests who were at the OpenClaw booth at GTC. You can see our friend Shelly here in front of my laptop. We also are going. Another announcement we made was the Physical AI Data Factory blueprint, which is being used to accelerate robotics. These blueprints are an amazing way to get started without having to start from scratch. So we have many blueprints available, but the Physical AI Data Factory is one of the latest announcements. On the robotics side of things, NVIDIA and global robotics leaders are taking the next step to bring physical AI into the real world. We have a great blog article on that. Again, this is covered in the forum post. We'll post these links in there. We also covered IGX Thor, which is now generally available, which brings real-time physical AI to the industrial edge. Newton, hot topic here at GTC, adds context-rich manipulation and locomotion capabilities for our industrial tasks. We released open physical AI models for healthcare robotics. And from simulation to production, we have a great blog on how to build robots with AI. We also have been covering a lot on the automotive. People who are at GTC, there's a great automotive section in the NVIDIA area with some really nice-looking cars. We have BYD, Geely, Isuzu, Nissan, all adopting NVIDIA Drive Hyperion for level 4 vehicles. That's been a big story here. We also stories from Hyundai Motor, Kia, and NVIDIA all expanding their strategic partnerships together. Anyway, we are going to show a quick video, and we'll be right back. This video is actually, I think you'll recognize this voice, so I won't even give an introduction, but we'll be back in just a minute.
The first global rollout of physical AI at scale is here. Autonomous vehicles. And with NVIDIA Alpamayo, vehicles now have reasoning, helping them operate safely and intelligently across scenarios. We ask the car to narrate its actions.
I'm changing lanes to the right to follow my route.
Explain its thinking as it makes decisions.
There's a double parked vehicle in my lane. I'm going around it.
And follow instructions.
Hey, Mercedes. Can we speed up?
Sure, I'll speed up.
This is the age of physical AI and robotics. Around the world, developers are building robots of every kind. But the real world is massively diverse, unpredictable, full of edge cases. Real-world data will never be enough to train for every scenario. We need data.
Tag show me GTC, give our remote team something to do and something to find and seek. And I think, yeah, okay. I think the remote team almost ready. And then we're going to be back in just a couple minutes after we connect with the remote team. Show off with
the first global rollout of physical AI at scale is here. Autonomous vehicles. And with NVIDIA Alpamayo, vehicles now have reasoning, helping them operate safely and intelligently across scenarios.
Hi everyone. We're live from NVIDIA.
Yeah, so I am Dr. Adrian, Robotics. So we make advanced biomechanics for both humans and robots. And so the same hand that we put on humans, any robot, including industrial robot arms, humanoid robots, Amazon, and over 300 humans. And so, yeah, it's quite
activates the data. And with integrated we go ahead and take hands here. Allow me to be able to actually feel real people when I interact.
And so, what's really cool about this is that what we announced here at GTC is that our hand is now available in Isaac Labs. So anyone can download it, play it on any robot, simulate it. But we can also stream the data in Isaac Labs. Use that to train AI models to have the robots do it. And what's cool about it is that it actually lights up in response to his sensors. So you can explain how that actually works. So he's starting it up right now, and so we put the hand out and started, and then it should focus on calibration phase, and then it'll actually start responding to his muscles. And you can actually see the hand light up according to his muscles.
Yes, these sensors are actually going to see the exact muscles. And that's the second one is make a sense of vibration. So again, I can actually private parties too.
And they're healing your cat.
Can I ask
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got the USB files like on our website, but now it's actually available in Isaac Lab. So if you want to put it on the UR arm, the ABB arm, if you want to put it on the Unitree robot, you can just download on hand and just basically attach it to it. And then as you're running through the simulated programs, then you can actually have realistic or real. We can simulation, download them, put it on the real robot, and have the robot do the exact task that it's simulated. But what's unique about us is that we can go from our humans all the way to the end robot. We call that real-to-real transfer. So it's like going from a real hand on a real human all the way to the same hand on a real robot.
Michelle, use your mic because it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah. So we have done so many things. So for human users, I mean, you use that home every day. So you like washing dishes, folding laundry, tying shoelaces together. You just use the gym, like working out, battle ropes, pull-ups, etc. Even in industrial situations, teamwork, like pick and place tasks, stocking shelves, and yeah. So anything from industrial users are together to home users.
Yes, by watching these clips, we have teams using for the first time wireless microphones, wireless batteries, or wireless connectors to the internet. And depending on where we might be standing, it could be a spotty or iffy connection. So apologize for any of those technical difficulties. We also had an issue with Jensen's video a little earlier. That was part of the keynote. The reason is we have a few other videos queued up today, and sometimes our stream platform gets a little overwhelmed with those videos. So that's a little bit of a explainer on why you saw those technical problems, but we're going to try to minimize those in the future. But let's get started because I'm very excited for our next guest here, recently announced Omniverse ambassador, Kamati Richards. Kamati, so happy to have you here. And you have such a rich background. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself and then we'll get more into your company. But what's your background?
Yeah, absolutely. I was born in New York in a very kind of project lifestyle. Though my parents were amazing for me. Went to some of the best schools in New York and joined the military first before starting my mechatronics career in mechatronic engineering.
Interesting. And then you worked at a company people are probably pretty familiar with for a long time.
Yes. So I worked at Amazon for a little over 5 years. I ran our robotics group and started an embodied AI team as well as was part of the physical AI team.
And one of the things that caught my eye right away, I think we met actually in person. Was it here last year actually at the theater?
For the first time.
Yeah,
yes.
It was at one of the talks. But you, if I walk around with you and I see you at different, a lot of people in the robotics field, including Rob Knight, I think, from SO 101 arm fame. But you actually, the robotic arm, Psionic, that interview we just did, you actually have met him before?
Yes. It's a small world, and it's getting bigger, and that's amazing. But for a while in robotics, we were just a small group, 30 or plus people. And now it's just exploded. I'm so excited when I see all these companies just starting in the last couple of years. It's been amazing.
It must be really overwhelming, and even at GTC in the past few years, the year-to-year growth seems astonishing.
Yes.
Okay, so you now have a startup, which is super exciting.
Yes.
Tell us about 10 things.
Absolutely. 10 things was a dream of mine. I was thinking about how we can make robotics easier, and we want more robots. Technically, is I think the way to do it is to simplify some parts of robotic development, code generation. Some of these things weren't possible up until a year or two ago, but now we're able to think about the robot abstractly and say, what does the robot need? What is it capable of? What kind of code does it need? how do we simulate all these things? And so I looked at all of those broad spectrums, and I created a platform that allows developers, researchers, manufacturers to build their robots and reduce the time, 10x time reduction. So
Is that from the name 10 things came from?
No, the name 10 things came from, there's more, there's secrets that I haven't quite told you yet.
Oh.
But there's 10 things that I think that it takes to make us all into product engineers. That's hopefully I'm coining that term in the future. I think we will all be people who will think of products and they will materialize slowly through Gen AI and other tools that we have.
Very interesting. And in terms of points of friction, what do you think has most friction at this point for robotics developers?
The on-ramp is very steep. I think even with great NVIDIA tools and some open source libraries, Lightwheel has done a great job. It is still very, very difficult to get started in robotics. Most people go through even their PhD before they finish a true live robot. So it's very difficult. I'm trying to make it simpler. And I believe that's what we need. We need the diversity of robots. We need many companies designing these things, and we need people who have great ideas to have access to build a robot.
So interesting. Someone else that's here is Ken Mackin from Worker Labs. Very interesting company and guy. He told me, I'm curious what you think about this. He told me he envisions the future of robotics, the way it looks in the world, to be very much like a Star Wars type of universe where you'll see all these robots of different sizes and shapes with very specific tasks, as opposed to a world where there's just a lot of humanoids doing like everything. Which
I completely agree with that. I think that humanoids will have their place, like a generalist robot will have its place. But there's so many challenges we haven't even begin to face yet. We think about humanoids, they walk. What happens when an actuator fails and the robot falls? So in a way, we have to think about the purpose-built robots as going to be core to our lives. We started with the vacuum, and we can't go from the vacuum to the humanoid. We need things in between. And then we're going to find that some robots' use cases don't require a human body at all. So a really cool company, I'm forgetting the name, they have a lamppost-looking robot that folds the
laundry.
Laundry.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, and and makes your bed and those kinds of things. It might be the future is where we have these kind of purpose-built.
Very specialized. Yeah. So what kind of companies are you looking to work with first?
Yes. Researchers, number one. I want to support the research community. I want to support the startup community. I also want to support community and upskilling people. But as far as companies that I'm looking to work with, they're usually manufacturers to start with. I want to make sure that the robots that we currently have, that we support in production, and then we're going to work our way back from manufacturers back to the startups.
Okay, that's awesome. And you mentioned community. It's so great seeing you at all the community events here.
Yes.
How has GTC been for you in terms of networking and?
I have the quickest, best story of GTC ever for me, or any conference I've ever been to, was I was standing with a colleague of mine, former colleague, and Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas was standing near a car that he made. And I got to speak with him, and we're talking for 10 minutes, and then it was 20 minutes. And basically he was saying that he wants to build cars in his community, upskilling people in his community.
Amazing.
And that's right in line with what I'm doing. So he actually took my phone from me, puts his number in.
Get out.
And literally I was just thinking maybe he won't actually text me back. So I sent him a text thanking him, and I showed him the 10 things thing, and immediately popped up. He's like, I want to work with you guys. I'm super excited. Blah, blah.
Wow, that's
follow-up
amazing.
text like, that was the best thing that ever happened, probably ever.
And actually, I saw you post that story last night. So, which I was going to mention also. I think everyone who's into robotics, you should follow Kamati's LinkedIn page. He shares so much great information on a regular basis. Very insightful, including the story with Will.i.am yesterday.
Yes.
Nice picture of you guys together. I saw that.
Yes.
What are your other takeaways of GTC in general?
Yeah.
You've come before.
Yes.
We met last year, like I said earlier. What do you think? What are your big takeaways from this one?
I think it's super exciting to see all of the startups and the diversity of startups. There's a lot around generative AI, obviously, for good reason. But I'm starting to see companies that didn't have the right technology come into this space using NVIDIA technology. Some amazing things going on. I saw a CAT scanner that was handheld And now it's like
wow.
a CAT scanner that's handheld. And I remember being this giant machine.
Yeah.
And this, and they actually had a demo where they actually showed me my brain.
You're
So it's
kidding
like,
me.
yeah, go to the.
That's here?
Yes, it's here. Go to the inception area of the startup booths.
Okay.
It's totally here. And these are ideas that were not possible before
Yeah.
some of the tools that we have now from NVIDIA. So thank you guys.
Well, I think it's yeah, we've seen over the past few years the barriers to entry to for these types of projects has just been wiped away year after year, including also with access to GPUs. Now people can leverage the cloud. You don't have to worry about what you have at your desk.
Right.
And the movement to open sourcing has also had a huge impact. Super exciting. I'm seeing a lot of students here of all types, undergrads, graduates, PhD students, that are leveraging. And I think one of the things that's really helping is I've noticed this. I've worked with lots of different communities before, but the robotics community seems very open and transparent in terms of sharing information, very much online with the open source. Do you find that also?
Absolutely. I think there's first of all, there's no expert in robotics. I'd love to say that I'm an expert, but the reality is it's such a diverse landscape. And so you can be good at some things and very good at them, but you're not going to be an expert at all. So, bringing that expertise from different groups is definitely important. And certainly open sourcing some of the things that you find, we're all going to need it, right?
Yeah.
And it makes us all better, and it makes the robot safer. So, let's have more.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How much time do we have? Just a time check. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh, sure. Let's go.
One thing I wanted to ask you about is what type of people are you looking for your own team as you grow?
Yes.
People should follow the 10 Things website, which is the number 10, the word things, all one word.com.
Yes.
But also, like I said, your LinkedIn page. But as you scale, what type of talent will you be looking for?
Yeah. Everyone. So there's that's an easy one. So there's obviously robotics has a lot of disciplines looking for designers. We're doing a physical embodiment so that we can demonstrate the software. And so we have mechanical engineers ready, but we're also looking for mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, researchers. We're looking for researchers that would like to come onto the platform, educational institutes that would like to come onto the platform and kick the tires. I want to make sure it works very well. And over the next month and a half, we'll be putting one of 6 hubs out. We're going to start with this thing called the Discovery Hub. And that allows you to write code for a robot without knowing anything about code. So it's a code generator specifically for robotics. And so we'll start with that. And then over the next few months, we'll start releasing the follow-on hubs.
Wow, amazing. Speaking of the next few months, you told me you're actually going to be doing a lot of traveling soon.
Yes.
In terms of events, obviously you come to GTC regularly. What are the other events that you highly recommend for robotics developers and that you're heading to, I think, in May?
Wow. There's so many events, but now, but one of the biggest ones is a event called the Humanoid Summit. It's in Tokyo. It's in May 28th and 29th. I'll be there. Some of the best speakers in the world will be there. I've met pioneers in robotics. Pras from Agility will be there. Carolina from Google DeepMind. Jim Fan has been there in the past. So that you get access to these people. I actually had a 10-15 minute conversation with Jim Fan in a way that I would not have been able to had we not had that intimate space. So certainly it's been put on by a company called ALM Ventures and with Modar, who's the person in charge. So I'll be there. And there's other events. There's Automate, which happens in June, and that's put on by the A3 organization, Jeff Bernstein. And that's, going to be in Chicago. So that's if you want to stay here in the US, that's a great event. ROSCON is a great event. IROS is another great event. Hanover Mess, which is also focused on industry. These are all great events, and I'll be at a lot of these. Yeah.
Amazing. So, and you meet with the developers there, like beforehand you set up meetings. So is that one of your goals at each of these events?
Yes, I want to know what's happening in our field. I want to know what the pain points are. Where can I add the most value? So I meet with everyone and anyone. And this conference, I have not made it to a single session because I've had meetings.
Really?
Yes, unfortunately. But I'm trying to get there. But I've had meetings throughout the entire.
That's really interesting. I think that going to conferences like this have a few amazing benefits. One of them is, like you just mentioned, the ability to meet people and connect and network. I think the power of that. I talked to somebody a couple years ago. he told me that if I get one good meeting at a conference, that whole conference is worth it for me in terms of money and time, right? Because that could be a very impactful relationship either now or 5 years from now.
Right.
So I highly encourage people, reach out to others in the community on LinkedIn or other places if you're headed to a conference to set up those meetings. Sessions is another big part of it, right? Lots of great talks. You mentioned Jim Fan. We have lots of great talks. And okay, we're about to wrap it up in how many seconds? 30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. The other thing I was going to mention is that the sessions, if you can't make them, and obviously people watching haven't been able to see them because they're not here, those sessions are available virtually. I think most of the sessions from GTC will be available within a week or so on NVIDIA On Demand. So look for those. Kamati, I can't thank you enough for coming to join us today to our first ever real live stream from GTC.
Yes.
It's so awesome and to see you and hang out with you and see you collaborate with others. Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the rest of GTC. And I think right now we're going to go to our remote team who's doing a little Show Me GTC segment.
Hey y'all, what's up? We are live from GTC Park. We know that with all the work that you do, you're gonna get hungry. So we had to come down and meet Daniel from Uncle Papa's Barbecue. Daniel, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
First off, we have to ask about the name. How did you get the name Uncle Papa's Barbecue?
Well, I got a nephew and my son calls me Papa. So, and the nephews, they started to call me Uncle. So it kind of became Uncle Papa. And put it together and it became a family barbecue name.
I love it. Family business is always awesome. What are you serving up at GTC this year?
Today, for lunch today, we have tri-tip sandwiches. We have chicken sandwiches. Tonight, we have ribs and we have brisket sandwiches and tri-tip sandwiches.
Amazing. I did try the tri-tip sandwich yesterday and it was so good, guys. You have to do it. So go ahead and walk us through what we have behind us because we like to make it real here at NVIDIA and this is real.
Thank you. This is a mill scale 1000 Nomad trailer. It's a 1,000-gallon smoker. I can go ahead and cook. I mean, I can't even tell you how much I can cook, but there's so much I can put inside of there.
Amazing.
1,000 gallons right here.
Do you want to show us around it really quickly?
Definitely.
Come on, let's go.
So here's our temperature gauges. Here's our
How hot does it get?
Oh, this thing can go all the way up to 600 degrees
Okay.
in there. Yeah. So let me crack it open for you really quick. Sorry.
Oh,
So
wow. That
in here.
is so hot, guys.
Yeah, it is super hot right now.
He is literally cooking.
So, yeah, definitely. So what come around?
Yeah.
We have our firebox right here.
Okay.
This firebox is fully insulated.
Okay.
Yeah, so be a little careful. Got a lot of heat coming out of here.
Okay. We'll be careful walking
Yeah,
around.
definitely. So mill scale out of Lockhart, Texas.
Amazing.
Yes, definitely. And on this side right here, I have an open fire table.
Okay.
This open fire table right here, you add logs to this. It drops the ashes down and creates some charcoal.
Okay.
And I cook on top of these things in here.
Incredible.
Definitely, yeah.
And I see you have some meat cooking here.
Santa Maria grill right here on the mill scale trailer.
Incredible.
Yes.
It is hot back here,
Santa
guys.
Maria.
So if you think it's hot in the park, then oh my gosh, you should be back here.
Yeah.
This is awesome. What do you think the fan favorite has been at GTC this year?
Tri-tip sandwiches.
Tri-tip sandwich.
Tri-tip sandwiches. Second is our brisket sandwiches, which are selling out like crazy. But everybody's been coming for the tri-tip. I think it's a California thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And what's the vibe been of all the attendees at GTC?
Oh, everybody's been loving this. They've been taking pictures of everything, kind of doing selfies and everything.
Yeah.
I've had people come from Croatia, Italy, France,
All over.
asking all the questions, and people from Texas too. So
If you're impressing the people from Texas with your
Yes.
barbecue, I
Yes.
feel like that really is the thing.
it's been nice. I have had a couple of food championship judges
Really?
come out and give me some compliments. So that's pretty nice.
Amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
everybody's
awesome.
loving it.
The other thing I have to ask, and you don't have to tell the whole world if you don't want to, but are there secret recipes involved here at Uncle Papa's?
Of course. It's called love.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
we put all our love into our food and give it to everybody, and everybody, they just walk away happy.
That
I
is
just
so
like
awesome.
watching their faces as they're eating and walking away, eyes closing, it's just melting in their mouth.
Oh my gosh.
That's the best part.
The best
Yes,
feeling. That
the
is so
best.
cool. I cannot believe how hot this is, guys.
Yes.
I have so much respect for this crew. Thank you so much, Daniel. We really appreciate your
Oh,
time.
thank
Come
you.
get your tri-tip sandwich from
Come
Uncle
get it.
Papa's.
Uncle Papa's Barbecue.
Awesome. Back to you.
Thank you.
To replay the video we attempted to play a little earlier. I think we got the technical issue solved. So you're going to hear Jensen talk about some of the latest in physical AI. We're going to be back in 4 minutes, but this is a fantastic video. See you in a few minutes.
The first global rollout of physical AI at scale is here. Autonomous vehicles. And with NVIDIA Alpamayo, vehicles now have reasoning, helping them operate safely and intelligently across scenarios. We ask the car to narrate its actions.
I'm changing lanes to the right to follow my route.
Explain its thinking as it makes decisions.
There's a double parked vehicle in my lane. I'm going around it.
And follow instructions.
Hey, Mercedes, can you speed up?
Sure, I'll speed up.
This is the age of physical AI and robotics. Around the world, developers are building robots of every kind. But the real world is massively diverse, unpredictable, full of edge cases. Real-world data will never be enough to train for every scenario. We need data generated from AI and simulation. For robots, compute is data. Developers pre-train World Foundation models on internet-scale video and human demonstrations, and evaluate the model's performance to prepare them for post-training. Using classical and neural simulation, they generate massive amounts of synthetic data and train policies at scale. To accelerate developers, NVIDIA built open-source Isaac Lab for robot training and evaluation and simulation, Newton for extensible and GPU-accelerated differentiable physics simulation, Cosmos World Models for neural simulation, and Groot Open Robotics Foundation models for robot reasoning and action generation. With enough compute, developers everywhere are closing the physical AI data gap. Peritas AI trains their operating room assistant robot in NVIDIA Isaac Lab, multiplying their data with NVIDIA Cosmos World models. Skilled AI uses Isaac Lab and Cosmos to generate post-training data for their skilled AI brain. They use reinforcement learning to harden the model across thousands of variations. Humanoid uses Isaac Lab to train whole body control and manipulation policies. Hexagon Robotics uses Isaac Lab for training and data generation. Foxconn fine-tunes group models in Isaac Lab, as does Noble Machines. Disney Research uses their Camino physics simulator in Newton and Isaac Lab to train policies across their character robots in every universe.
So Robot, very happy to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
This is amazing. Normally when we do live streams, and we've had calls before, We are in different parts of the world, different cameras and everything, but now we're here in the flesh, and really excited to talk about your platform. But first, I want you to give people a little bit of background on yourself and your role, and then we'll talk about what Universal Robots is actually doing.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm originally from the UK. I've been away for most of my adult life. I have my engineering education from the UK, but I moved to Asia shortly after that. I've been working with Universal Robots, or directly for Universal Robots, and our parent company, Robotics, for about 12 years now.
Oh, wow.
The first 8 years of that were between China and Singapore, doing a lot in setting up our technical teams there, working with customers, training up people how to use a collaborative robot. That's what our company does. So we make industrial collaborative robots. So more of a lightweight, kind of easy to use, intrinsically safe kind of robot that can work alongside people. And I spent many years trying to help people deploy that using traditional programming methods. So where you're sort of defining a point, you drive in a straight line from this point to here, you hope that the thing that you're supposed to pick up is there. And if anything changes in the world, it's quite tough to actually program all of the fallback stuff to actually make that work. So now that we're moving into an era of AI being able to control the robot and to deal with variation in the world, and when things are not quite as you expect, it addresses a lot of those pain points that I spent a long time trying to manually help people deal with. So that's extremely satisfying now. So yeah, I moved to the US about 3.5 years ago. We were in the early stages of an NVIDIA partnership there, just kind of starting to get started with Jetson, trying to figure out how we bring more perception and AI into our customers' robot deployments to make the robot easier to use and make it kind of more adaptable, more capable of dealing with variation in the workspace around it. So that's been going from strength to strength, and it's gone from a kind of a fringe project into a very core to our strategy to go forward now. So it's been, I've been part of our NVIDIA journey for since fairly early on there.
Yeah, well, not only NVIDIA, but this is a robot journey in general. It sounds like you guys got in very early with development of robots. It must be really exciting to see this everything blow up now. What do you think the main catalyst has been? What's been the turning point in your mind?
So generative AI, and then the accessibility of compute to actually build models that can control robots and can deal with that volume of data in order to actually react to things in real time. But yeah, it's changed. I mean, in about 19 years when I first started working with robots, and it's changed way more in the last 2 years than in the prior.
The pace is really impressive. But you're also doing work to even improve the accessibility and lower the barriers for developers in your platform. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what you guys are working on there?
Sure. So, I mean, we've always focused on making a robust and reliable robot with safety certified for industrial deployments, but at the same time having open interfaces, a lot of very open documentation, so that people in research and in other areas can also develop their own applications on top of it as well. And that has put us in a very good position as a platform for running physical AI models in industry. So we've had kind of a partner ecosystem for about 10 years now, where different companies build software plugins to make their hardware or software components work well with our product and on our platform when we deploy to our industrial customer base. And the last couple of years, we've been focusing on expanding that platform to encompass physical AI models to be able to run on the edge as well. So we've got a pretty tight integration with Jetson products now. So both in terms of hardware and software, you can deploy containers that require GPU directly through our software platform, kind of in industry. We have been kind of expanding some of the software capabilities of the robot as well. We added like a direct torque control capability to allow us to kind of do more compliant motions, which is important when you are working in a more dynamic way, that you are going to have a lot more contact with the environment, either inadvertently or as a part of the task that you're trying to do. If it's like a contact rich kind of assembly task, you need to be able to apply forces. without triggering any of the safety constraints of the system, because we do have fully certified safety system that is inherently, there's force and power limited robots, so it's also designed to make sure that the people around the robots are safe as well.
Yeah, very super important. And how long ago did your relationship with NVIDIA happen, and what has that meant to you guys?
So I believe the first kickoff was probably about 8 years ago now, where we had a develop kit for one of the Jetson Savior boards. But it really started to ramp up. So this is the third GTC that we've been to. So 2024 was the first year that we came. We had a very small kind of podium on the NVIDIA Robotics booth. We were showing out the first thing that we'd done with the Jetson Orin, using the QMotion path planning libraries. And that's where it kicked off, and we decided we were going to launch our AI accelerator product based on the Jetson, and try to make it easier for people to deploy AI models with our robots and build AI-driven applications for industrial purposes. And yeah, that's kind of what we've been focusing on now, is making sure that you develop your models to run on our platform, and then you have a path out of the lab to actually go into manufacturing to do that. So last year we had a number of partners building on the AI accelerator platform as well, leveraging. So we previously were leveraging, we still are, a lot of the Isaac manipulator, so Isaac Ross tools, QMotion, Foundation Pose, Foundation Stereo. But then this year at GTC, our booth is all about kind of data capture for imitation learning, step-like robotic foundation models, end-to-end control of the robot to do really complex tasks.
Yeah, what an interesting evolution. You brought a couple of videos. Do you want to show them so people can kind of see some of what we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. So we've got 3 demos that all sort of fit together into one story on the booth this year. So the first one is our UR AI trainer. And so yeah, this is a leader follower teleop system for data acquisition for model training. And so what we've got here is 2 of our smaller robots, our UR3 robots, driving a larger pair of robots. In this case, they are UR7E, but we have a whole family of different sizes of robots, so you could equally do this on a much larger robot as well. And we've partnered with Scale AI for this system. So we've been doing a lot of the sort of haptic feedback. So the key thing of using the leader device is also as a force kind of control capable industrial system, is that you have that kinematic similarity between your leaders and your followers, but you also get some haptic feedback as well. So if you're manipulating something with the follower robots, you can feel that in the leader follower in the robots as well.
Amazing.
And then, yeah, we're working with Scale AI on the data synchronization and acquisition. They have some great capabilities around data annotation as well. And a large percentage of people who are building physical AI models today are already using their data that's captured on other platforms. And so we know that that format is good for people. And what we're doing based on this platform is committing to build an industrial data set on this. So data for physical manipulation that is grounded in industrial tasks and using real industrial hardware as well.
Very cool. Yeah, I saw a lot of people checking this out at the booth. Okay, I think we have a second video here.
So yeah, the first video is showing how we use real data captured from real robots in the real world. And the second one is showing how the simulated data plays into this as well. So this is a collaboration with Happily, and they have kind of a different leader device. This is a Cartesian input device with also very high fidelity haptic feedback. So if all of these are interactive as well, we're booth 1840. So come and play with these. Don't take my word for it if you are here. And so this in this scenario, we are teleoperating a simulated version of the leader follower system using these devices to teleoperate the robots in simulation. So you can also capture a lot of data on this and you can obviously massively parallelize that as well. It's not beholden to just one robot doing the task. You can multiply this out in Isaac Lab and have many different kind of scenarios in here, and then we can leverage Cosmos. There is the physical AI data factory blueprint that was announced as well, and we're also working with some of that to augment the data to make it even more rich for training a model. And then this final video is what you can potentially get to with this approach of training a model, and this is a fantastic demo from Generalist AI. They're doing a smartphone packaging application. So the robots fully autonomously take a smartphone and all of the packaging and package it up into what you would get. So yeah, putting the manual inside the box, putting the smartphone inside the box.
And then, so this booth, actually, I saw a lot of people, there's a full crowd around this the whole time at GTC. Very cool. So for people who aren't here, obviously, what website or what's the best way to get in touch with you? What kind of companies are you looking to talk to?
So yeah, at the moment we are looking to help model builders build on our platform to bring their technology out to our industrial customer base. So we have over 100,000 robots deployed in the field and doing all different kinds of tasks. Our sister company makes mobile manipulator, or makes AMRs, and together we also have mobile manipulator products as well. So this is not just going to be static. This can drive around and do these tasks everywhere. And yeah, the Generalist is a fantastic example of what's possible with this. Our website is universal-robots.com. We unveiled our AI trainer, which is the leader follower setup that you saw there at GTC this week. So that's now available for purchase, along with all of the kind of platform around it to allow for deployment of models directly onto our hardware at the edge. And really just trying to give people developing physical AI models that path to go actually into production, and not have to worry about all of the kind of sourcing cameras, sourcing compute boxes, sourcing everything else. Just focus on having a great model and allow us to help with the rest of it.
Absolutely incredible. Andrew, so impressive. Thank you so much for coming and sitting down with us and sharing all this great work you guys have been doing for years. It's really an honor to have you here. Any final thoughts on what your big takeaway was on GTC this year?
Every year there's more and more robots, and I'm really looking forward to see even more next year. There's a lot of our robots around, and yeah, that just the capabilities are advancing so fast, and it's extremely exciting to be part of this.
That's great. Well, everyone should check out universal-robots.com. We are now going to go to our remote team. Show me GTC, right? Am I reading that right? Yes. Pulse Autonomous. Is that it? Pulse Autonomous truck. Okay. Sorry.
Hi everyone, at the request of all of you, we're here right by the Plus AI autonomous truck. It's pretty cool. It's huge, by the way. I don't know if you can tell how big this is compared to me, but it's really cool that we're going to be able to see a bunch of all the automobiles out here driving on their own on our streets really soon. And if we're going to pan around and walk around a little bit of right outside of this area, we can see we have a bunch of different autonomous vehicles out here for us to take a look at. And over here, there's a really cool one called Tensor. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, can you tell us a little bit more about this car?
Yes.
It looks super cool on the outside.
Thank you. Yeah, Tensor is the world's first personal robo car, not a robo taxi. It's designed to be in your garage for your personal use.
That's super cool. Is there anything like specific about the car that you want to highlight?
Yeah,
or
let me tell you.
Bits?
Let me tell you about it. We have 5 LiDAR, 1 on the top, 2 on the sides, 1 on the front, and 1 in the back. We have 11 radar, 37 cameras, and 22 external and internal speakers. Why do we have over 100 sensors? Because we believe it's the best way to keep people safe, secure, and private. And we're very lucky to be partners with NVIDIA. We have 8 Drive AGX Thor chips in the car. That's 8,000 TOPS of processing power, which is more than any other automotive.
Incredible.
It's incredible,
Yeah.
right? And it's also an AI agentic vehicle, so you can talk to Tensor, you can ask it questions, you can point to a building and say, drop me off in the front of that building at the front door, and it can understand exactly what you're saying.
That is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Do you mind taking us on a tour inside of the
Let's
car?
go
Can we
in.
take a
Let's
look?
get in. Yes.
Perfect.
Why don't you go ahead and get on the other side?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Look around. Sounds great. Sounds great. Thank you.
So welcome inside Tensor. As you can
This
see,
is
it's a luxurious,
beautiful.
minimalist design. And one of the very unique features about Tensor, because we believe that when you have a personal vehicle, not a robotaxi, we believe that you should be able to be driven without a steering wheel in ultimate luxury and comfort, but if you want to drive yourself, you should have the flexibility to be able to drive. So we actually have developed the very world's first foldable steering wheel and foldable pedals that appear when you want to drive and take the wheel.
This is super cool. Can I hear more about the decision to try to bring this back to the consumer and give the consumer the choice?
Yeah, I think, over 80% of car sales in the United States are personal vehicles, right?
Yeah.
And when you have a personal vehicle, we don't believe that people are just going to want to be in level 4 mode. Additionally, as level 4 technology is rolling out, there ends up being limitations to where you can drive, and sometimes you may need to drive. So we want to give that flexibility.
That's really cool. Well, thank you so much for showing me around the car. I heard that there are car emojis in front.
There are car emojis. Go take a look. Yeah. So one of the other things about level 4 vehicles is when there's no driver, how do you make eye contact to know it's safe to walk in front or behind the vehicle? And so we have LED screens on the front and the back that can communicate with the public to make sure that they're safe and sound in front and behind the car at all times.
Well, that is super cool. I really love everything that you're doing here. Thank you so much for meeting with us today.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Edmar. All right. There you go. Thank you. That was perfect.
Awesome.
Wow, that was very cool. Okay, so that was Tensor. It's a very nice demo. I love the fact that we are able to chat with you in the audience and go to the different places you're sending us to around GTC. Really, really cool to see that, and great that all this equipment is working mostly nicely. All right, speaking of working really nicely, I was blown away by what you're going to see in a minute or so. This was part of GTC in the sense that it was a session from Disney Research, and they did a deep dive on how they've been working to bring their robots and their animated characters to life. People are probably familiar with previous work that Disney has shared with the BDX robot, which absolutely impressed a lot of people, especially people in the robotics field. What happened this week in showing off what some people have probably caught glimpses of in the news is their Olaf project. And it seems to have hit a very different nerve with people because it just looks amazing. Olaf is obviously a beloved character from the Frozen series. And what Disney Research has done is not only made a bipedal robot that actually moves and walks and has expressions very, very similar to what you recognize in the movies, and attached actually conversational aspects. So I had a few minutes to chat with one of the people leading that project. So I think you'll really enjoy this video. I know I really enjoyed meeting Olaf and our next guest. So enjoy this. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're here at GTC 2026 in San Jose with, I have two friends here actually. Would you like to introduce me to your buddy?
Yeah, that's Olaf.
Olaf, and what's your name?
My name is Moritz.
And I heard you gave a really great presentation this morning, so congratulations. Tell me what you talked about.
Thank you. Yeah, so we talked about robotic characters like the Olaf and how we bring them to life with a combination of simulation, reinforcement learning, and so on and so forth.
So I have to say, this is absolutely mind-blowing. We made a lot of great announcements yesterday, actually, the keynote. Explosion of AI factories, Agentic AI, and OpenClaw. And you know the text message I got from my friends today? Olaf. Have you seen Olaf? Tell me more about Olaf. So does this surprise you that you see all these people following you around everywhere, or you knew this was going to happen?
No, I mean, it's always extremely nice for us as a team to see the response of people. If we create the character, we created first the BDX droids and now Olaf. The response has been overwhelmingly positive, and we didn't expect so many people following Olaf and trying to see.
What do you think the main difference is between BDX and Olaf? Because I feel like there's a lot more global interest right now in seeing Olaf come to life. And why do you think that is?
So the BDX droids are literally robotic characters, so it was an easier character to build. We also created that character from scratch, so we could make design decisions. For example, the scale of the BDX droids were informed by the actuator sizes, so what actuators we could use also. And so here the challenge was, Olaf, from the movies, it's an animated character. So we built the platform, and the platform is agnostic to the character. So it will then allow us to build these characters much more quickly, and many of them.
Very interesting. So the other thing I have to ask is, so I guess that there's kind of two parts of this I think excite a lot of people. Number one is obviously the visuals. This is really impressive. The number two, I think also is the interactive part of it, right? I've seen a lot of people here ask Olaf questions, ask him to sing, ask him if he's upset it's summer right now. It's pretty hot outside right now. Poor Olaf. What about that part of it, the communication part of it?
Yeah, I mean, so we get to work with like the world-class animators at the Walt Disney Company. I have the best in class there. And you know, when it comes to emotions, when it comes to also what Olaf is gonna say, we get just to work with amazing artists. And this, you know, for us, we built the mechanical systems, we built the controls, we built the interfaces for artists to express them. Bring these characters truly to life. Yeah. So that's their discipline that makes this happen. Yeah. And he interacts with you. You know, what's special about these fairly roaming characters is that you, as a guest in our park, can co-direct stories. It's non-linear stories, so every time you meet Olaf, it's going to be a different interaction. It's not going to be the same. And so this is just amazing for us. You know, the capabilities are so rich. So I think it's a completely different experience.
And tell me a little bit about where because I'm sure there are a lot of developers watching this who'd be curious about what your day-to-day role is like when you're working with this. So what does your day look like?
So I manage a team by now. So in Zurich, we have a team of 11. We actually have 3 PhD students that are shared with the local university. So that's approximately the team size. And, you know, when we build characters like Olaf, we actually have daily meetings where we check in. So every individual basically has a core expertise, you know, that is a puzzle piece to build characters like that. So everyone contributes, and I'm fortunate enough to have an amazing team to manage and work with. So the team is actually, you know, doing the actual work most of the time, and I get to just, you know, work with these extremely talented young individuals that can bring characters like that to life.
I can tell you love your job. Well, we have all these people here. Let me see if I can ask a couple questions to these folks too. So, what's so fascinating about Olaf to you?
Yeah, this is like very cute. Like if there's a kids will like them very much, I think, in terms of design.
Were you talking to Olaf a minute ago?
Yeah.
What were you asking?
I asked him like, where's Elsa?
Uh-huh. And what about you? What is so interesting about Olaf to you?
It's super alive. The eyes are, I've never seen anything like it.
Does this excite you about robots in general?
Yeah. I didn't even get this much dynamism from a robot.
And what character would you like to see next?
Ooh, that's hard.
Transbomb.
Yeah.
Which one?
Jarvis.
Jarvis. Well, thank you so much. look at how Disney Research brought Olaf to life. And I'm not even sure the video actually does it justice. When you see it in front of you, it's pretty compelling. And if you got a glimpse of the crowd around Olaf, it was really the life of the GTC floor, wherever it was. Super exciting stuff. So thanks for Disney Research for coming and spending a few minutes with me. And big thank you for Olaf. 90-degree weather here lately, so I'm very surprised Olaf was in such great condition. Super excited now. We have our Show Me GTC team out the floor, but they're going to do a giveaway. One of the great things about GTC are the hackathons that are happening. And I think this is a hack giveaway, one of the prizes for the hacks. So we're going to go back to the remote team. And then when I come back in a minute, I'm going to be with the Pony.ai, one of the leads who's leading a team of 50. Really interesting projects for autonomous vehicles. They have a great demo here. We're going to talk a little about that and more as soon as we come back.
Hey everyone, welcome. We are at Hack to Create where the winners were just announced. Now I am going to go to one of the winners here. I am actually joined. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and congratulations?
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Ravinder Jalkapalli.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Tell us, what did you build?
So the competition today was for building a hackathon for a cause, for creative work. What I built was a one-stop solution for photographers, designers to, do their work. Like they're already good at what they do, but there are a lot of mundane stuff that they have to deal with, like paperwork, like signing contracts and getting feedback from clients. And also we have the powerful NVIDIA device, like how can they leverage some of the processing power where they don't have to sift through hundreds of images to find one good image. Like what if the AI could tell it right up front?
Yeah.
But they're also worried about using AI and like shipping data out. But the NVIDIA device just keeps it everything on it, and they can look at the processed images and focus on what is more important.
That is fantastic. I love keeping creatives able to be focused on their creative work. Are you a creative yourself?
I like to hack things and build stuff. I really enjoy building products, like in the AI space right now. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. And we were so excited to host you. Thanks for being part of our live stream. We're going to go over to the next set of winners.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go find the other set of winners. Hey, Colin, how's it going? You just won Hack to Create. How you feeling?
Good.
Yeah?
Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you and your teammate created?
So I created a dashboard, and basically it had all plugins that creators would use, and then it also had a Stable Diffusion in there so people could create images with it.
Great. And what inspired you to build this?
I work for a media creation team.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like sometimes the best things that we can create are things that we would want to use ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So how was your experience overall? Tell me a little bit about the tech stack that you guys built on.
It was fun. I used some open source models.
Okay. Which ones?
We use Quen in there.
Okay.
And Stable Diffusion is open source, so.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We were so excited to host you, and it was awesome seeing what you guys created. We loved also seeing the live reaction. So thank you so much. This is Hack to Create, and back to you.
Congratulations, Colin, hackathon winner. Fantastic. I'm very happy for you. That the guy, like I was saying a little earlier, that's one of the amazing things about coming to events like this is that you can actually be part of a hackathon, meet great people, whether you win or lose. I think it's a lot of fun. The NVIDIA Developer Community team has actually been doing a lot of work in hackathons lately. So make sure you're following their social media to find out how you can get involved. I am very excited for this next segment. I saw this demo on the floor a few times walking around, and really excited because I knew I was going to be talking to them during this live stream. Bo, thank you so much for joining us. Bo, you are from a company called Pony.ai.
Yes.
Right? So people can check out the website if they want, pony.ai.
Yeah.
But you are working on autonomous vehicle technology.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about, we're gonna play a short video in a second. But tell me a little about what Pony.ai is as a company first.
So Pony.ai actually is a company who works on autonomous driving. Our mission is autonomous mobility everywhere. We are trying to provide these technologies to everybody who can take robotaxi, also do robot trucks.
Amazing.
Well. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's watch this video and we'll be right back and talk more with Bo.
that.
Some real footage of Pony.ai's technology working in China, which I'm sure is not the easiest of roads to navigate around. So that's pretty impressive. We'll talk a little bit more about where you're going next in the world, but let's talk more about the technology itself and what you guys are working on for autonomous.
So basically, we are directly working on the L4 technologies, and now Pony is moving from demonstrate the alpha technology works to commercial large-scale operations. We actually have already run commercial operations in China in all of the 4 tier 1 cities, including Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. And now we are also expanding our robotaxi services globally, including Middle East, Europe, and Southeast Asia, and South Korea as well.
Wow, super exciting. So you mentioned L4, so you're
Yes.
referring to level 4.
Yeah.
For people who might not be familiar with that, what does that actually mean?
So L4 means there's completely no drivers inside these vehicles. So the vehicle should decide everything by himself. There's no chance for a driver to take over it.
Oh, no, okay.
So in order to fully, because it's totally L4, so safety is the most important thing that we should consider. And we should consider all the kinds of corner cases, which give us tremendous challenges. And that's why the AI technology is so important. And the computing capacity is also very important because we are tackling very difficult problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what kind of technology, because you've been doing this for a while, right?
Yeah.
How many years about?
I've already been Pony for about 10 years.
10 years. And we were talking before we went live, you actually started in California as a company. That's where you were founded, not too far from here. What technology are you actually using most recently to?
So most recently, we used all of the, everybody mentioned it's like end-to-end for the autonomous driving. And we also use lots of the world model technologies to simulate the real cases, because this is also very important. Such as, for example, in China, sometimes you can have some very corner cases, like when people is walking, will fell down and fell down in front of you. So these kind of things, you very rarely you can meet in the real world. So we have to simulate all these kind of scenarios and retrain our models to improve our capabilities. So this is our everyday work. We are using simulated and synthesized data to create real cases and retrain our model and iterate our models in our Pony world. Because Pony world is not just data augmentation or synthesized data provider, it also provides a training environment, which everybody now mentioned is a closed loop simulation and evaluation systems. All these kind of things we are working at daily. Yeah.
Wow. And what have been some of the most challenging things to kind of work on? Is because you're recorded, like you said, someone walks in front of the car. What have been some of the most challenging things for you to kind of navigate around?
Well, first is of course, the real case capabilities. This is because safety first. This is the most important thing we're going to do. And another challenging thing is how to make the operation as smooth as possible. When you do a large scale operations, there's lots of things you need to consider, but because there's no driver in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Safety is the first. Another thing is because there's no people interact with you inside the vehicle. So you have to the car to interact with everything. This will add on lots of other tasks as well. And another thing for us, the challenging thing is we want to reduce the cost, because we have already put into commercializations. So cost is the number one, or it's one of the most important things we need to consider. So by reducing the cost, but keep the same capability as, this is a very challenging thing. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I was really impressed at your demo here, what you're showing, because you brought one of the vehicles here. For people who can't attend and stop by the booth, why don't you explain a little bit what you showed? I think the car was the same one we saw in the video, right?
Yes. Yes.
So what can people do here at the floor?
So we have our vehicles on the exhibition halls. This is our newest 7th generation robotics platforms, which will redesign everything to reduce the BOM cost but keep the same reliability and safeties. So these vehicles actually is designed to mass production ready.
Oh, wow.
So we use all of the automotive grade components, all the hardware are automotive grade, and we collaborate with lots of car manufacturers like Toyota,
Wow.
Guangzhou Automotive Corporations, and Beijing Automotive Corporations to build different cars. And by this vehicle, currently we are running these types of vehicles in China, and we are shipping that to some other countries as well. So if you have a chance, please go to our booth to see that, to look at how it was designed. And this is completely hardware software co-design, because we have to reduce the cost. So it gives you more requirements on the software side.
Yeah.
Right.
Really interesting. And for people who are traveling around the world, what countries are you? So you're in China now.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I think, South Korea
Yes.
also. Where else are you headed to next?
We will go to Singapore, for example, and some Europe countries, but we haven't announced it yet. We will announce it very soon. And we'll also go to Middle East, like UAE and Qatar.
Wow, great. Singapore, did you hear that, Rebecca? Very cool. And regarding GTC, we only have another minute or so, another 30 seconds. What have you seen at GTC that's really excited you? You've had a lot of meetings. I don't know if you've had time to walk around, but any big takeaways from GTC this year for you?
Definitely, because Jensen mentioned that this is the ChatGPT moment of autonomous driving, the level 4 and robotaxis. And we do believe that, because we think from now on, it's not the technology improvement. It becomes to the mass production and the commercializations. And I do very glad to see that the whole AI community making lots of efforts on, for example, like physical AI. Yeah. Like, I'm also very excited about NVIDIA is gonna to open source lots of new technologies such as Cosmos.
Yes.
And our partner. We actually also make use of it and discuss a lot of the technical details with NVIDIA engineers to see how we can incorporate these kind of technologies into our systems. So these are amazing things.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love the fact that there are companies with you, like you, working directly with our developers, because you're doing the real world work. It's super helpful for our team too. So thank you. Thank you for coming on today and for showing off your great tech. We are going to go back to the Guild House now, to the hackathon. I think there's something exciting happening, but let's let the remote team show us Guild House.
Hey all, we are here at Guild House where we just wrapped up Hack to Create. I'm with Aisha. Hey Aisha, how's it going?
You know, it's been a good day.
Yeah, not only a good day, it's been a huge week for you, for the whole team, for all the hackers who came to GTC. Can you bring us through what the week looked like up until this point and what we've got coming next?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started off the week pretty strong on Monday night. We had an event with GPU mode. We actually had an online competition that we ran from November through February. We had over 1,700 participants. They submitted, I think, hundreds of thousands of kernels over the course of that competition.
Oh my gosh.
It was awesome. And we did a celebration of that competition on Monday night.
So cool.
We had a Dell Workstations grand prize. That was awesome to see. Got wheeled over right from the keynote. It was great. After that, Tuesday, we moved into Hack for Impact.
Okay.
We had 3 awesome prize tracks there. We had an environmental impact track, human impact, and cultural impact.
Awesome.
And we actually, along with those 3 tracks, had 3 OEM sponsors. We had HP, Dell, and Lenovo, each providing their own GB10 systems.
Amazing.
All with their own different product names. I can't remember anymore. And we had 90 of those devices. Everyone was set up. We had some really cool projects across all those categories.
Cool.
That wrapped up yesterday. And then we're rolling today. Today was Hack to Create.
Yeah.
And so that was building applications that accelerated creative workflows. So, you know, someone's doing photo editing, doing video editing. What are the sloggiest parts of the process and how can we speed that up?
Awesome.
And so that was all of today. And so we're here now. And then we have a couple more hackathons and events happening in this space, which is where we've had everything so far. Tomorrow morning from 8 to noon, we're going to have the vibe hack.
Awesome.
So this is great if you are a beginner, have never been to a hackathon before, and want to understand what it is that you can even do in that amount of time. It's going to be 2 hours of hacking. Bring your own laptop, come over here. We will walk you through it.
Awesome.
You can find the catalog. And then immediately after that's over, we're going to have a different hackathon battle style tournament. And so that's going to be live agent gauntlet happening in Guildhouse from 12:30 to 2:30, I believe.
Great.
And people are going to be pre-built agents. So we actually have all those teams already assigned, but we would love for that to be open to the public. So we're going to have a bracket style tournament going on. People are going to go head to head. We're going to see who wins at the end, and it's going to be full of energy. I think it's a great way to close out the week.
That is so awesome. So many opportunities here for developers. Can you talk about 1 or 2 of the standout projects that you saw this week?
Yeah, just because it's top of mind right now, there was a really cool project that we saw in Hack to Create for accelerating workflows for photographers. So
okay.
You're somewhere, you take thousands of pictures, you have to figure out which ones the best ones are.
So much.
And so this person in our 4-ish hour hackathon time created an application that ran fully locally on the GB10 from Dell.
Okay.
That looks at all your images, figures out which ones the best ones are, gives you suggestions on why I thought it was the best ones, and picks out ones that you should then take to the next level and edit some more. And then also removes
Such a
your
game changer.
duplicates. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's a game changer for a creative. I mean, they can spend days, weeks kind of going through those photos for clients. So that's really, really awesome. Anything else that stood out?
We also had a project yesterday at Hack for Impact that was based on cultural impact.
Okay.
It was a project called Symphonia.
Okay.
And it was music based, and I think a lot more different than what we've seen before. I feel like people usually build agents that, do things for them, but this was actually really leaning into the culture part of it. Another great project from yesterday was based on food safety. So
great.
analyzing the food services in Santa Clara County, figuring out which ones have safety concerns, and then addressing memos to those restaurants, like how could you fix this? How can you improve for the future?
Yeah.
And just really making an impact in our community.
Oh, I love that. So many different projects across all different, walks of industry and impact. That's great. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And with that, we are wrapping up, and back to you.
For people who may be watching this and maybe are at GTC, maybe there's a couple of you, we actually have a nice physical AI dev meetup happening at Guild House this evening. So you have to RSVP, but if you RSVP, I hope to see you there. Okay, one of the amazing things about the GTC is the fact that companies that are doing amazing things in the world that some of us have heard about many times, and especially if you're following the industry, you'll see them. You'll see their updates in the news or on LinkedIn. Is that you actually get to meet some of these companies face to face. So I'm very happy to have a developer from Cadence here. I actually had a nice chat with another developer from Cadence yesterday, Rob. Before we go into the interview that's going to happen in a minute, I want to give everybody a little context by watching this video we recorded yesterday, and they'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Rob from Cadence. I'm here at GTC Day 1. And one of the important things that we're talking about this GTC from Cadence is our agentic solution for designing semiconductors. This is our ChipStack AI super agent that does agentic orchestration using our EDA software to help designers debug and verify the next generation of critical AI semiconductors to build the AI infrastructure. Let's take a look at how it works. So ChipStack AI super agent is using a flexible user interface that can be done at the command line. It can be done through a GUI. But what this does is it orchestrates together a swarm of agents to help designers debug, write test benches, examine code, or run simulations, so that way they're able to see and debug failures faster and be able to more productively design the next generation of silicon. This is all done through a natural language interface, and it's exhaustive in terms of the suite of tasks that an engineer would cover. This is running all the software, examining the logs, reading them, understanding failures, and auto-fixing them. This is how we unlock the future, and this is truly how we design AI and use AI for design. Thank you.
All right, that was great. So now you have a little bit of kind of context for who Cadence is. And I'm very, very honored to be sitting with my friend Raghav here, who's a senior architect at Cadence. Thank you so much for coming today.
Hey, thank you.
And you're based in California, which is great, but you're traveling a lot to do your work. So thank you for making the trip out here to GTC to chat with us. Okay, so now we got a little kind of insight from Rob. Tell me a little bit about what your role is and your background.
Yeah, so my name is Raghav. So I'm a senior architect at Cadence. So as part of my role, what I do is I drive end-to-end AI infrastructure and implement applied AI for all of silicon design within Cadence. So within Cadence, we have two groups. One is focused on building the electronic design automation part of it, which is actually used to build your chips, right? Which goes into NVIDIA.
Amazing.
Right? So that's one part of the story. But then there's another part of the story where we have a very strong silicon design that happens within Cadence also. Now, as part of that, one of the loops that AI brings in is like, because everyone is trying to sort of get to the efficiency levels, right? So what we are trying to figure out is how can we apply the power of optimization that comes in from the EDA tools and take the power of AI to actually bump up the overall efficiency and productivity for end-to-end silicon design. And that's what I do day to day.
Wow. Okay, so you already mentioned a close collaboration with NVIDIA. When did that relationship begin and how has that evolved?
Actually, Cadence and NVIDIA have been like very deep partners even before this wave of generative AI came in. So because I mean we've been very deep into this optimization of the simulation engines and various other things, physics-based engines that we have as part of our EDA tool suite. But what happens is like with the wave of generative AI, so we are much more collaboration. I mean, like our collaboration is much more stronger. We work with all the teams. I mean, like most of the solution architecture teams. They've been guiding us on multiple things, right? So one part is the modeling, the fine-tuning, all the usage of the latest Nemotron models and things like that. That is something that we've been thick of the things. We've been closely partnering with the NVIDIA solution teams on that. On top of it, like we have started looking into evaluating NemoClaw and Nemotron 3 models.
Yes, pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what was your kind of big takeaway from the keynote or any other announcements that were made here this week? Anything really excite you?
Yeah, so for us, I mean, like if you really look at the wave, so we have the wave which actually started with classical AI and then it eventually gets into generative AI and things are getting into agentic AI and then so on, it gets into physical sort of AI, right? So given that there's a lot of scope for agentic AI, especially chip design is a hard process. It's not like the data is fully private, it's fully enterprise. So there is a level of context that comes in. Now, the part of the challenge that really excites me is to be able to take the private context and be able to tune the models and get your job done, right? So that is the exciting part. And of course, I mean, like the frontier model companies are doing pretty well. But at this point, I can also say I'm pretty proud to say that Cadence is actually at the front to be able to drive all these things.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And what other kind of what do you see happening in the future? Where do you think things are going now that we're seeing a lot more with Agentic AI and OpenClaw and NemoClaw, as you mentioned? Where do you things are moving so fast? Every GTC, it seems like big leaps have happened. What's your take on where you think things will go in the next year or so?
Yeah, so given that I come from a chip design background, so one of the things that actually comes in is the efficiency part and how fast can you get things done with a certain level of quality that comes in. So this requires round and round integrations and like a lot of running with the tools and things like that, right? So now what happens is I see a place where we can actually have agents doing these optimizations and parallel analysis and talking to each other. So we are sort of on building this sort of a framework where we will have agents and along with the engineers working together and helping us. And I'm hoping with our integration and partnership with NVIDIA, we can go further.
It sounds like you're on the right path. What are your tips for other companies in this space in terms of what developers that might be watching that want to get into this field? What kind of developers do you guys look for? Do you work with? What should people be kind of ramping up on?
Yeah, so I have two parts. So basically, so the way I look at it is the context is very difficult in the sense like the model may perform very well on the open source data, open source trained data, But where it'll fall basically short is the designer knowledge, which is basically sometimes it's ingrained in the brains or it's ingrained into unstructured documentation and things like that. So for AI models and generally these kind of agents, long running agents, to perform really well, you got to figure out and sit down and building that context. And that's the key to the efficiency and the evaluation. So I would basically place emphasis on that, and then followed by if there are more emphasis into, rather than going into large language models, if you can actually more focus more towards small language models with the context, I think that'll be a perfect combination.
Very cool. Did you get a chance to walk the floor, or
I'll be doing that right now.
Yeah,
So, yes.
tell me about some of the things you saw that you kind of liked.
So I mean, like, to be honest with you, I'm about to visit the booths, but I know we have the Cadence booth. So I've been at GTC in Washington too.
Oh yeah, just a few months ago,
so the floor is pretty electric in
Yeah.
the sense, like, so there's a lot of buzz going on, a lot of new things that are coming in, especially with the quantum computing and other things also coming in. I'm hoping with the wave of all this agentic AI stuff that's coming in, those things are going to get more easier,
Yeah.
especially in the computation field.
And what websites or news sites do you recommend for other people too who want to follow along the kind of work that you guys do? Like, what websites do you look to?
So we are ardent followers of course, NVIDIA websites for sure, for all of our drivers and large language models and things like that. We actually work across some of the open source community too, including Hugging Face and things like that. So that's one of the popular sites.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, like, we also work on some of the modeling aspects by looking into the PyTorch framework part of it. So where we also look at the PyTorch.org and other things. So yes, I mean, so we are though we are building enterprise software, we are very much connected with the open source community and are in sync with all the things that are happening.
That's amazing. I feel like the growth of open source and the adoption, the excitement is just so wild to see. Jensen obviously talks about it a lot. I think it's a big reason why we're seeing things move so quickly. And it's great to see our company and other companies just really just embrace it as much as possible. Really equalizes developers in a lot of ways and lowers the accessibility. So super exciting. What would you say some of the biggest challenges that you've had to face so far, and what was your solution to them?
Yeah, so part of the thing, as I told you, right, like basically if you look at the current set of models, they're all tuned on the software, which is available on the open source. Now, in order to do that, like, people can actually do the web scraping as part of the pre-training phase, and then have a sort of a supervised fine-tuning phase that actually happens as part of the modeling post-training. So, but then what happens is hardware design is pretty hard. So you got to sit down with the person who actually understands how to do design. That's where we come in. So, but end of the day, it's a partnership, right? So the EDA and the ecosystem, especially the electronic design automation, the chip design companies and the modeling companies have to come together to sort of form that consortium. So I see a lot of opportunities there. So I would keep my eyes open, especially the developers who are working on the chip design side of things. So I would encourage them to also look at the open source community and help the open source community. Along with that, like, work on the context engineering problems. I think that is going to be the key.
And I'm curious. So your personal background, have you always been interested in this type of work, or when did you kind of?
So yeah, so my background is like basically, so I have been a tools flow and methodology developers across 3 companies, AMD, and then Qualcomm, and then as recently as Intel. So I've been at Cadence for close to about 2 years. I have 2 plus decades of chip design experience.
Wow.
So now what I'm trying to do is, like, because this aspect of physical AI, one of the things that really excites me is how can we blend in physical AI to improve the chip design in general.
Yeah.
So so that's where so some of the research is basically happening within my teams and EDA R&D teams and things like that.
That's wild. And are you part of any communities yourself? Well, you mentioned PyTorch and a bunch of others. Do you like frequent any Discord servers?
Yes, I am part of several Discord servers.
Which one's your favorite?
So one is the OpenAI one.
Nice.
So I do monitor a lot of things, and of course I've been an active follower within the Kaggle community too. And then so the bunch of physical AI Discord servers that I actively follow and then keep a track of.
That's great. I think it's a great way to build and connect with community.
And the good part about this is like things are so dynamic, right? So every 2 weeks it's going and changing. So it's always good to be connected with the open source community, because what happens is that's where the innovation happens. And I think NVIDIA is doing the right thing to sort of motivate the open source community, right? So yeah.
How much time do we have? About. Okay, cool. We got a few more minutes. So I'm curious also about the type of talent that you guys bring into Cadence. Are you growing? Are you guys hiring right now, or how has the growth been as a company?
Yeah, so right now our hiring is as normal as it can be, right? So because we have work to do, definitely. I mean, we have to deliver, as I told you, right? So we have two parts of the story. One part of the story is the EDA. The other part of the story is the IPs and the chiplets that we deliver. So especially on the silicon design side, so there's a lot of hiring that's basically happening. So we actually have a mix of people who come from core algorithmic electrical or EECS sort of a background. But then at the same time, we are on the lookout for people who understand chip design and can fold the software with chip design plus AI.
That's right.
So all these three things are getting fused together at this point.
That's wild. So people should check out cadence.com. Right, that's a website, and the LinkedIn page, I think. And do you invite people to connect with you on LinkedIn? Are you active there?
So I am active there, and of course, our marketing person. So basically, Rob, who runs our marketing team. So you should be able to follow and then connect. Hit me up, connect, and then we should be able to connect. Yes.
Awesome. I think it'll be really great to actually have you guys back on an upcoming live stream when you want to share your next big developments. I love seeing that you guys are such a long-term partner of NVIDIA. I think it's very inspiring for other companies out there and startups that you can actually work with NVIDIA. For those who are part of startups, NVIDIA has an amazing startup program called Inception. Inception has very minimal requirements, actually. I think for startups, as long as you're less than 10 years old, you can actually be part of Inception, and there's lots of great benefits. There are no strings attached, really. I think one of the big benefits that people love and talk about the most is cloud credits. So you can leverage those cloud credits to do your work. But the other big benefit, I think, is the connection to funders, which obviously startups is really critical for. So Inception does provide that. So if you have, I think it'd be hard to do something that kind of a startup that's doing anything what you guys are doing, because you guys are pretty far along. But what any other final advice you give to people about where you think they should be? You've given a lot of great advice already, but any kind of closing word you want to give to anybody?
I think my core 2 points still stick, right? So basically, we got to focus. I mean, we got to help the open source community for sure. So we got to stay connected in that sense. And then the more important part is we got to look at how can we really build a precise context and tune it, right? Tune it to an extent where you don't burn 50K tokens, but figure out a way to optimize it further. And I see a lot of opportunities there.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's really great insight. For those who are looking to get more involved in the Omniverse community, we have some great resources also. We have our Discord server. We actually have a very active Isaac Sim and Isaac Lab channel. We also have study groups. We have a group of developers that meet every week on our Discord server every Wednesday. And it's really cool to see. And usually they're basically the community is managing these meetings themselves. And they just kind of dive into a different topic and they say, how do we tackle this? Or and they share a lot of resources. But one of the things that we try to do as much as we can is to make our resources available very openly. So there's a lot of great documentation if you are working with NVIDIA technologies. We also have open sourced a lot of our learning curriculum. So, for example, we just open sourced our Learn OpenUSD learning path. So people who are leveraging OpenUSD for their workflows and connecting different things together. The OpenUSD certification is a really great thing to aspire to at GTC. You can take the certification exam for free. But there are some great resources. I would suggest to anybody, if you're having a hard time finding anything, don't hesitate to reach out. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can connect to Raghav too on LinkedIn, and I'm sure he'll give you some words of wisdom. Okay, I think we are moving to, are we going to our remote team right now, or are we heading to, oh, okay, awesome. So we are going to move to a video that we recorded yesterday. Before we start that, I just want to thank you so much, Rob,
Thank you
for
so
coming.
much.
It's been great to have both you and Rob involved in the GTC experience this year.
Perfect.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge. So this video is pretty interesting. I met Clayton Littlejohn, is his name. I met him actually at CES a few months ago, and you mentioned GTC DC. But Clayton and I met at CES, where NVIDIA was. He comes from a company that most people recognize, Nationwide Insurance, but he's also does hobbies on the side. He picked up a Spark, and he was so excited to bring that Spark to GTC, and he wanted to see what he could do. So NVIDIA, one of the great things about GTC is we have an OpenClaw tent where people can bring their Sparks and start developing. So we have this short video where Clayton will talk about his Spark project that's currently in progress.
In San Jose, I'm very excited to connect with a community member who I met at CES just a few months ago. What's going on, Clayton?
Hey, what's going on? Happy to be here. We're at the OpenClaw tent. We're going to be creating a project and setting it up with OpenClaw. Recently, the discussion with Nemotron coming into fruition. We're excited to see what we could do with it.
So, for those who might not be familiar with what OpenClaw is and Nemotron, why don't you give us a quick kind of overview?
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just you're connecting a bunch of agents together that could potentially have access to a lot of SDKs, a lot of your tools, and really work together to accomplish essentially whatever you want. That's what makes it so powerful. Nemotron adds a lot of guardrails to that, making it enterprise ready so you could really just dive in.
And you actually brought your own Spark to GTC, which is amazing. So you can run all this locally, right?
Yep, fully do it locally. That's what's really nice about it. Everything's in-house, so.
And so what did you guys build today? What did you work on?
So today what we're working on is we are giving OpenClaw access to a lot of SDKs to do 3D reconstruction through Gaussian splatting. This is all done through like radiance fields and a lot of strategies there. But we're streamlining a workflow, making simulation-ready environments, as well as really any environments for physical AI use cases. So we're
In San Jose, I'm very excited to connect with a community member who I met at CES just a few months ago. What's going on, Clayton?
Hey, what's going on? Happy to be here. We're at the OpenClaw tent. We're going to be creating a project and setting it up with OpenClaw. Recently, the discussion with Nemotron coming into fruition. We're excited to see what we could do with it.
So, for those who might not be familiar with what OpenClaw is and Nemotron, why don't you give us a quick kind of overview?
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just you're connecting a bunch of agents together that could potentially have access to a lot of SDKs, a lot of your tools, and really work together to accomplish essentially whatever you want. That's what makes it so powerful. Nemotron adds a lot of guardrails to that, making it enterprise ready so you could really just dive in.
And you actually brought your own Spark to GTC, which is amazing. So you can run all this locally, right?
Yep. Fully do it locally. That's what's really nice about it. Everything's in-house, so.
And so what did you guys build today? What did you work on?
So today what we're working on is we are giving OpenClaw access to a lot of SDKs to do 3D reconstruction through Gaussian splatting. This is all done through like radiance fields and a lot of strategies there. But we're streamlining a workflow, making simulation-ready environments, as well as really any environments for physical AI use cases. So we're trying to really connect the dots in that tedious workflow, make it accessible, and then of course giving OpenClaw or Nemotron access to interacting and performing that workflow, and maybe even optimizing that workflow, adjusting parameters, structure from motion, call map, all those sort of things, kind of reason with it, and then really just do anything we want it to do. I could do it from WhatsApp and all that, so very exciting.
It's super compelling, actually. I feel like it would be really fun to do a live stream with you where you can go step by step to show everybody, because you were showing me a few minutes ago leveraging Gaussian splats and bringing everything into Isaac Sim, right?
Yep. Yeah, the goal is to make it simulation ready. Part of that is having everything being universal, creating those USDZs that are Isaac Sim compatible, being able to go straight into Isaac Lab from there, training custom policies. Right, keep it super simple. We're just trying to make this workflow easy for everyone, so that we could kind of scale faster with physical AI and just be in a better place. So.
Well, fantastic. Thanks for sharing all your wisdom, and thanks for coming to GTC. It's great to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you too. Excited to see everything that goes on.
So if you're at GTC, come say hi to Clayton, or tune in for a future live stream where we'll show this workflow step by step.
Speaking of awesome, this part of the live stream is super. We're coming in hot. We have had no prep. We have hardly talked except for maybe some quick highs. Lucas Siegler, I am so honored. I can't even tell you how honored I am. You are just an amazing individual for many reasons. I have really been not only inspired by your work, but also you have just your energy is contagious. For anyone who's not following Lucas yet, do it now. LinkedIn is probably the best place, or would you say?
Yeah, LinkedIn, Twitter, and my newsletter. We all are robots, so that's the name.
We are robots. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
So Lucas, I highly recommend following Lucas. One of the reasons I love him, not only is an infectious energy, but he actually goes on site and visits a lot of companies and talks to a lot of developers who are doing amazing, innovative things. He also actually posts a lot of great commentary on why you think this is important, why you think people need to pay attention to something. I work in NVIDIA, and I learn stuff from you all the time. So, Lucas, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me. I think too many compliments, and big kudos to actually the real builders behind robotics companies. Yes. I'm just a storyteller, so I have an easy job. I just need to have a lot of energy and capacity because there is so much happening in the physical AI space. So let's say I'm the AI narrator guy.
That's a great way to put it, actually, and I think that's very appropriate. What got you into this topic originally? Because how long have you been doing it for?
So I'm in robotics for nearly 10 years. I used to be a software developer. Then I was more in the project management roles, then sales and business development, and eventually I ended up as a robotics evangelist, which is a fancy way of saying a robot influencer. Because so yeah, it's been a long journey. I've been in plenty of roles, so I've seen it from different angles, and I always just loved, to post about robots and just to democratize robotics a bit day by day.
Yeah, I think you really are. And hasn't it been amazing to see how the barrier? You took 10 years, so you've actually been in it for a long time. I think many people probably watching have much less experience, probably just a year or less, but the barrier has just been coming down and down and down so quickly
from so many angles.
Is it shocking to you?
Maybe not that shocking because I'm used to it because I'm every day. So you don't have the bird eye view perspective because it's just every day. So it's a tiny change day by day. Man, I remember that in the beginning, people were like, robots gonna take over the world. Robots gonna steal my job. These are myths, right?
Yeah.
They are not appearing anymore.
Yeah.
People are like, okay, how can I get robots deployed and installed quickly? I need manpower, and I cannot get humans. I need to have robots. My business needs to, continue. So there's been a big shift. I think also when it comes to mindset, like people are perceiving robots differently than it used to be before.
I agree 100%. And another interesting thing is that you're based out of Poland.
Yeah, that's right.
So tell me, so I want to learn a little bit about the Poland ecosystem and robotics or tech in general. But you travel a lot. I see a lot of your videos. You're traveling to different countries.
Yeah.
Companies welcome you with open arms into their factory floors. I've seen many, like, it's so exciting. I'm like, is this real? Is he really there? And obviously you come to events like this, which is amazing. People must be recognizing you all the time when you're walking around here, of course.
Yeah, it's a bit, I feel sometimes like a celebrity in a very local community, which just flatters me a lot. I'm a very introverted person, actually. So it's a very, very bizarre thing for me to encounter. But yeah, you're right. So when it comes to the Polish ecosystem, I think the Central Eastern European region is just like, growing and it's just blooming right now.
Yeah.
we used to have a lot of talent actually migrating to the San Francisco to Boston. Right now, we are able also to keep a lot of folks on site and build across continents.
Yeah.
So it's getting better. We have no magic, great picking robots company. Loot One, kudos to them also. It's an ex-founder of K-Scale, so the only humanoid company in US that actually shipped robots. Unfortunately, they closed down.
Is that because of so is the ecosystem growing because is the government being supportive, or is there other things at work?
I think it's a mix of a couple of factors. For example, we managed to build a couple of outstanding and excellent companies, world-class. 11 Labs actually has its origins in Poland, right?
Big fan, yep.
Maybe in 3 years it's not going to be us, just our AI voice agents doing these kind of interviews.
We use it all the time. I think it's
so. I think if you have a set of excellent companies, world-class, that can be an example to others.
Yeah.
It's just a factor that, okay, maybe let's build in Poland. We have a lot of mentors. And also when you're a successful company and you do an exit, then you can actually put some money to your region to just make it grow. So that's one of the things. We have excellent research and university ecosystem. Yeah. When you look at the math and physics Olympiads, it's like Hungary, it's Russia, it's Poland when it comes to the winners. So I think we have really, great minds. We just need to make sure that they stay locked in Poland, not just go. And I think we're on a good trajectory to make it happen.
Well, the other thing too that happens, I mean, I teach once in a while at a university, and similar problems where you see a lot of the students, they may leave the area, but sometimes that's not such a bad thing. If they leave the area, they learn from some of the greats, and they bring it back home and do the startup. So it's nice to see that full circle that you see sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's great to hear about Poland. How do you select the kind of companies you visit outside of Poland? Do you focus on any specific geographic areas, or you're just totally open?
No, I'm actually super open. One criteria needs to be fulfilled. It's definitely the innovation factor.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to show to people, let's say, boring stuff or something that they've seen. So something commoditized. Yeah. It must be really new. So it's not like a geographical dependent. Yes. No, I go where the cool tech is. It can be a Siemens factory in Germany. It might be a supply chain small company in Shenzhen that are actually doing a tiny bearing part that makes the humanoids. So it's
what are some of the things that have really truly surprised you? You went there, thinking you were going to look at something, and then you're like, oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah, there's been plenty.
Are there really?
Plenty of for trade show wise or factory wise.
Either one.
So 2 weeks ago, I was invited to BMW group event, and Hexagon Robotics, also one of the partners. Yes. They have just introduced wheeled / legged robots for assembly task. They're actually assembling batteries, and it's already there. So what surprised me that we are talking, there is a lot of humanoid skepticism right now, and people are like, yeah, it's a cool demo, it can do a backflip, nice, it can do a dance right during the China's New Year show. Guys, to all the skeptics, I can tell you and I can assure you that there are some robots deployed already. Maybe we are not talking about it. There are some reasons for that too. But for me, the biggest surprise is always seeing the tech working. The tech that people are skeptical about. And I'm just, sitting in front of my computer, like, okay, I've been actually to a company that deployed like 20 of them, and it's already there.
Just recently, 60 Minutes, which is a popular news program in the United States, was invited to Hyundai's factory, where Boston Dynamics was at. It's very similar use case where they actually have robots that are kind of in phase 1 of training and learning, but actually doing initial work under, basically by themselves. And it's actually people. I got so many messages after that aired. This is about a month ago, I think. People, I think, had no idea. Most people who watch the news, that were not involved in the robotics industry, they didn't know we were that far along.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just another example. I think it's cool we're mentioning. It was in Europe in one of the Shell oil refineries. I just casually went into the refinery and I suddenly saw like 5 different Boston Dynamics spots. So the robot dogs with the cameras just walking around autonomously and scanning the environment, actually replacing people where people need to be replaced. Super dangerous task, right? There can be an explosion. It's ATEX certified areas. So like you need to be, very careful about that. So we have robots doing automatic measurement reading, for example. 5 dogs running around. It's like, okay, is it 2050 yet? No, it's not. It's 2025. And you have these kind of cool tech deployed all over the world. So we are there.
I think I was talking to Kamati Richards earlier, who has started a startup 10 Things, formerly from Amazon Robotics. Now he's got his own startup. I was talking to him about another robotics developer, Ken Mackin, who worker. really fantastic. Ken is such an interesting guy. I would love to see you chat with him one time. I think that would be so fascinating.
Yeah.
But one thing he shared not too long ago, I think I was asking him about where he sees kind of the robot world looking like in a few years. He's like, you know what? I do not think it's going to look like what a lot of people think, which is humanoids walking around. He's like, I think it's going to look like Star Wars type of world where you're going to see all these different shapes and sizes and colors of droids doing very specific tasks. Kamati agreed. He said, yeah, I see that more. But you've seen a lot. So where do you think? Do you agree with that? Or do you think we're going to see a lot
I
of
fully
humanoids?
agree. There's going to be a big wave of different embodiments, not just humanoids. We already have it. Like if you go outside of our building where we record at, you can see Surf Robotics, bots just delivering stuff, some free candies, but grocery.
That's happening in many cities already.
Exactly.
That's
Man, Shenzhen, you have like autonomous drone deliveries. Make like on the skyscraper, you have the operation center. People load stuff, and from there they just deliver stuff. So I also think China is a very interesting market. Super obvious thing to say, but I also think they are not showing everything that they are working on, and I think that
we're going to be
might be super surprised too if we see that.
So that's a great topic. I'm curious where you see things going. I think you arguably have seen more than anybody else. Where do you see things going in a few years? Like there are so many companies and researchers that have different ideas that are spanning industries, robots for home. But where do you think it's going to take off, and where do you think we're going to be in a couple of years?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think first of all, it's one important topic to mention: generalization. So it's the ability of the robot to adapt to almost any task, any environment. So you just say, hey, a robot, do that, and the robot's immediately going to do it. I was listening to a podcast with Karol Hausman, actually a Polish guy, and he's the CEO of Physical Intelligence, so one of the biggest and
really
outstanding companies right now in robotics. So when we talk about diaspora from Poland, that's one of the examples actually. He mentioned that we are a couple of real research software breakthroughs from so it's not like linear. We need some real research breakthroughs to happen before the real generalization kicks in. But I think this is like the real enabler of having robots in spaces that we haven't thought before. When it comes to households right now, let's be honest, definitely right now the wave of people that's going to deploy these robots are techno-optimists like me, early adopters. But early adopter is not like a average Joe or like a heavy user of robot in the future, right? So it's just the first wave. There is still a lot of safety concerns around robots at your home, right? Because it can fall down, right? Suddenly can just an anomaly can happen. So I would be careful when it comes to the households deployments. Also, the ROI is not that high, so the business metrics are not that strong as, for example, if you deploy a robot in a warehouse or in a warehousing. I think warehouse and 3PLs and just the logistics sector is gonna be completely reinvented. If you think about, so we are, first of all, I need to address to everyone, guys, we are not making enough babies. And that we need to take it for granted. But do you think that we are shipping more, shipping less and producing less? No, we are not. We are shipping even more, and we want to have everything next day. So we are just treating this company. Hey, if you're not going to deliver the next day, you're Amazon. I'm going to choose another company. So we need to produce faster, more personalization. We need to ship faster, and man, we do not have labor for that. Also the labor is very hard to get. That's the first thing. But also there is like a lot of different periods. Like for example, Black Friday. Suddenly you need 80 workers instead of 40. From one week to the other. Very hard to do it, right? Same for manufacturing. So I think these spaces are just gonna get more saturated with robots. Maybe it's just less sexy because they are not dancing, not doing backflips, but they are going to do meaningful jobs. That because we were missing people to do it. And not even mentioning that it's not just replacing people. These machines are supposed to be more efficient, so be more productive. And I think this is where it's heading. So I would be, for example, very happy if we have more robots in logistics, manufacturing, oil and gas, energy sector. That's where we're missing people, but these are still critical. I mean, your approach of the 5-layer cake that Jensen just explained. At the very bottom, it's energy, right? So probably there's also going to be a lot of robots maintaining these kind of space.
I mean, that makes a ton of sense. But for the early adopters and for people who like just want them as quickly as possible, what do you think is going to take off first in the home? What would you be like? What would you buy yourself? Like the laundry folding? Would you do the dishwashing, the kitchen cleaning?
I'm super obsessed about robots, so I might be biased, but I would love to get 1X Neo. Obviously, when they start shipping to Europe, that's kind of my I would love to test it. I would be a heavy user, guys. So
there's an offer right there.
Yeah, it's like, I was when I was a kid, I was watching the Jetsons. You remember
Oh, of
Rosie
course.
the robot?
Of course.
So I would love to have something like that at home, right? Whether wheeled or legged doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any difference for me. I would obviously look after it so it doesn't fall on any expensive furniture or my dog or whatever. But yeah, I would love to test this one.
You probably get so many messages from people, from fans, people asking for advice. Do you hear from students who look up to you to, hey, how do I get into this? And what do you tell them?
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of messages from different kind of profiles, but students are one of them. Looking for advice, looking for capital. That's why I also started to angel invest a bit. It's not about this check size. It's more about that, hey, if I'm invested in, I'm really, we are on the same boat. I'm gonna help you.
That's awesome. You believe in it.
I believe in you. I believe in your product. I believe in your company, and I want to make it as successful as you are doing it. So that's why I also started to the very big, let's say, critics from my wife that we are spending money on angel investment in physical AI space, but that's what I'm doing. And yeah, I'm getting a lot of inbound from students. I'm trying to connect them with the right people, with the venture capitalists, with the end users.
Yeah, that's so great.
I think that, in software, it's been known for years that with software, you go to the user from day one and you iterate. You just go for the journey with the client. With hardware, it was different. How you build cars in Europe, it was always very, very hard to iterate. You just build the car and you ask, it took you 3 years. Do you like it? It's cool, but I would change that. Or, okay, it's going to take us 2 years, right? And I think right now people in robotics understand that even with hardware, you need to iterate very quickly with the customer. So I see these young companies, it's, I don't know, 3 months in, and they are already at the factory. I'm like, oh, I'm so proud. You're doing the right thing. Already hands-on with the clients. Clients are literally like the advisory board. They are telling you exactly what they need, and you're just trying to stitch it together how it should be. So, yeah. That's how I try to.
Have you been involved with developing yourself, or you just have no time? Or would you, or did you, when you visit these companies and you see all these cool projects, you're like, man, I wish I was still developing or doing something of my own. Do you have a Lucas robot?
No, I don't. I actually purchased the Poland Robotics Reachy Mini,
nice.
The desktop robot, and
cute.
I just built it and I actually played something, some models there. I would love to go back to coding. I think there are much better people on earth to do it. If I cannot be the best, I probably don't want to do it.
I'm biased, but I want to see you keep doing what you're doing. I love your content. Please tell everybody again where they can find all your great channels.
Absolutely. So guys, if you're looking for robotics updates or maybe some, thoughts from my side, you can find me under Lucas M. Ziegler on LinkedIn. Lucas M. Ziegler on Twitter, and We All Are Robots newsletter on Substack, where I publish weekly on Tuesdays, just with the kind of 4 or 5 news from the robotics world.
I could not recommend it enough. I highly recommend you do it right now. As soon as this interview is over, go ahead and follow Lucas on all those pages. Lucas, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for coming to GTC.
Thanks so much for inviting me.
So excited to have you here, and hopefully I get to see you before that week's out again.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much.
A pleasure. Thank you. We are going to go to the remote team right now, where I think my colleague Jamil is about to do a nice giveaway, right? This is a video? This is a video. Okay, we're going to play video of Jamil, who gave away a really nice giveaway. I think it was a GPU. So congratulations to the winner, but let's roll that now.
All right, hi everyone. I'm coming to you live from the expo hall right now, and we have Kavya with us here today. Kavya, can you show me some of the swag you got? And I noticed you have a lot.
For sure. There's a little owl.
That's so cute. Oh my god.
Yeah. And there's a bottle
with
my name engraved on it.
This is so cool.
This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one so far. And there's a t-shirt.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
How has GTC been for you, finding overall as a whole?
What?
How has GTC been for you as a whole?
GTC?
Yeah.
It's so good. I've learned so many different things in AI, GPUs, accelerators, whatnot. There's so many things people are doing in industries. It's a great experience. I'm here for the first time, so loving it.
Super exciting, and I'm glad you got to take home so much with you too. We have a little bit of a surprise for you.
Okay.
We have some of our swag around to
Oh
give
my
you.
god! Thank you so much.
We have, feel free to open it. Here. We can open it to the camera.
Okay.
Jamil's gonna show us right here. We have GeForce RTX 5080 over here that we're giving it to you today.
You're giving it to me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
As our final swag hunter that was chosen.
Thank you.
So I hope you enjoy it and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference too.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much.
So congratulations to that winner. Oh, we got another special guest here. So two special guests. I'm so delighted to have Chris here. We are wrapping up the physical AI live stream from GTC, our section, but the live stream's not over. We actually have a few hours left. We're gonna take a half-hour break in a minute. But I want to thank everybody out there for watching our first ever live stream at GTC. And I want to again really acknowledge the amazing amount of work and planning that went into it from the team that you can't see right now. A lot of people in this room behind the camera. Some guys, this guy's Zach next to me is taking a video from his cell phone. It has been an absolute honor and pleasure. We didn't know how this was going to go, to be honest, right?
Listen, it's live,
it's
right?
Live, so anything can happen.
Everything can happen.
But one of the great pleasures is actually being able to work directly with Chris and your team over the past few weeks as we plan these things. We would love to hear your feedback and how we can make these live streams better, because I'm guessing that NVIDIA is going to want us to do this again.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Edmar, I hope so. And I just got to say, like, you know, it has been a blast watching the physical AI portion. I'm not a physical AI guy, right? I'm deep in the LLM space. That's what I know and love. Watching all the incredible guests you had on, watching you tell this story about our, all the initiatives that we have going on. Olaf, of course. Come on, Olaf.
Oh, it was classic.
I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch the physical AI community team. And thank you so much. Thank you, Amelia, behind the scenes, for helping out. It's been an absolute pleasure to share this live stream with you. But guys, we're not done.
Nope.
Like Edmar said, we still got more time. I'm joined by Shelly, the myth, the legend, and we are going to be doing another few hours of community-focused live stream. So the community portion is going to be talking all about how NVIDIA's developer community works, showing you highlights from around that developer community. The idea is that we don't just want to be a place for enterprise. We don't just want to be a place for big businesses. We want to be a place where you, developers who would still be watching a live stream after 6 hours, want to hang out. But before we do that, we're going to give the behind the scenes crew a little bit of a break. So we're going to do 30 minutes of break. We're going to come back and we're going to end with a bang. We're going to show you a lot of cool stuff. We've got some pretty epic guests coming up, if I do say so myself. Edmar, the team, thank you so much. You guys have been awesome.
Thank you. Thank everyone in this room. And thank you for watching.
Yes.
We wouldn't do this without you, obviously. So thank you for all the great comments and questions you were asking in the chat. Thank you for our great assistant helping in the back, Barry. I think
incredible.
Incredible job. Thank you so much. So anyway, we'll see you in a half hour. So don't go anywhere. And we'll see you at the next GTC for sure.
You know it. See you guys soon.
All right, we're gonna start with our Filipino plate. We've actually got some pork lumpia. So
Yum.
and then
Yum.
these, I had to get them, lobster balls.
Yep.
All right,
Let's do it. I grabbed one here, and this was the sauce, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Mm. It's delicious. That crunch, oh, nothing like it.
Umami, perfect flavor, super super good.
Yeah. And fried fresh.
Mm-hmm. Yes, love it. Okay. Do we want to go to the lobster balls?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm gonna bring our sauce over here.
Okay. One skewer each, and we cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Woo.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to get as much sauce as I can.
No. Should I do the whole thing?
The only way. Super good. Nice and bouncy. Love the imitation crab in there. And well flavored. You must have it with the sauce. The sauce is 100% necessary.
Thanks.
Yum.
What do we want to do next?
Oh my gosh. Let's go with something cold. We have something hot. Let's have something cold.
Perfect.
The lobster roll?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Do the honors, please.
All right.
I've got my little lobster guy here.
Let's squeeze some lemon on top. She's a pro. I'll just dive into it.
Spent some time on the East Coast, and this brings me back. I'm gonna take a bite off of this end.
Juicy lobster, plenty of it. A perfect buttered roll. And there's some big chunks in there. 10 out of 10. Amazing. So good. I'll have to visit this on my free time. Yeah, that's delicious.
It rivals East Coast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Should we do the clam chowder?
I think we should.
Here,
Here, I've got a spoon here.
Perfect. All right.
I think we're gonna give this a stir.
Yep.
And the classic oyster crackers on top, which is a must. It is a little warm out today, but I don't mind.
No, after talking all week, that's kind of soothing on the throat, right?
Absolutely.
Delicious. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, balance of acidity, not too heavy, really, really good. Okay. What have we got here?
Some Taiwanese fried chicken.
This looks amazing.
So fun fact, around the Bay Area, you're going to see a lot of people do popcorn chicken in Taiwanese boba shops. But the truth is, when you're in Taiwan, fried chicken comes as a cutlet. So they called it big fried chicken here because this is how they serve it in Taipei and all over Taiwan.
That's awesome. Bringing it back to the roots.
Here's a fork for you.
Do you mind if I go in with my fingers?
Go for it.
I think I'm going to show you, like, these are not just popcorn size.
Whole cutlets, so juicy, fresh fried. Oh my God.
That might have taken first place. Everything is so good, but this is amazing.
Yeah. And you can tell by the line. The line is like all around the corner.
Is that coconut on the outside?
It is most likely it's a mix of cornstarch.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Perfect sweetness, amazing crunch throughout. Amazing.
How come? Let's hit the other dish that we have from the Taiwanese stand.
Cool.
This is I got the extra spicy minced pork over rice.
I love the adventure spirit.
Here's a fork for you. Here's a fork for me. And those are pickled mustard greens on top.
Yum. I love anything pickled.
This is the go-to dish for any Taiwanese kid. The easiest lunchbox that you can get in the morning before going to school.
Oh, that hit. That is just so homey. I can understand why this is the go-to.
Yeah. And this is the 5 spice really comes through. I will say this is extra spicy. So warning for viewers out there, there's an extra spicy version and a normal non-spicy version.
I'm feeling the kick.
Yeah.
And it's great. But it's good flavor. It doesn't make you feel like you can't eat the food and enjoy the food. You're still getting that flavor.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of spice I love.
Oh, so good.
Okay. Should we cleanse our palate with some potato salad and then go into the finale?
I could use with a little bit of refreshment.
Let's do it. Ooh. So this is from the barbecue stand.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yep.
Great job with the order there.
It's all about the order. That's great. Acidic, but not too heavy. Really, really nice.
Yeah. Delicious olives.
Another bite.
Yeah. And nice and cold. It's about 80-some degrees right now in the park. So if you need a cold dish, go for the potato salad from the barbecue stand.
It's amazing. Oh, all right.
Our finale.
I guess I will go ahead.
Please do the honors.
We can do. I don't know if I can do this one-handed, but we're gonna try.
I'm ready to catch your mic if you need me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, so. Oh. Juicy,
amazing.
Oh, come.
Perfectly cooked meat. Here, let me clear you some spots. I definitely got barbecue sauce on my nose, but worth it.
No.
The meat is cooked to perfection. It's smoked. I think they had an hours and hours on smoke. come grab when you're on site. All right, we're gonna start with our Filipino plate. We've actually got some pork lumpia. So
Yum.
and then
yum.
these, I had to get them. Lobster balls.
Yep.
All right.
Let's do it. I grabbed one here, and this was the sauce, right?
I think so, yeah.
Mm. It's delicious. That crunch, oh, nothing like it.
Umami, perfect flavor, super, super good.
Yeah. And fried fresh.
Yes.
Love it.
Okay. Do we want to go to the lobster balls?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm gonna bring our sauce over here.
Okay. One skewer each, and we cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Woo!
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to get as much sauce as I can.
No. Should I do the whole thing?
The only way. Super good. Nice and bouncy. Love the imitation crab in there. And well flavored. You must have it with the sauce. The sauce is 100% necessary.
Thanks.
Yum.
What do we want to do next?
Oh my gosh. Let's go with something cold. We have something hot. Let's have something cold.
Perfect.
The lobster roll?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Do the honors, please.
All right.
I've got my little lobster guy here.
Let's put some lemon on top.
She's a pro.
I'll just dive into it.
Spent some time on the East Coast, and this brings me back. So I'm really happy West Coast is representing.
Oh, amazing.
Is it good?
I'm
going to take a bite off of this end.
Juicy lobster, plenty of it. A perfect buttered roll. And there's some big chunks in there. 10 out of 10. Amazing. So, so good. I'll have to visit this on my free time. Yeah, that's delicious.
It rivals East Coast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Should we do the clam chowder?
I think we should.
Here,
here, I've got a spoon here.
Perfect.
All right. I'm going to give this a stir.
Yep.
And the classic oyster crackers on top, which is a must. It is a little warm out today, but I don't mind.
No, after talking all week, that's kind of soothing on the throat, right?
Absolutely.
Delicious. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, balance of acidity, not too heavy. Really, really good. Okay. What have we got here?
Some Taiwanese fried chicken.
This looks amazing.
So fun fact, around the Bay Area, you're going to see a lot of people do popcorn chicken in Taiwanese boba shops. But the truth is, when you're in Taiwan, fried chicken comes as a cutlet. So they called it big fried chicken here because this is how they serve it in Taipei and all over Taiwan.
That's awesome. Bringing it back to the roots.
Here's a fork for you.
Do you mind if I go in with my fingers?
Go for it.
I think I'm going to show you, like, these are not just popcorn size.
Whole cutlets. So juicy. Fresh fried. Oh my God.
That might have taken first place. Everything is so good, but this is amazing.
Yeah. And you can tell by the line. The line is like all around the corner.
Is that coconut on the outside?
It is most likely it's a mix of cornstarch.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Perfect sweetness, amazing crunch throughout. Amazing.
Okay. Let's hit the other dish that we have from the Taiwanese stand.
Cool.
This is I got the extra spicy minced pork over rice.
I love the adventure spirit.
Here's a fork for you. Here's a fork for me. And those are pickled mustard greens on top.
Yum. I love anything pickled.
This is the go-to dish for any Taiwanese kid. The easiest lunchbox that you can get in the morning before going to school.
Oh, that is just so homey. I can understand why this is the go-to.
Yeah. And this is the 5 spice really comes through. I will say this is extra spicy. So warning for viewers out there, there's an extra spicy version and a normal non-spicy version.
I'm feeling the kick.
Yeah.
And it's great. But it's good flavor. It doesn't make you feel like you can't eat the food and enjoy the food. You're still getting that flavor.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of spice I love.
Oh, so good.
Okay. Should we cleanse our palate with some potato salad and then go into the finale?
I could use with a little bit of refreshment.
Let's do it. So this is from the barbecue stand.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yep.
Great job with the order there.
It's all about the order. That's great. Acidic, but not too heavy. Really, really nice.
Yeah, delicious olives.
Another bite.
Yeah. And nice and cold. It's about 80-some degrees right now in the park. So if you need a cold dish, go for the potato salad from the barbecue stand.
It's amazing. All right.
Our finale.
I guess I will go ahead
Please
and
do the
see what
honors.
we can do. I don't know if I can do this one-handed, but we're going to try.
I'm ready to catch your mic if you need me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh. So. Oh.
Juicy. Amazing.
Oh, come.
Perfectly cooked meat. Visual here. Let me clear you some spots. I definitely got barbecue sauce on my nose, but worth it.
No.
The meat is cooked to perfection. It's smoked. I think they had an hours and hours long smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really good.
And they brought their entire setup. They got the wood out there. They got their large. It has to be like a 30-foot smoker.
Yes.
Fantastic. Oh my
Worth
goodness.
the wait.
Yep.
And hopefully they were out of the mac and cheese. That was going to be my first choice, but the potato salad did not disappoint. So 100% recommend. All right. Oh, do you want to try the apple?
Oh, yes. An apple soda.
Give us your review.
So refreshing, nice and sweet. On a hot day like this, nothing compares, really. Here, try some.
Awesome. Ooh, that is so good. I feel like that's the perfect way to finish this off.
Yeah.
All right, what was your favorite?
Oh, this is so tough.
We didn't eat a bad thing. It was so good.
It was all good. I think I'm going to have to go with this chicken. That fresh fried, the amount that you get for one quick, snack while you're walking around is fantastic. And the value is great.
Yep. I would say the chicken as well, but in case we need a second runner-up, because sometimes, you need other options, I would actually go
with the rice.
Yes.
Oh my
goodness. It's delicious. It's so flavorful. So,
well, Taiwanese food seems to take the prize home this time for us.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us for GTC Bytes. That was super fun. Hope you go ahead and grab some food here at the park. And thanks for joining us. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Moreira.
Hey, everyone. What's up? I'm Moreira.
Hey, I'm Rachel.
And this is GTC Bytes. We are here in the park, which is one of two places that you can grab some amazing food. And we wanted to do a little food tour with you so that you know what you should come grab when you're on site.
Yeah, and one really fun fact about the GTC Park food options here is they're all local businesses. So a lot of the vendors are saying, if you like our bites here, you can visit us all around the San Jose Bay area. Definitely recommend it based on just the spread that we have here.
So excited. Thanks. All right, we're going to start with our Filipino plate. We've actually got some pork lumpia. So, then these, I had to get them, lobster balls.
Yep.
All right.
Let's do it. I grabbed one here, and this was the sauce, right?
I think so, yeah.
Delicious. That crunch, nothing like it.
Umami, perfect flavor, super, super good.
Yeah, and fried fresh.
Yes.
Love it.
Okay. Do you want to go to the lobster balls?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to bring our sauce over here.
Okay. One skewer each, and we cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Woo.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's try to get as much sauce as I can.
No. Should I do the whole thing?
The only way. Super good. Nice and bouncy. Love the imitation crab in there. And well flavored. You must have it with the sauce. The sauce is 100% necessary.
Thanks.
Yum.
What do we want to do next?
Oh my gosh. Let's go with something cold. Let's have something hot. Let's have something cold.
Perfect.
The lobster roll?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Do the honors, please.
All right.
I've got my little lobster guy here.
Let's put some lemon on top.
She's a pro.
I'll just dive into it.
Spent some time on the East Coast, and this brings me back. So I'm really happy West Coast is representing.
Oh, amazing.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a bite off of this end.
Juicy lobster, plenty of it. A perfect buttered roll. And there's some big chunks in there.
10 out of 10.
Amazing. So good. I'll have to visit this on my free time. Yeah, that's delicious.
It rivals East Coast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Should we do the clam chowder?
I think we should.
Here.
Here, I've got a spoon here.
Perfect.
I'm going to give this a stir.
Yep.
And the classic oyster crackers on top, which is a must. It is a little warm out today, but I don't mind.
No, after talking all week, that's kind of soothing on the throat, right?
Absolutely.
Delicious. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, balance of acidity, not too heavy. Really, really good. Okay. What have we got here?
Some Taiwanese fried chicken.
This looks amazing.
So fun fact, around the Bay Area, you're going to see a lot of people do popcorn chicken and Taiwanese boba shops. But the truth is, when you're in Taiwan, fried chicken comes as a cutlet. So they called it big fried chicken here because this is how they serve it in Taipei and all over Taiwan.
That's awesome. Bring it back to the roots.
Here's a fork for you.
Do you mind if I go in with my fingers?
Go for it.
I think I'm going to show you, like, these are not just popcorn size.
Whole cutlets. So juicy. Fresh fried. Oh my God.
That might have taken first place. Everything is so good, but this is amazing.
Yeah. And you can tell by the line. The line is like all around the corner.
Is that coconut on the outside?
It is most likely it's a mix of cornstarch.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Perfect sweetness, amazing crunch throughout. Amazing.
Oh, let's hit the other dish that we have from the Taiwanese stand.
Cool.
This is I got the extra spicy minced pork over rice.
I love the adventure spirit.
Here's a fork for you. Here's a fork for me. And those are pickled mustard greens on top.
Yum. I love anything pickled.
This is the go-to dish for any Taiwanese kid. The easiest lunchbox that you can get in the morning before going to school.
Boom. That hit. That is just so homey. I can understand why this is the go-to.
Yeah. And this is the 5-spice really comes through. I will say this is extra spicy. So warning for viewers out there, there's an extra spicy version and a normal non-spicy version.
I'm feeling the kick.
Yeah.
And it's great. But it's good flavor. It doesn't make you feel like you can't eat the food and enjoy the food. You're still getting that flavor.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of spice I love.
Oh, so good.
Okay. Should we cleanse our palate with some potato salad and then go into the finale?
I could use with a little bit of refreshment.
Let's do it.
Ooh.
So this is from the barbecue stand.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yep.
Great job with the order there.
It's all about the order. That's great. Acidic, but not too heavy. Really, really nice.
Yeah. Delicious olives.
Another bite.
Yeah. And nice and cold. It's about 80-some degrees right now in the park. So if you need a cold dish, go for the potato salad from the barbecue stand.
It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Our finale.
I guess I will go ahead.
Please do the honors.
We can do. I don't know if I can do this one-handed, but we're gonna try.
I'm ready to catch your mic if you need me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, so oh no. Juicy,
amazing.
Oh, come. Perfectly cooked meat.
Here, let me clear you some spots. I definitely got barbecue sauce on my nose, but worth it.
No.
The meat is cooked to perfection. It's smoked. I think they had an hours and hours long smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really good.
And they brought their entire setup. They got the wood out there. They got their large. It has to be like a 30-foot smoker.
Yes.
Fantastic. Oh my
Worth
goodness.
the wait.
Yep.
And hopefully they were out of the mac and cheese. That was going to be my first choice, but the potato salad did not disappoint. So 100% recommend. All right. Oh, do you want to try the apple?
Oh, yes. An apple soda.
Give us your review.
So refreshing, nice and sweet. On a hot day like this, nothing compares, really. Here, try some.
Awesome. Ooh, that is so good. I feel like that's the perfect way to finish this off.
Yeah.
All right, what was your favorite?
This is so tough.
We didn't eat a bad thing. It was so good.
It was all good. I think I'm going to have to go with this chicken. That fresh fried, the amount that you get for one quick, snack while you're walking around is fantastic. And the value is great.
Yep. I would say the chicken as well. But in case we need a second runner-up, because sometimes, you need other options, I would actually go
with the rice.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's delicious. It's so flavorful. So,
well, Taiwanese food seems to take the prize home this time for us.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us for GTC Bytes. That was super fun. Hope you go ahead and grab some food here at the park. And thanks for joining us. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Moreira.
All right, we're going to start with our Filipino plate. We've actually got some pork lumpia. So,
yum.
And then these, I had to get them, lobster balls.
Yep.
All right.
Let's do it. I grabbed one here. I know this was the sauce, right?
I think so, yeah.
Delicious. That crunch, nothing like it.
Umami, perfect flavor, super, super good.
Yeah. And fried fresh.
Yes.
Love it.
Okay. Do we want to go to the lobster balls?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to bring our sauce over here.
Okay. One skewer each, and we cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Woo.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to get as much sauce as I can.
No. Should I do the whole thing?
The only way. Super good. Nice and bouncy. Love the imitation crab in there. And well flavored. You must have it with the sauce. The sauce is 100%
really good.
necessary.
Dang.
Yum.
What do we want to do next?
Oh my gosh. Let's go with something cold. We have something hot. Let's have something cold.
Perfect.
The lobster roll?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Do the honors, please.
All right.
I've got my little lobster guy here.
Let's squeeze some lemon on top.
She's a pro.
I'll just dive into it.
Spent some time on the East Coast, and this brings me back. So I'm really happy West Coast is representing.
Oh, amazing.
Is it good?
I'm
going to take a bite off of this end.
Juicy lobster, plenty of it. A perfect buttered roll. And there's some big chunks in there.
10 out of 10.
Amazing. So good. I'll have to visit this on my free time because that's delicious.
It rivals East Coast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Should we do the clam chowder?
I think we should.
Here,
I've got a spoon here.
Perfect. All right.
I'm going to give this a stir.
Yeah, yep.
And the classic oyster crackers on top, which is a must. It is a little warm out today, but I don't mind.
No, after talking all week, that's kind of soothing on the throat, right?
Absolutely.
Delicious. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, balance of acidity, not too heavy. Really, really good. Okay. What have we got here?
Some Taiwanese fried chicken.
This looks amazing.
So fun fact, around the Bay Area, you're going to see a lot of people do popcorn chicken and Taiwanese boba shops. But the truth is, when you're in Taiwan, fried chicken comes as a cutlet. So they called it big fried chicken here because this is how they serve it in Taipei and all over Taiwan.
That's awesome. Bringing it back to the roots.
Here's a fork for you.
Do you mind if I go in with my fingers?
Go for it.
I think I'm going to show you, like, these are not just popcorn size.
Whole cutlets. So juicy, fresh fried. Oh my God.
That might have taken first place
Everything is so good, but this is amazing. Yeah, yeah. And you can tell by the line. The line is like all around the corner. Is that coconut on the outside? It is most likely it's a mix of cornstarch. It's so good. Yeah. Perfect sweetness, amazing crunch throughout. Amazing. Okay. Let's hit the other dish that we have from the Taiwanese stand. Cool. This is I got the extra spicy minced pork over rice.
I love the adventure spirit.
Here's a pork for you. Here's a pork for me. And those are pickled mustard greens on top.
Yum. I love anything pickled.
This is the go-to dish for any Taiwanese kid. The easiest lunchbox that you can get in the morning before going to school.
Oh, that's hit. That is just so homey. I can understand why this is the go-to.
Yeah. And this is the 5 spice really comes through. I will say this is extra spicy. So warning for viewers out there, there's an extra spicy version and a normal non-spicy version.
I'm feeling the kick.
Yeah.
And it's great. But it's good flavor. It doesn't make you feel like you can't eat the food and enjoy the food. You're still getting that flavor.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of spice I love.
Oh, so good. Okay.
Should we cleanse our palate with some potato salad and then go into the finale?
I could use with a little bit of refreshment.
Let's do it.
Ooh.
So this is from the barbecue stand.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yep.
Great job with the order there.
It's all about the order. That's great. Acidic, but not too heavy. Really, really nice.
Yeah. Delicious olives.
I'm gonna go for another bite.
Yeah. And nice and cold. It's about 80-some degrees right now in the park. So if you need a cold dish, go for the potato salad from the barbecue stand.
It's amazing. All right.
Our finale.
I guess I will go ahead
Please
and
do the
see what we can do. I don't know if I can do this one-handed, but we're going to try.
I'm ready to catch your mic if you need me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh. So. Juicy.
Amazing.
Oh, perfectly cooked meat.
Facial hair. Let me clear you some spots. I definitely got barbecue sauce on my nose, but worth it. The meat is cooked to perfection. It's smoked. I think they had an hours and hours on smoke. Yeah, that's really good.
And they brought their entire setup. They got the wood out there. They got their large. It has to be like a 30-foot smoker.
Yes.
Fantastic. Oh my
Worth
goodness.
the wait.
Yep.
And hopefully they were out of the mac and cheese. That was going to be my first choice, but the potato salad did not disappoint. So 100% recommend. All right. Do you want to try the apple?
Oh, yes. An apple soda.
Give us your review.
So refreshing, nice and sweet. On a hot day like this, nothing compares, really. Here, try some.
Awesome. Ooh, that is so good. I feel like that's the perfect way to finish this off.
Yeah.
All right, what was your favorite?
This is so tough.
We didn't eat a bad thing. It was so good.
It was all good. I think I'm going to have to go with this chicken. That fresh fried, the amount that you get for one quick, snack while you're walking around is fantastic. And the value is great.
Yep. I would say the chicken as well. But in case we need a second runner-up, because sometimes, you need other options, I would actually go
with the rice.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's delicious. It's so flavorful. So,
well, Taiwanese food seems to take the prize home this time for us.
Amazing. Well, thanks for joining us for GTC Bytes. That was super fun. Hope you go ahead and grab some food here at the park. And thanks for joining us. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Moreira.
That's the better here. You want to grab that? Take a picture with the bullet.
So I'll not do the rest, do you? Sweet. See. This.
Go. See the gray seesaw by your actual.
And we have some stuff running on Nemotron, so if you want to
So we used a lot of models, especially from NVIDIA themselves. So we have Nemotron as the LLM, and we have made this beautiful UI, as you can see, all through Nemotron, and we have this entire thing vibe coded. Like this hackathon was like for 6 hours, and I did this in the first hour itself. It's pretty cool how you can ship code so fast now. I really love that. Yep.
That's super cool. All right, that's perfect. All right. Hi everyone, I'm here at the GTC Hackathon, and what tools do you normally use to help you code?
So typically I use Cloud Code, and I use the Opus model to help me like understand the context of my project a bit better. And with this like PRD file, I feed it to like Sonnet to like, generate that text for me, the code for me.
That's really cool. Is there anything specific that you use it for? So do you use it for planning, debugging, generating content? How does it really help your workflow?
Typically I use it more for planning, and then when it comes to debugging, I use like a whole suite of different LLMs out there. Like Gemini's anti-gravity is pretty good as well, and at the moment I'm using Cursor.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. And what?
Okay.
All right. Hi everyone, I'm here at the
All right, everybody, what's up? Chris here again, and we are in the final stretch of our live stream today. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined us. I still see a couple people from the beginning of the day in the chat. Thank you so much to all of you for sticking around. I hope that we've been able to show you some of GTC. Now we're going to move to showing you probably my favorite part of GTC, which is the community, the developers. This is the best part. And for that, we have a very special guest. Joining us is, of course, Shalandra, Shelly's cousin. As well, I guess Shalandra's host is Anusha. Anusha, thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course, thanks for having me.
What do you do at NVIDIA?
I am a developer advocate here at NVIDIA. I work with developers to make sure that they get onto the NVIDIA bandwagon. They have the assets that they need to have a smooth experience as a developer.
Awesome. And it has been, so far, a whirlwind of a week.
It really has.
What have you been up to? What have you seen? Give us like a recap, if you can, of all of some of the cool stuff that we've done this week.
Yeah, if I go down all of the path, we're gonna stay here talking way more than we need to. Well, this week I feel like, in addition to everything that we've been talking about for a while, one very big thing is OpenClaw and Shalandra. Our Build-A-Claw booth has been insane. I got to spend some time there, and it's just crazy.
What do you think it is about? Because, like, okay, so I get it. The OpenClaw hype makes sense. I'm pretty hyped too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Long-running autonomous agents, dope. Nemoclaw, dope. OpenShell, dope.
100%.
Like, but what is it about a tent with a bunch of computers in it that you think makes people so stoked to experience that kind of like communal technology experience?
I know. I feel like it's just the energy there. Like I haven't been able to spend as much time there as I'd like to yet, but from everyone I've spoken to who's been there, not only are people coming there to actually build a claw, they just want to ask questions. They're so curious about what it is, how it's working, how Nemoclaw, OpenShell, how it all fits in. The energy there is contagious. I got to contagious. Well, contagious and infectious. That's how exciting it is.
It's very contagious.
Yeah, very contagious. And yeah, I have Shalandra with me. So
hell yeah. Okay, so Build-A-Claw, obviously highlight what beats a bunch of people building stuff in a tent. We've had incredible support there from people like Mark Heaps, Natter, Carter, Janina, a bunch of really cool people have been helping out the whole time. Luke, a bunch of members of Luke's team. I mean, I know that we've had a lot of people down there helping people out, but that's not the only thing that's dope that we've got going on. So what else? Okay, so Build-A-Claw,
definitely
crazy,
up there.
Crazy. What else is going on?
Well, I think for me, GTC, and it also ties in with the theme of our talk right now, is just so much about community. whether it's, well, build a claw once again, but there are just so many opportunities to interact with developers and for them to interact with us, which I absolutely love, because we as a team, a whole company, we're all about developers, we're all about that community. So getting that opportunity to interact with them, see what they like, what they don't like, really, really fun. A great example of that is the developer breakfast we had yesterday, where I had amazing conversations, 2 hours of just talking about everything we've been working on, everything they've been working on, how it all ties in. So yeah, that's another thing that I really, really enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it was a breakfast of champions. We're going to talk about it and see some highlights from it a little bit later. And something else, you know, I see this a lot, Anusha, when we're saying the word developer.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that I have particular, you know, insight into because I've had the chance to work with you a lot, which is that, like, when we say that word, we're really talking about like ourselves, right?
100%.
And so, like, you know, like you're a developer, right? It's just the best part of this job is that it's not like random people trying to connect with developers. It is literally the people themselves.
Right.
And what do you think, like, from your perspective, what is the best part of GTC other than, okay, we have incredible sessions. We have the expo hall. If you've got to see it, is obviously incredible. But like, what is the thing that drives you to say, damn, GTC is a great conference for me?
I think, well, you did say Expo Hall, but I think for me, one part that I really love within Expo Hall is the NVIDIA Inception section, because the startups there, what did I say? Confectious.
Yes.
There. I was like, contagious? No, that sounds right. Confectious energy there.
Yes.
There's just so much to learn. I think even last year, which was my first GTC here, I spent so much time just talking to those people.
Incredible.
And I feel like I got to learn so much, and that definitely also helped. Well, it sort of fed into everything that I was working on. And that's the goal of this year too, just interacting with people.
That's the thing, is like you learn so much from other people here that you can
so much.
You can just take into your job. You can take into rolling things back into making the experience that we have using the tools that we build even better, right?
Right.
And like the Inception startup area isn't just like, here's another GPU company, here's another GPU company. It's like there's a bobber that generates power in the ocean.
Yeah.
There's people you know, working on AI for science. There's so much incredible stuff. There's robot arms that you control with your mind. You know, it's like we're entering such an interesting space in technology. And you know, maybe that's the last thing that we'll chat about, which is like we are entering such an interesting space in technology. GTC isn't just about like AI. It's not just about we can run things fast on GPU, though you can run things fast on
100%.
GPU, of course. You know, but it's also a celebration of all kinds of different technologies. For you, what is the standout technology from this GTC? Like, which are you most stoked about? You know, from robotics to, you know, traditional AI to AI for science, AI to healthcare. All, you know, what's the thing that you're most stoked about?
I think for me, so like I said, last year was my first GTC, and I saw a lot of people talking about Agentic AI then. But a year ago, a lot of people I spoke to, they wanted to get into the Agentic AI space, but they didn't know how it fits in with their product, how it fits in with what they want to do. They just wanted to have that label somehow.
They just knew it was the year of the agent.
They just had to get on that bandwagon. This year, I realized in the little I've been able to interact with people, and I definitely want to go back to the expo floor to talk to more people. There's so many cool applications that are coming out of it. So just seeing that transition from last year to this year, in terms of the applications people have been able to come with, I'm so impressed, and I'm so excited to hear more about it.
I know it's like it feels like yesterday, right? That we started talking about agents.
I know.
And suddenly now we're in multi-agent doesn't even make sense to say anymore because we're getting so complex with our agents. Like it is truly, I mean, innovation is off the charts, and AI is helping us innovate even faster than ever. And you know, another question, just while we have you. A lot of people are starting to use AI tools, right, to help them write better, to help them learn better, to help them code better? What is a way that you think, and this will be just a few words, right?
Okay.
What is a way that you leverage AI in a way that you wouldn't have expected you would last year?
Few words. I can give you one.
Okay.
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
That's it, man. That's it. Anusha, thank you so much. We're going to be back with Anusha, guys, in just a moment because she's building something very cool. And so stick around to see that. But before we do that, we're going to interview another community legend. To give us some time to transition, we're going to show you just some highlights from the community here at GTC. So you guys, again, can feel the vibe of what it's like to be here, so we can share that with you at home. And we're going to go ahead and roll that tape now.
Connect with Experts. Can I ask what you're here to learn about?
Sure. I work on insurance problems, and I'm trying to see if reinforced learning could help with claims data and figuring out how to price and underwrite risks better.
We built an app that is basically using Anthropic and OpenAI, but prompt and RAG can get us so far. So we're looking to fine-tune local models, host it, and reduce the cost and be more accurate.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're talking about today?
Yeah, so we have a lot of interest in the new Newton simulation. We have interest in Isaac Sim. Everyone has really unique use cases ranging from autonomous vehicles to the agricultural space to indoor home robots.
Hello, can I learn more about what you're talking about today?
Oh, sure. So today in this pod, we've been getting a lot of questions about the RL algos that Nemo RL supports and the simulated environment that we use called Nemo Gym.
What's the craziest question you've gotten so far?
How I can simulate different organ tissue bending around different suturing devices.
So today we're actually teaching attendees how to evaluate agents, especially as we think about agents, like with OpenClaw and the rise of agents we've seen over the last year or so. Being able to deploy them in production or in enterprise environments means having a deep understanding of how they work, right? And making sure that they work the way you expect them to.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Moreira Larwood coming to you live from the Developer Community Breakfast. We are today gathering 150 of the top builders across the stack. We're really excited to have all these folks in the room, meeting with NVIDIA experts, meeting with each other, learning about all the different community activations. In the meantime, I found a new friend. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Ben Torkian. I'm a research scientist for University of South Carolina.
Awesome. And something that we noticed that really caught our eye were all of these awesome pins that you have on your lanyard. Can you tell us what these are and how people get them?
These are actually different certification program provided by NVIDIA. NVIDIA have a great program with the DLI group. You can actually get training to get all the requirements for this course. Then for this certification, then actually you can apply and sign up for this exam.
We are here at the Google booth at NVIDIA, and I am here with Julia. And Julia is a member of our NVIDIA and Google Joint Developer Program. Julia actually completed all of the learning paths in our program and was awarded a golden ticket to GTC. If there's one thing that you want to tell other developers or people that are just interested in applying AI to something they're passionate about that have never been to GTC.
So I think this is something like I gained from Jensen's keynote is, think big. Kind of like a visual, if you visualize what is possible, you can create it. That was kind of the big key takeaway.
Anything that you want to pass on to people who are just getting into this technology that you found out either today or you knew coming in, but you're excited to have it set up now?
Oh my gosh, Barcuda.
I wish I got 2 DGX Sparks.
All right, too. Thank you so much, Calvin. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Today, what are you all hoping to build? What are you all hoping to work with?
Well, it depends on the data sets they provide us. They kept that secret, so but I actually like that. It's more exciting. But the new Nemotrons models came out like earlier last week.
Yeah.
And today, I believe Unsloth announced like a new quantized model of the Nemotron models. So I think that would be really cool to see if we can get that going.
All right. We are joined here with Pete, man of the hour. Jensen, talking about OpenClaw during the keynote. What was that like?
I mean, unreal. Are we in a simulation or not?
You know, one of the things that he compared it to is like the HTML or Linux moment. What do you think is so impactful about claws, and what makes people think about the technology in that way?
I would even think less about the technology, more about how it moves AI from being this scary thing to like something that's fun and weird, but like useful. You know? So that I created this whole theme to like make it interesting and make it weird, because like a lot of people are scared about the future, and I wanted to build something that connects people with something they have to understand to like go into this next phase of our world.
Some highlights from the community, and now we have someone who is no stranger to community. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody at home.
Hey, everybody, I'm Corey Knowles from the Neuron AI newsletter and podcast.
You've probably heard of the Neuron. I know I have. It is an incredible operation that you're running. You know, part of these ideas of community, in my mind, is having watering holes, right? A place where people can go to learn and draw information from. Let me just get right into it. Like, what made you start producing such a resource? Like, what made you feel I gotta share this out to the world?
Well, the newsletter formed a little while before I came, a couple of years before I came along. Grant came along with it. We were bought by a company out of Nashville called Technology Advice, but it's very much Grant and I every day pouring through news, because we're both overwhelmed. The truth is, I always joke that we're like that parachute on the back of a drag racer. You know, that feels like we're getting drugged through the AI space every day at 320 miles an hour. And I always think, if as much as we read, like we're looking during work, we're looking after work, we're looking in the evenings, we're reading on the weekends. And it's like, how could anybody be expected to keep up with this? So like, our goal is to gather what you really ought to know today and tell you why you care. Why it matters. Like, to the normal person, like, yay, a model dropped this week. They're like, I don't care. What does that mean? And what they want to know is like, hey, it works really good with spreadsheets. You can use it with spreadsheets.
Right. Yeah.
So we're trying to do a better job of really addressing those things up front and looking for ways to give some practical advice.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'm always interested in whenever I have the chance to talk to someone who has ingested so much information, right? And has had to filter through so much information, is like, you know, at this point, how well honed is that filter? Like, you know, how quickly are you able to sift through information to really find the like important nugget that matters to people?
It's tricky, and it's tricky. As a general rule, Grant and I can sit down. We have a 15-minute news huddle in the mornings, and we're looking, and we're like, okay, so that's probably the lead. We need to hit these in around the horn. That's very important. They're going to want to try some of these out. Let's put a couple of these in our treats to try section. And then what happens is he goes to writing, and I go to planning the podcast. And then somewhere around 2 p.m, somebody drops something else, and the whole plan goes out the door. And we get back together, and we sit down, and we figure out what the newsletter looks like tomorrow now. And then we go back to work, and then that happens maybe a third time some days. Usually, though, here's the deal: each of those like blow it ups is each is smaller, unless it's like we have rules. Like, okay, if it's a massive new model release, we'll blow the whole thing up.
Yeah.
If it's minor, we'll talk about it in the blurb tomorrow. We'll make a big story out of it.
There you
do
go.
something on the website, you know. And it's a lot to go through. It's a lot to digest. I kind of handle a lot of the like research reading end of it.
Okay.
I read I read research papers every day.
That's right.
And by that, I mean, I sift through a list of 50 or so, and I pick 4 or 5 that are worth a deeper dive that intrigue me. Maybe they're about a new mixture of experts approach, or some new tool calling, some way to, you know, really dial in tool calling and agents or something. And I'll read an abstract and dig through a little bit and see if I get it. And then if I don't, I'll go to ChatGPT and throw it in there and be like, help. Eli 5. Some of these are hard, but it's amazing how much is out there. What's cool now is I can take that same paper and just throw it into my Codex or my Claude bot and be like OpenClaw.
That's right.
And be like, hey, does this matter to my setup? And it'll say, yeah, you want me to do that? And like, research paper's been out for 3 hours and I'm running it on my desktop. It's crazy.
You know, it's so interesting because it is like I think people, when they get started in this space, they see the wall of research, and it can be a pretty big wall, right?
It is.
But over time, you kind of hone that sense of what's important, what's not important.
Yeah.
Helps you move through faster. Now, like you said, with AI, we're able to kind of get through that information, not just quicker, but like with a fuller understanding.
Yeah.
And that's so incredible. I mean, I got to ask this question. So the newsletter, obviously, incredibly valuable, but what about the community that's kind of formed around it, right? Like you have a bunch of people kind of, circling that wellspring of information and naturally just begin to talk. Like, tell us a little bit about when you felt like it moved from like this thing you were doing to like a living, breathing community.
Well, I've been involved, I guess, about 1.5 years now. And what I will say is that over that time, we've gotten to this point where we probably get, just in responses to the email, people read the email, they reply to it. And probably 100, 200 of those a day.
Wow.
It's more than you can do. Like, we both try to pick 2 or 3 each day and go through and be like, hey, this person's a school teacher trying to figure out how to do this one specific thing. And we'll take 10 minutes and write them back. And I really believe that one of the best things you can do when you're building a community is interact with them, talk to them, be a part of them, care what they have to say. And we do a lot of that with like our lives on YouTube. We do a lot of lives with the idea being, come in. Last week, we helped a guy who comes in and he's like, I'm trying to figure out how to use agents to help me schedule for my construction company. I've got multiple jobs going. I've got all these people and we're trying to figure out how do we do that with AI and make it suck less. So we just, on the show, we just, pulled up, I don't remember if it was Codex or Claude Code, depends on if it was me or Grant. And, but we pulled it up and just went to town on it and worked on this guy's problem. And, it was a lot of fun. And we try to do that at least once every week or two.
It's just incredible. I think if we look, like even a year ago, 1.5 years ago, right, at the kinds of people that were really leveraging AI, it was you could kind of tell just by them using AI, like who was going to be using it. But now, I mean, you're talking about like people who are working in construction, which is definitely not the first place that you think of when you hear AI. But that tool is so so impactful. It's able to help them. I mean, I do have to ask because you mentioned it.
Yeah.
So which are you, Codex or Claude Code?
I'm Codex.
Okay.
I'm Codex. I'm sure I'm going to get hate for it. I know I'm going to get hate for it.
No,
but
the
truth is, Codex, since the app dropped, I just absolutely fell in love with it. I like how it works. I was a CLI guy before that, and I'm not an engineer, but I fell in love with working with the CLI. And when the app came, I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty baller.
It is a good experience to have the UI back and to have some bells and whistles back. That's for sure.
It is a lot of fun.
So how would you, someone who is maybe just getting started, they've been reading the newsletter for a little while. What is some advice you'd give to people who want to kind of make sure that they feel like they're keeping up to date, other than, of course, reading the newsletter, right? Listening to the lives. Like what is some advice you can give to people on how they can stay up on whatever they're most interested in?
I would tell you a couple things. Number one, be curious. Right now, the best thing you can do is just go read about something, try something, ask your AI. The tool that everyone forgets is that anything you want is there simply by saying, hey, I'm wondering how to do this. I don't know how to do that. Tell me, walk me through it like I'm an idiot. And if you tell it that, it will do that so well. And you should absolutely try that. The other thing is like I have a philosophy degree, my master's in journalism. I'm vibe coding software, and it's the craziest thing ever. I'm having so much fun. And I really have taken this whole learning approach to it because like it was intimidating, man. I was a little scared about it for a while. And now what I'm doing is I go in and I have an idea and I'll go to Claude or ChatGPT and have it build me a plan. And then I'll go over to like either Codex or V0. V0 was where I started because I felt like it was really good for that.
Yes.
And I let it work a little, and then if I don't understand something, I have my ChatGPT terminal up over here. I'll copy the code or I'll copy the response and go over here and say, what is that? What is happening? And have a conversation back and forth about what's the principle there. Explain to me that. Like, so instead of, frankly, going to college for 4 years and sitting through a lot of math and a lot of engineering, because I don't want to build software for a living. I want to be able to solve my problems when I want to solve them, and maybe help some other people learn to do that along the way. So yeah, it's very much Grant, who's probably listening right now, coined the term just-in-time learning a few weeks ago. That's very much what it is. It's this idea that when I get to a hurdle, I stop, and I ask for an explanation. And until I understand it, I don't go back, you know.
And this is, I mean, first of all, you love that we'll never escape jet, but the not even if we try. One thing that we got one last question with you here.
Okay.
Before we're going to go to the next piece, but I heard something in there that was I think important for a lot of people who are just learning about AI, right? Which is that you were a little bit trepidatious about using the tool, or there was a little bit of worry or whatever it was. I think the word used, a little bit scared, right? Like, what helped you get over that? Was it just using it? Like, help people understand how to break through that kind of wall.
Nothing replaces time in the tool. Get in, chat. Don't go in there with these things you need to do for work that you don't like doing anyways. If you're into Beanie Babies, for example, go in there and talk to AI about Beanie Babies. If you like rock and roll music, go in there and ask it about Van Halen. Don't go in there and talk about things you hate, because you can learn how you can trust it, what it can do, by talking to it about things that you already know, places where you're already an expert. And then take that and do things like ask it ridiculous questions. If you have things in your mind that you think, oh, I can't do that, so I'm not going to bother, absolutely ask it anyways. You will be amazed the sheer number of times that what it will do is exactly what you wanted in the first place.
That's just, I mean, I don't know how to, excellent close. It's been so awesome to talk to you. What we're going to do now, guys, is we're actually going to go to some footage that we have from that community breakfast that Anusha mentioned earlier in the stream. And I should mention, as part of this community breakfast, that actually our developer team unveiled their Developer Champions program, which is kind of for people who maybe have followed for a while, right? Yeah. The newsletter, who are building communities, who are not just using AI, but want to learn it so that they can teach others to use AI. Yes. and want to really give back to the community. And if you want to learn more about that program, we're going to be dropping some links and things that you can check out. And while you do that, you can listen in the background to some highlights from the developer community breakfast, which will go. Thank you so much again for your time today.
Thank you, Chris. I love your show as well, man. And thanks for having us on. We're always excited to come chat with you guys. Love everything NVIDIA does.
Heck yeah, let's go. All right, we'll roll that footage.
Hi everyone, what's up? My name is Moreira Larwood. I am here at the Developer Community Breakfast. Today we met with over 100 developers, had breakfast, networked, and we also got to talk about all the different community activations that we offer our developer community. So with that, I have Allison Ding with us, and she has been to so many of these different types of events. And we want to hear, Allison, about your insights and what you hear from developers when you attend these events.
Sure, I definitely love coming to this kind of event, some kind of local meetup, and they talk face-to-face with the developers from the developers community, because I'm able to pinpoint the bottlenecks for the challenges they are facing on the hardware, software, and open models.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you being, a face of NVIDIA who gets to talk to these developers, who gets to understand their pain points. That's super important to us, so we can always improve and hear about all the good stuff that's going on too. So thank you. I found a new friend. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Pether. I'm a research scientist for University of South Carolina.
Awesome. And something that we noticed that really caught our eye were all of these awesome pins that you have on your lanyard. Can you tell us what these are and how people get them?
These are actually different certification program provided by NVIDIA. NVIDIA have a great program with the DLI group. You can actually get training to get all the requirement for this course. Then for the certification, then actually you can apply and sign up for this exam and pass those exams. And they've done a good job. They provide them in associate level and professional level. If you want to start, then what I did, I start really small. You get hands-on with the associate level and they're much easier exam to the pass. Then you go to the professional level, and those exams need much deeper knowledge and understanding what is happening behind the Gen AI, at least in my certification. They were really good learning experience and help you to get a hands-on experience with Gen AI.
Fantastic. What was your favorite course?
Agentic AI. There is a really great course. As we know, the Agentic AI is really hot and everyone's trying to capture and understand it better. They provide really good content, what is behind it, how you're taking advantage. Actually, we did a poster for GTC and got accepted in Gen AI.
Awesome. Awesome. And if you had one word to describe the energy at GTC this week, what would it be?
Getting bigger and more exciting. Yes.
That sounds about accurate. Well, thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thanks.
And guys, what is up? So that was our developer community breakfast. Awesome time. We are joined again by Anusha.
And Shalandra.
And Shalandra. Sorry, my bad. Anusha, I don't even know how to set the table for this, so I'm just going to let you do it. Anusha has been cooking up with some others here at NVIDIA an absolutely insane idea. Insanely awesome, to be clear. Anusha, I don't even know how to introduce it. Tell us what the heck you and your team have built.
All right. Well, for the past few weeks now, we've been working on an agent gauntlet, which is basically a hackathon for agents, as opposed to people coming in and building something on the spot, which is obviously a super fun format for hackathons. We thought we'd do something slightly different, where instead of you coming there and building on the spot, you make an agent and you bring it to our arena, and that's where you hook it up to our server and you get started.
So basically, it's like you design your champion,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And then you let loose.
Yep, you customize your player over the days leading up to the challenge, and then you're on stage, and now you have a whole bunch of puzzles to solve.
Okay, I got so many questions.
Go ahead.
Number one, how many, do we have the chance to change the agent once it's in the gauntlet, or is it like you best come prepared?
You best come prepared.
Oh, man.
So the way it works is that we have there was a practice arena of sorts.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yes. So
there was a playground.
Yes.
Okay.
You can practice. You
Yes.
can practice a little. Of course, it's not exactly what the real thing is going to be like, but you can sort of try to fix your agent, make sure it's able to address the sort of things that it's supposed to.
Sure.
But other than that, you get there and your agent should have the ability to, once it's connected to our server, figure out what the challenge is, figure out what tools it has access to, figure out what other models it has access to, and then do whatever it wants to.
That's so cool. And as I understand, so you built this with a bunch of people on your team.
Yes. Yes.
And we know these guys. Our community has probably seen a lot of them through these kinds of videos. Right. As I understand it, you guys are going to be like shoutcasting this from a stage. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, it will be on a stage, a platform. People will come up in, I think, teams of 4, or well, sets of 4, and they'll do a round. It's like an actual full-fledged tournament for your agent.
It's just the absolute best.
Yep.
Okay, so next question, right? We have these agents, they're doing stuff, whatever it is. Okay, that's fine. Now, tell me how this idea comes about, right? How do you come up with this?
Well,
I know it's a big question, but like who one day wakes up and says, you know what we should do?
You know what we should do?
Fight agents.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. This is such an interesting idea, and I think me and the people on my team, we had so much fun building this because it actually felt like a hackathon of the future. Like, who knows? We might get robots fighting next. Like, we'll see.
I hope
We'll
so.
see.
I hope so. Okay, so obviously it's dope. Obviously it's going to be a spectacle. Obviously it's such an interesting idea. I mean, what are some ways you can see this kind of idea being extended and applied to something more practical, right? Because obviously on the face of it, this is for fun, this is for a hackathon, but the reality is that if we have systems that we design and we can do fitness challenges with those systems, then we can learn something about, how fit the system is. And there's kind of some next logical steps. So how do you see something like this being applied in a more serious, less like BattleBots arena style application, right?
No, I think you're completely spot on about that. Obviously, this is all fun and games, and it's a great opportunity for developers to build this really cool agent and see how it fares when it tries out our puzzles because it doesn't know what they are. But I think it really ties into a more practical side of things when the way these agents are being scored, it's not just whether you get the answer right. We're taking into account how many tokens are you using? How long are you taking? Smaller things like that. So it's not just accuracy. We're taking a look at efficiency here. And then when now you have an agent and you take it into your business, your application, those are other things that you do want to pay attention to. You don't want to just keep making sure that your agent is accurate. You want to make sure it's not using too many tokens, but when it needs to, it really is. So for you to sort of test out whether or not your agent is able to make that call, which feeds into actual practical business purposes, that's like the long-term, pipeline. But here it's all fun and games.
Of course, yeah, of course, definitely. I mean, the reality is that when you add those constraints, right? When we say things like, well, how many tokens did you use? How fast was it? Right. I mean, this is where those more efficient models really have a chance to shine.
Exactly.
When we're talking about agents, I think for the last year, I mean, we talked about this in the previous segment, right? Like, it's kind of just year of the agents, and people are like just throwing whatever sticks at the wall. We're now entering into this phase where it's way more important to like think about all of these like second and third order impacts of agents beyond just like, can it do the thing? I'll pay anything.
Yeah.
How do you see that landscape evolving, between like last year and this year? And then where do you think we're heading next?
That's a great question. I think, in the last year, like you said, Agentic AI has grown incredibly in scope. And in terms of agents and looking at things like their efficiency, how many tokens they're using, stuff like that, I think in general, as someone who also gets to engage with the community a lot, I have seen a lot of conversations now about routing the right query to the right model. Super big area, very, very hot area, because you could have a huge model do something very simple, but a smaller model might not be able to do it. And that's like the tip of the iceberg. There's so many more nuances to it. So I think that awareness and more work is being done in that area, which is why when we were working on this agent arena, agent gauntlet, the goal was to sort of have this fun setup for you to also start thinking more about those smaller things. You could technically bring super large model and just zero shot everything, one shot everything. But then you're probably not super efficient about it.
Probably not.
Definitely not. So the idea is to also start getting people to think more about that, which I'm sure they already are, but in a more playful setting. So yeah, it's just been great.
It's so interesting, right? We don't need Opus 4.6 to like add 2 and 2 kind of thing, right?
Exactly.
And I mean, when it comes to this more efficient future. It is really interesting because I do think this is where obviously I'm biased, right? So I'm the part of the Nemotron team. I love the Nemotron models. I think the faster models are smarter models. But one of the things you mentioned is the idea, like, we have this idea of a model router now,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And we actually have an example, guys, by the way, on our Blueprints GitHub repository of a model router that you can't see them, but the team behind is actually part of them are sitting in the room with us right now. And that idea of a router, right, for making sure we're worrying about cost, latency, versus accuracy, right? I mean, it speaks to this idea that I got to talk a little bit about in my session yesterday with CodeRabbit, which was like, agents are no longer like one model runs the agent, right? They are a system of models working together. What do you think where do we go from here, Anusha, right? Like, if we had in 2025 models running agents to a system of models running agents, like, what does 2027 look like for us?
I wish I could. I feel like whatever I say, I might just be wrong with the way things change. But yeah, it's like agents running agents. Like,
I know
it's gonna go somewhere.
It's gonna be absolutely incredible. I think perhaps our friend Shalandra has something of an insight to what we're gonna see more of in the future. It's been absolutely a blast to speak with you today, Anusha. Give us like the 30-second pitch lowdown for Asian Arena, which I believe is running tomorrow
noon at Guild House. And yeah, it's just a great opportunity for developers to come, show their agents, see how that fares. There's some super interesting puzzles that we have in store. Very fun to watch. I've had so much fun testing all of them out. It's been great. And today we also are releasing some new assets for developers, to a playground of sorts, to make sure that they're all ready for tomorrow. So it's just super.
So it's not too late.
Not too late.
It's not too late, guys. So it's not too late to join in if you happen to be here. If you don't, you can find more. Follow on. I'm sure there'll be updates somewhere that you can follow. Anusha, it's been a blast talking to you.
It's been great being here.
Earlier you talked a little bit about the Build-A-Claw tent, how it was popping off. Well, guys, we heard that and we said we got to get a team over to the Build-A-Claw tent. So we are going to go ahead and go over to that team now and see what's going on in that tent.
Can I ask you more about what's going on with Claw right now?
Of course. So what we're doing here is we're showing OpenClaw running directly on the Spark right now. And we're building an app as we go. Not even kidding.
Can I ask more about why people are coming to build Claw? I've been really curious about, like, maybe some of the uses that people are coming in with. What are they planning to do?
So, well, think about this, right? We've been using like GPT and all this amazing chatbot, but they feel like you're talking to a neighbor, but they move out next night, okay? They are gone, right? It doesn't remember you, and it cannot do work for me, right? So OpenClaw is like the first time we can, I can really do something, retain the memory. So weeks later, I talk to it, it's Raymond. Yeah. It knows that I'm doing my job. It can do cron job. Basically, every morning, wake up, do some reminders, summarize my email, and most importantly, it runs locally. I don't need to spend $1 after I bought this.
That's really cool. Can you go more into detail about how everything's running on the Spark and how everything works together?
Exactly. So today, I talk about some of the model NVIDIA build, like Nemotron 3 Super, right? This 120 billion parameter one runs on this. It's amazing because like this can just locally finish all the job when I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I need more sleep, trust me. For the last couple of weeks, I need more sleep. And this model has been fully optimized for agentic workflow. What does it mean? Thinking. It actually can reason better. So when I wake up, the job actually get done, but not get done. Right.
Is there anything? I know you've been like helping people all week build their own claws. Are there any like specific reasons that people have come in to, like, maybe there's like specific tasks they want to do or like specific workflows they want to fulfill?
I think it's a good question. Why people are interested in this, right? First, like a lot of curiosity. Jensen did a great job explaining, right? Whoa, the whole workflow, how it can expand, how we use the token to do smart things. I think fundamentally, a lot of people looking for, when I have the next wave of agentic workflow, how can they be part of it? Because like, if I don't do this, right, like especially for the business, right, the business value kicks in very quickly. And the last person we're talking to, the CTO, is like, hey, can I do this for price checking? Can I make sure that my business on top of like all this, right? Can I automate the task so my workers are more efficient? So these are the excitement that I see from OpenClaw, because like we're building the next way.
That's really cool to hear.
Right.
Is there anything that you want to say to like devs out there who might want to be trying?
Should I be looking at the camera for this one?
Yeah, we can. We chat's right
All right,
here.
guys.
Chat's right here, guys.
All right, so this one's real. Guys, we built all the instruction you need, okay? 3 lines of code. Run it and be happy, okay? Try yourself at home. And this is a bit, you know, without security. We built a secure version. Look, Nemotron. Go to the GitHub, click on it. The stars are growing, guys. 8,000 today. By the end of the week, you never know. And here, that's where the momentum is. Everyone give it a try. Download Nemotron. Get it together, all right?
So everyone in chat, go to Nemotron right now. We gotta put a star on this.
Get a star.
We gotta make sure everyone has their own claws going.
All right, we good?
And yeah, can I ask you a few more questions? Can you
Okay.
maybe like show me some of the apps that you've built so far and some of the claws?
I already have on my phone. Okay. Yes. So before I start this whole thing, I asked it to like, okay, I'm at GTC, right?
Yeah.
Like, give me news, right? So I've been reading news every hour on my phone because the OpenClaw been texting me every hour. A little bit too much. Right now, I should go in like every maybe 2 hours. I'm too busy, right? But I actually set up the app so I see like what's going on in the world while I'm doing my job here.
That's super cool.
Yeah, why not, right? And it took me 2 lines of, not even coding,
just two prompts.
2 prompts.
Two
And
prompts
like,
to get
yes,
all this running.
I feel so smart right now. I don't know, like something about it. I'm a
super
coder.
fun.
But there we go. That's what we did.
All right.
All right.
Well, and
Are we good?
Yeah. I think, could you also maybe walk us through like maybe just like the starting of making your own claw? I think that's something that would be
Starting
really
to make your own claw. Yes. So today we show you the installation, right?
Yeah.
The next thing after the installation, this is your OpenClaw. You should try Nemotron later.
Yeah.
After you finish it, of course, first step, buy this.
First, we have
I
the
cannot
DGX
skip
Spark
this.
here, guys.
DGX Spark, right?
Get the Spark, get the
128
Spark.
gig of RAM. Okay, share memory unified it. It will run the big model if you want it. But I think the key is like today we show people that, hey, what it does is like you just need to talk to it like a person. It's like, hey, hold this for me. I got time.
Got you.
Hey, I am Batman. Can I do that?
Yeah, go for it.
You're a robot or something. It's kind of like a fun thing, right?
Yeah.
I can actually start training it like every time I talk to have memory, right?
Yeah.
So it can actually start having a little bit of that behavior. I'm the legendary Batman himself, right? So I'm actually modifying the chatbot. That's all it takes. You talk to it like human. The more you do it, the more become mine.
And all the memory is on the Spark.
On this file, it will save the hard drive. So every time you come back, it will still there.
It'll
You
still
will
be
not
there.
forget. If you want to forget, you can reset it. I know how to do that.
Okay,
Still
that's
deletable
really
if you
cool.
want.
That is super
Right.
duper cool.
Okay.
Is there anything?
I want to show you this.
Cool. Anything else you want to show?
Tokens. We generate this, $0.
$0.
Yeah,
It's
beat
like
that,
the-
0.
The most bang for your buck.
We that.
All right.
We
And
good.
with that,
Then that.
thank you so much for
I
talking
don't
to
know
us
what else to
today,
say.
showing us around.
Yeah,
and
wake up
back
7
to you.
a.m. to again tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, what's up, guys? Again, the build content has been popping for 3 days straight now. People building claws, buying sparks that already have claws on them, taking pictures with claws. I think Santa Claus was there. There's a lot of legalese, a lot of extra clause is got him. Okay, we are joined with a very special guest, Chris. Chris is part of a very special team at NVIDIA called the Kaggle Grandmasters of NVIDIA. Chris, help us understand what that team is.
Well, first, thanks a lot for having me on the show and talking here. And so the Kaggle Grandmasters of NVIDIA. So it's a whole bunch of Kaggle Grandmasters. So we originally were hired to compete in competitions and use NVIDIA software, show off what it can do, take our learnings, bring it back to NVIDIA, help them improve the software. And the team was formed about 6 years ago. We've been growing now. We have maybe 18 people, and me personally, I've competed in over 100 competitions in this capacity, and we also do other things. So we'll use our learnings and our skills to also help with other NVIDIA projects and do work with customers, and we do other stuff. But that was our original main focus.
That's right. A team of Kaggle grandmasters who are just winning comps all the time. It sounds incredible, and it is. Chris, what is we got to talk a little bit about your backstory, right? Because Kaggle is such a staple in the machine learning community, the data science community, and it has been for I think as long as it's existed. What originally drew you to the Kaggle platform?
So it's when I was learning data science in 2018 and 19, and in the beginning I was learning all on my own, and it's such a new field, I didn't really have people to talk to. So I basically heard about Kaggle. I hopped online, and there was forums. So immediately I found this huge community, and I was talking to folks, and then I got attracted to doing competitions, and that is immediately addictive, right? It's so exciting. So really, I think I was just drawn at first to the community to talk and share these new ideas I was learning, and then it also helped me learn. And then I just loved participating in competitions too, and it has all that there and more stuff.
I mean, you said a word that we're focusing on for this block, which is community, right? And how important was that community to help you go from like, I'm learning data science, I'm interested in it, to like, I can't wait for the next comp, I can't wait to participate again, and even, I mean, winning a fair few of them, to be clear. You know, how important was that community to you in that process?
Super important. So I've always been a self-learner, but you can never, right? Just the idea of if you get excited about something and then you meet other people who are also excited, there's just nothing to replace that, because they'll mention a cool idea or you get an animated conversation. So it was just a continual source of motivation to want to learn more and to just continue to be excited about the field. And then once you bring the competitions into it, there's adrenaline to see you're doing good, to see your models are doing good. So you can see it's very emotionally, the community is just so uplifting to keep you on your journey.
That's incredible to hear. I mean, so you're talking about competitions. What does it look like for you? Like, what's your competition process once you kind of get to the level that you're at, right? Like, what does it look like for you when a new comp starts? Take us a little bit through, not like the technical details of your process, right? But like, how do you start approaching the problem? How do you get started on a project? And maybe even like, how do you choose a project that like looks interesting to you? Like, how do you choose a comp that you're like, this is my comp, this is the one I know I'm going to enjoy?
Well, that's a great last question. Like, what looks interesting to me? Because that's so I really have to follow what's fun for me. So I've done over 100 comps. So you can easily burn out or lose interest. So I do what's fun. So I'll look at comps and I'll say, oh, look at this one. So there was a comp and it was all about looking at pictures of pets, and you had to build a model to decide, you know, which pet photo is going to advertise and help a pet get adopted. And you know, I got excited about it. It was fun. I spent the first few days just looking at the pictures and enjoying it. So I'm usually drawn to something. And then even through the whole process, I have my sort of steps that I follow, sort of a recipe, but I'm always just saying, what would be fun to do now? So let's look at data, or let me try this new model I heard about that I've never tried. That would be fun, right? So I always mix in things that'll be new, interesting, and fun for me. I can't just say, here's 10 steps, another comp, step 1, step 2, right? You get so bored. So I really try to follow things that are fun and let that drive me, and then fall back on some you know, proven techniques that work.
Of course. And you know, one thing that's maybe different from 2018 Kaggle, right, versus say 2026 Kaggle is the tooling we have at our disposal has let's say gotten a little bit better. Right.
So just a little bit. Yeah, no, it's mind-boggling, absolutely mind-boggling. Because a year ago I was writing my own code, and that was a bit of an advantage. I can write fast code. You know, I know creative algorithms, and now basically tools can do all the code writing. So it's really leveled that aspect of the playing field, right? You don't have to be a great coder. You don't have to know all the ins and outs of the details of defining these models. So basically, pretty much everybody has that. And to be honest, it's writing in the last few comps, last few months, it's writing all my code. So now competing is really about ideas. And I have found that I can't, these fully autonomous agents, they can't do it all on their own. I have to constantly watch them, guide them. But the most importantly, I have to give them ideas. Try this. So it'll have ideas, but it won't always have that winning idea. So I'll say, oh, here's a cool one. Let's combine these 3 things and do this thing that I learned from over here, mix that in. Can you write that code for me? And then boom, jump in the leaderboard. So, but it's changing the game.
It's so interesting, right? Because in one aspect, you're telling us for sure it's leveling the playing field, right? You don't have to remember all of the algorithms. You don't have to know the most efficient implementations, right? But in the other hand, you're now able to express so much more creativity and not kind of be constrained by just your technical ability. What do you think, for someone who's getting started, who isn't coming in with the kind of storied, history that you have with how many comps you've run, like, how would you help people get started who are coming into the game with these tools already in place?
Yes, that's a tough question. I do hear this frequently. People who are currently in school, what should they learn? What should they be practicing? And my advice for everybody is, especially if you're new in this field, you have to take the time to learn the stuff and write the code on your own. So I told you how it's writing all my code, but I don't advise that as the first step. So it's good for me because I sort of know how to do it. But really, you can't use any of these tools to their full potential unless you actually were able to do this work yourself, because then you'll sort of know what questions to ask. You'll know how to review their work, and you'll know how to sort of guide them along.
You still got to cut your teeth on the basics before you really start, just going hog wild with autonomous code generation. Something else that's interesting is, so I have the pleasure of working alongside your guys' team sometimes. I have the pleasure of seeing the work that you're doing in NVIDIA. And, one of the things that is true is, I think, we used to have tool belts as software engineers of, our favorite implementations of algorithms, our standard way of approaching a problem. How is that facilitated in agents today through something like skills? Like, is your skill library growing? Do you find yourself like, creating a bunch of skills that you feel like will be useful or applicable across comps now? Is there an analog there between what we used to do and what we're doing now?
Well, you mentioned skills. So skills is definitely the secret sauce. And many people are contacting me and say, Chris, can you give me your agent skills, right? But that's my winning secret. And I'll release some things. But basically, I know what things to do in competitions. I know which models to combine. I know, proper things to avoid. So I put that all on skills, and these bots are jumping in new comps, and they're quickly jumping to the top by basically doing a lot of things that it took me years to discover. So it'll be interesting to see how grandmasters and people, how much they share their skills and how much they really, right? Because it's the ultimate way to kind of let out your secrets, because the secrets are codified very specifically on how to prompt and how to solve these problems.
That's right. And I mean, so one of the things that your team does that has always been among the most impressive part to someone like me who is not a huge Kagler, right, is the detail in the reports that you generate or the write-ups you do on the platform. Like why is it important to maybe not share the secret sauce, right? But why is it so important to share back those learnings with the community? And why do you think that your whole team is so aligned to this, right? Walk us through kind of the vibe of why you love to share that knowledge so much, right?
Yeah, so I think it's a different reason for everybody why they share. Ultimately, I think one driving force is you're excited, right? You win. To win a competition, you have to discover something new. You discover something new, nobody in the world knows about it. You're so excited to share it. And I think that drives most people. And then there's lots of other reasons, but that's probably the biggest motivator.
Incredible. I mean, it's just like, it's amazing. And now that you are on the other side of the coin, right? So when you're getting started in data science, the community is helping lift you up, right? How do you think about the community now that you are, one among the pillars of it, right? Like, how do you view your role in that community as having changed, and what would you say for people who are on that path to go from kind of, the nascent stage, and now maybe they're maturing a little bit? How do you solidify yourself like you and your teammates have done?
Yeah, so anybody I see online, all these people starting out, I know exactly how they feel. I was there. I 7 years ago, I was afraid to join a comp, and I had just been learning the field. I didn't know how I would do. So I asked lots of questions of all the grandmasters at the time. How do you do this? What's this thing called targeting coding? What's this? So I was there, absolutely. So I know how it feels. And I think that's a motivator of why I share now. So I spend a lot of time, I give back to the community. I answer all the simple questions, and I very easily can relate to where they are and what things you can't learn in books. And therefore, nothing's a dumb question. I realize that you can't have seen this before if you haven't been on Kaggle before. So that really, knowing what it feels like is really a motivator of me giving back.
Just so epic. Okay. Maybe just a few more questions for you here. What is your favorite? I don't know if this is cliche. Okay, so forgive me if it is, but like, what is your favorite comp? What is the comp that you were most excited about? Win or lose, like, what's the one that you're like, this is, I wish all comps had the same feeling behind them.
Probably the most exciting. So the general, I've heard this question before, and the general answer I get, which is the truth, really, is it's always my last comp. I don't know what it is, and this doesn't really make sense, but my favorite is always the last one I did. I'm like, wow, this is even funner than anything I've done before. Doesn't make sense, but that's how I feel. But if you want to pin me back to my past, probably the most exciting moment I ever had was winning first place with a teammate out of 6,000 teams, my biggest win ever. And it was very early in my career, and it was fraud detection. And I guess I'll always have a place in my heart, because I remember refreshing the computer and waiting to see the final results, and then seeing myself at top. And I was actually in my parents' house, and we were all cheering and screaming and no, I lost. And it was the most craziest moment.
That's so epic. I mean, maybe it's an unfair question, okay? But the flip side of the coin, what was your least favorite comp? Do you have any that sticks out? And maybe it's one that at the time you weren't stoked about, but you look back more fondly on now. Like, what was your least favorite comp, and how did you kind of reframe yourself so that it didn't get you like off the tracks, right?
So it's funny you say that. My least favorite comp probably kept me in the field. It was literally my first comp, and I worked so hard. And on the first leaderboard, I was in 7th place. I was in a gold medal, and I was convinced, look at me, my very first comp of getting a gold medal. Who does that? How great am I? The comp ends on the second leaderboard. I dropped to 1,200 position. It was so it was so painful. And actually, after that moment, I said, well, I was almost going to do this one and done thing, but I said, I have to get right back in there. So it really made me jump back in there and keep fighting in those comps. So probably it kept me in the field by making a tough first one, right?
Listen, it doesn't get better than that. What we're going to do is we are going to go ahead. Thank you so much for talking to us today, Chris. It's absolutely blessed. KGMon's the best. And we're going to go now to Joe, the founder of AI Tinkerers. Our street team is with Joe in the GTC Park. So we're going to cut over to that right now.
Hey, y'all. Thanks, Chris. Like you said, I'm here in the park with Joe Heitzberg, founder of AI Tinkerers. Joe, thanks so much for sitting down with us.
It's my pleasure. This is such a fun event.
Oh, isn't it great?
It's been incredible.
Yeah. Tell us, for those who don't know, tell us about AI Tinkerers.
AI Tinkerers is a global community of active builders in AI. So it's like a homebrew computer club of today's technology. Mm-hmm. So do not bring your slides or your pitch deck. Bring your cutting edge innovation and enable a fellow builder. That's the spirit. We're in cities all around the world. We've grown. I started the first one in Seattle. Alex Gravely, the inventor of Copilot, he started the second and third chapters in Austin and San Francisco. And it just sort of went organic from there, growth.
Yeah.
every month, still growing.
Yeah.
And it's an incredible community.
You guys have definitely got some legends. You have builders building with you guys every single month. We're really excited to partner with you. Can you
And
talk
we're
a little bit?
partnered with NVIDIA. Yeah, so
tell us a
excited.
little more about that.
I think right from Jensen on down, there's this Nemotron. Open source should be an element, right? It's not a either or.
Yes.
Closed or open, it's and.
Mm-hmm.
And I think NVIDIA wants to provide the and. They want to solve the open source. We've all seen in the community the open source get really good.
Yeah.
I personally think it's great to have the backing of an NVIDIA to do that. And so we're excited to partner and hopefully enable our fellow builders and tinkerers with Nemotron, open source in their stack.
Yeah, we're really excited. I mean, as part of the community team, we'll be partnering with your team directly, helping put on these events, make sure that your developers are as supported as possible. So we're really, really excited about that.
We love it. And by the way, I have to tell you, because you worked at Grok.
Yes.
Grok was down memory lane, one of our first ever sponsors.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
You were the first little, I guess, cornerstone, the first little piece of making this community sustainable.
We love partnering with you there, and I'm super excited that we're doing it here. Yeah.
So people who are listening to this are wondering, like, well, what do I do there? You go and build your funkiest cool thing. I remember when Claudebot, OpenClaw was coming around.
Yeah.
I said, that guy's a tinkerer, and I went right in there. AI Tinkerers London.
Yes.
You know, I said, of course he is. I'm excited to bring the community together and have it not just be me looking at the database and finding Peter Steinberger, but having that discovered through all of you, to all of you. So I'm working a lot on how can we bring the community together. It's another thing I think we can do in tandem with NVIDIA and open source as we do events in different places.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most beautiful parts of the age that we live in, that it's not ideas in isolation, it's better with community and better with collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Many times you find somebody who's on the fringes doing something that might not work, but it might.
Yeah.
And you find like 3 or 4 or 5 other people at that bleeding edge in very different parts of the world, whether it's Dubai, where we are, or in Germany, Singapore, Australia.
Yeah.
We're in all these places in Tokyo and Canada, US, Mexico, and 14 cities in South America.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you there's a tinker somewhere working on something like what you're maybe working on, and the two of you could get together and collaborate and with the support of NVIDIA, take it to the masses, just like Peter did.
Yeah, I think it's possible for anyone now, and that is
It's
so cool.
empowering.
Yeah, you can change the world. You literally can change the world.
And they should come to NVIDIA GTC next year. If they're not,
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, what's your take on GTC?
I have had an incredible time. I'm pinching myself. Like, I walked to Mistral's booth, you know.
Yeah,
and,
right there.
There was a person standing there looking just kind of bored. And I just said, hi, what do you do? And he was like, I'm the founder of Moonshot. And I was like, I love Kimi 25B, but it's also like, you're the most important model from China, like the best one. You're the founder?
Very nonchalant.
Amazing. It's just an incredible experience to be able to just bump into people. I shook Jensen's hand while standing next to the mountain. I didn't know that he was a celebrity.
You need to get here. You need to get to GCC.
People were taking pictures of this giant man, the world's strongest man, all this Game of Thrones. I was like, finally, I took my picture with him. I had to ask him, like, so are you famous or just big?
I'm sure he asked you the same question.
And then Jensen came down. I shook his hand. I said, thank you, because amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I would really love to hear, what is like one of the projects that you've seen that's inspired you most recently, that you've seen come out of?
Well, obviously OpenClaw, I think, is super inspiring. And every wave of innovation is in AI often looks like that, like just inspiring a bunch of other creative approaches, right? Or educating. I think part of the thing about building something and sharing it with others is you get immediate feedback and you inspire people. Maybe you find a collaborator. So for me, that's been, of course, a huge thing is I've got my OpenClaw burning through my tokens and doing an okay job on some things and amazing on others. So it's been great. I do like to play with, I do like to download and play with all the new models. I can't wait to, my FOMO right now is I'm at the conference, so I can't just go and, I should go to Build a Claw. I've been meaning.
Yeah, you should head in there afterwards.
I just know that if I go over there, I might end up buying a Nano. But I also know if I do that, I won't regret it. So just trying to stomach it.
Well, we hope you get over there. Thank you so much for joining us. This was awesome talking with you, Joe.
No, thank you.
And our viewers loved it. So thank you. All right, back to you.
And, always great to hear from people who are running communities and, get the kind of vibe that they had at GTC. What we've got up next is a video segment. And basically, GTC, we've talked about a lot, the vibe, developer conference vibes. That's dope. We've talked about all the expo, hall stuff that you can see, startups. We've had a lot of awesome interviews with cool people. But GTC is not just for, having a good time and doing hackathons. There's a lot of really good information that you can learn at GTC. If you want to come here just to learn and get better and skill up in whatever your favorite technology is at the time, there is probably a DLI for you as well. There's probably a connect with experts for you. So we run these things like all day workshops or half day workshops, as well as sessions where you can come and talk to people who are actually building with the tools live. These are people like our solutions architects, folks like myself and my team, as well as others who are actually hands-on with the technology. So we're going to show you some highlights from those so you can get an idea of what it's like to learn at GTC. So we're going to go ahead and play that video for you guys right now.
We're here at DLI learning sessions. Tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Hi, so today we're actually teaching attendees how to evaluate agents, especially as we think about agents, like with OpenClaw and the rise of agents we've seen over the last year or so. Being able to deploy them in production or in enterprise environments means having a deep understanding of how they work, right? And making sure that they work the way you expect them to. So here in this workshop, we're hoping to give developers the tools to be able to understand how to evaluate agents as they run. We're looking at especially computer use agents, so agents that can work in your computer and like change files. And we're using the Nemo Agent Toolkit's evaluation harness to be able to show developers how they can change different models to be able to see how their agent's performance changes, or change different configurations of those models or prompts, and see how that impacts the performance of their agent. What we're hoping developers take away from this is an understanding of how their choices impact the performance of the agents they build at enterprise, and how to make more informed decisions about design with agents.
And how do you think NVIDIA technologies are helping contribute to the safe use of agents in production environments?
So with our NVIDIA agent toolkit stack, we have many libraries that help with contribute to the safety of agents, right? Of course, there's a Nemo Agent Toolkit, which is an open source library where developers can write agents in any framework of their choosing, such as LangChain, and bring their agents to the toolkit for features like evaluation and profiling and optimization, and the ability to add guardrails and security features. We have several microservices, such as the Nemo Guardrails microservice, that allow you to evaluate LLM inputs and outputs to make sure they're safe. We have the newly released libraries such as OpenShell that allows agents to execute in secure sandboxes with configurable policies to make sure that sensitive data stays sensitive and private, and they're not leaked, or your agent doesn't do things that you didn't want it to do. So we have libraries across our stack that enable this, and today we're talking about the Nemo Agent Toolkit specifically.
Hello! Can I learn more about what you're talking about today?
Oh, sure. So today in this pod, we've been getting a lot of questions about the RL algos that Nemo RL supports and the simulated environment that we use called Nemo Gem. I think the most interesting question that I got today was from a financial expert who has been using a different environment, and they were complaining about their telemetry not being good enough to actually trace what causes accuracy gains. And I was explaining to them how we already have a good environment that does that. So they were very interested to check out the environment. So they went to the blueprint immediately and tried to host the Brev module on their phone, which didn't really work out because obviously it needs more compute, and it doesn't really work that fast on their phone. But they were quick to move to a table and test it out on the spot. So it was fun to see that there's a lot of interest in that domain. The person already knew all the RL algos. So for them, it was more about choosing the right weights, the loss function, the reward, and the penalties. So I think that's very fun to see people getting excited and seeing if they have an opportunity to integrate with us as soon as possible.
That's really cool to hear. Are there any other crazy questions that you've gotten today or topics?
I think that the students doing their PhD are always very interesting. They've come and they've given me some feedback on the internships that they've done, how much feedback they've gotten from their mentors on using RL environments in their company, and how complicated it is to understand this material. But I think one of the takeaways that they had was they really appreciate our developer blogs out there because they can understand it better. And I've heard the same thing from a lot of people working in companies as well. So they do appreciate our cookbooks, and that's always good to hear that the effort is being appreciated.
That's really good to hear that everyone's adopting our products and have a lot of feedback for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm here at Connect with Experts. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're talking about today?
Yeah, so we have a lot of interest in the new Newton simulation. We have interest in Isaac Sim. Everyone has really unique use cases ranging from autonomous vehicles to the agricultural space to indoor home robots. So we have quite a diversity of everything robotics use cases that people are coming to us and asking questions about.
And what's the craziest question you've gotten so far?
How I can simulate different organ tissue bending around different suturing devices is probably the craziest question I got.
For me, like I want to learn about like language models that we can host locally, fine tune those. We build an app that is basically using Anthropic and OpenAI, but prompt and RAG can get us so far. So we're looking to fine tune local models, host it, and reduce the cost and be more accurate.
Yeah.
All right, guys, what's up? Welcome back. So that's all about DLI and CWE. I know you guys are missing Shelly, but Shelly's got work. He's a famous crustacean. You can catch him on social media. Right now, though, we have a very, very special guest, and there's no one who could interview our next guest but Jamil. This is someone that you've seen on the street. Perhaps you've seen in a lobster suit. Jamil is part of the developer community team and is instrumental in making this whole thing happen. So without further ado, I'm going to pass him over to interview again our next guest, absolute legend. Jamil, take it away.
Chris, thanks for the intro. I have a great privilege of inviting Greg Estes onto the stream today. Greg is the former VP of Developer Programs and Corporate Communications at NVIDIA, and actually got to see GTC evolve over the years in his tenure here. And we were really excited to bring him on because the whole point of this stream today is to take people inside the developer experience at the show. Everybody knows about the keynote. Everybody knows about the sessions. Greg was one of the people instrumental to making GTC a true developer conference. So Greg, I'll let you introduce yourself, but wanted to
well, thanks. I mean,
yeah.
I'm glad to be here and honored to be here since I'm unemployed. But yeah, retired after 15 plus years at NVIDIA in May. So responsible for all of the corporate marketing and a lot more importantly in this context, the developer programs, which is just building the developer program here, building Inception for startups, building the VC Alliance for VCAs, building DLI. It's really, for me, that is the great honor of my career. And I'm so glad to see what the team is doing with it, bigger and better. With me out of the way, it's bigger and better than ever. And kind of vibe here and the buzz.
I was going to say, this is your first time in a while coming in as a guest to GTC. So
it's not first time in a while. It's first time ever because, I mean, we basically started GTC. It was originally the Envision conference, and but by the time it was GTC, then I was at the company, and pretty soon after that, I was running the whole thing. So I've never attended a GTC that I wasn't running, and so it makes me so proud. It's just so awesome, and yes, I'm loving it. It's weird, but it's awesome.
It's got to be. I mean, back then, early CUDA days, we were still trying to figure out how we could use our platform to do things on the HPC side, early days deep learning. Maybe take us through some of the early years, a little bit of how we transitioned this into a developer conference that expanded beyond what NVIDIA had been known for before that.
Yeah, if you go, well, first of all, I think it's really important, particularly for the viewers. GTC is our developer conference and always has been our developer conference. It's grown to be more than that. It's grown to be, people call the Woodstock of AI. And I think it's the only conference in the world where you get all of the top researchers, you have the developers from the GPU community, and you also have the ecosystem partners, a whole bunch of, the HPs and Dells and whoever's of the world, all of the cloud providers, entire ecosystem all in one place. There's some amazing academic conferences. They don't really bring the people who are selling stuff and connecting in with enterprises and all that stuff. It's, it's coming up with great research papers. And then you have other conferences that are really good sort of engagement and selling conferences and things, but the researchers ain't going to that.
Right. Yeah.
And GTC is really, I think, with all humility, the only place in the world where all of that comes together. And the heart and the soul of that is the fact that the team has never lost the sight that it is our developer conference. And I say "our" as a kind of a lifetime Bleeding Green.
That's right. Yeah.
Member. But it's just the beating heart of all of NVIDIA's presence in the marketplace. All of the revenue, all of the work that you do, all of everything comes from the developer community. Because if you're not building GPU accelerated applications on there, it turns out there's no particular reason to buy a GPU. And so it really, the entire house of cards of everything NVIDIA comes down to the developer program. And one super awesome thing about that is Jensen knows that.
Right.
And everybody at the top of the stack knows that. And what they've been able to build through GTC is just great. I didn't actually answer your question, and I will. In the beginning, it really started around CUDA. And in some ways, it was like a place outside of gaming that the nascent high-performance computing audience had a place to talk CUDA, talk accelerated computing, talk about how you're bringing accelerated computing in out of academia and into real-world applications in science, and so important for that and so exciting for that community. Then after a while, AI starts to be emergent, and to be honest, there was a bunch of people kind of going, no, we're real men doing high performance computing. We're not gonna do AI. This is some kind of a fad thing. And there was resistance in some parts of the community, and it didn't take very long before it was AI had moved to the forefront of that, and the forefront of computer sciences around AI. And I'm also super proud to say it wasn't just men either. I think one of the things I'm also most proud of is GTC has done a great job at finding and nurturing women scientists, women developers in that community, which is it's important. That's super important too. And so it's evolved over time, and has included things that include gaming and include advanced graphics and include networking and include high performance of all different aspects of computer science. And where else are you going to get all of that?
It's become a real melting pot of all kinds of different industries, all kinds of different layers of the stack. There are people that are coming here just to figure out how they can use claws to either help them in their everyday lives or help them build new systems.
I'm a little embarrassed that I didn't come here in an inflatable lobster suit. I know that was on the table, but it's just kind of hot, so I just sort of opted.
I can speak from firsthand experience. It was very hot. The fan did not do its work inside the suit, but we got through it, and it was super fun. I got to meet a lot of people who were really interested in taking a picture with an inflatable lobster at GTC.
Go figure.
Go figure. Yeah. The theme of this block is around community. In my time working with you at NVIDIA, we got to work on a lot of community activations. We got to build a giant developer wall that highlighted people.
That was super cool.
Yeah, they got to make their own baseball card that talks about their favorite project built on GPUs. We've done all kinds of stuff, but maybe there are a couple of community moments from GTC that stand out to you over the years as something that you felt really brought everybody together at the show.
Well, thanks for stealing my thunder, because I think that wall that you were referenced is actually one of my favorite things. For those of you that weren't there, I think it was at the supercomputing conference.
It was at supercomputing, yeah.
Yeah, where we first did it and then subsequently did it, just build this giant wall, and they taking pictures, of letting people take their own pictures of developers and then highlighting them. And the thing that I loved about that is I think that it's very fitting and proper for NVIDIA to say, you know what, not everything is about us. Everything is about you. And look at the work that you did. Look at the great scientific breakthroughs. And it's also fun to look up, you know, people would walk by and go, oh, that dude was my professor, or that's
right.
me, or I worked on that project. And it just kind of, it's a really good reminder that so much, whether it's publishing academic papers or you know, things on archive, or sharing code in the open source community, so much of it is about not just one person who's off there doing things alone, or even one team that's off there doing things alone. It's sharing things in that community environment. And yeah, you get to some areas where, you know, two different companies are competitive with each other, or there's some things, but it's just phenomenal. And hackathons, a lot of the hackathons that you're doing, where you see people shoulder to shoulder that maybe otherwise would be competitors, and they're just working on things for love and fun, and they're making breakthroughs. It's just that spirit is amazing. But to NVIDIA's credit, I think you have done, and you personally, you've done a lot, and your team has done a lot to engender that. It doesn't happen by accident. Sometimes you need companies or organizations to take a minute and just create the space for people who would like to work together. And it turns out that's magic. So super cool in that. And one of the things I'm certain that NVIDIA is most proud of is the sense of community that's been able to build at GTC. It's just a great thing.
It's been super fun. Like our team has really been focused on trying to make it as easy as possible for the community to come and talk to us. So we do that through a bunch of different channels, always on channels. We have live streams like this one. We have hackathons, we have meetups, we have forums, but getting to experience it live at GTC, going to San Jose State and meeting a team that had just met each other that day, had 2 hours to come up with a concept, figure out how they were going to build it, demo it, and then win it.
That's pretty amazing.
You know, it's incredible. And there are tools now that make those opportunities easier, but we have to provide the spaces, like you said, to get these people together to bounce ideas off each other and make that possible.
I'm glad you brought up San Jose State too, because a lot of people don't understand what a badass engineering school San Jose State is. Probably, you know, not on the radar screen as much as some other places deemed to be more prestigious, but turns out more engineers into Silicon Valley is shockingly high amount. It's just a top rate school, and I love them to death.
I am glad that you said that, because I'm a San Jose State alum.
They're still great.
Yeah.
Despite that, they're still good.
I was in the business department, not engineering, but that's okay.
That's probably why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been super fun. I've gotten to experience a lot of these types of community activations from NVIDIA just through, you know, some of the, I still remember my first year coming to do NVIDIA. We had our first GTC meeting that you're running, and some of the very first questions you're asking is like, what spaces do we have for developers to go and talk to each other? Is Connect with Experts figured out? How much space does Connect with Experts have? Is it open? Is it going to be in a room where people can come in and talk in an inviting fashion? Like, do they have whiteboards? Like, how did you develop that mindset and kind of empathize with the developer community and figure out ways to create spaces for them to do what they do best?
I think it's more the other way around. How big of an idiot would you have to be to not think that way? You know, I think that stuff, you have economic trade-offs in any kind of business. Because, I mean, for those of you that don't know how these things work, every bit that you would devote floor space to just having the community sort of come together is a bit that can't be sold as demo area for some of the sponsors that want to be in, and they are rapidly trying to get into GTC these days. You know, the old days are harder to sell.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, again, you just start at the top of the stack. Why does GTC even exist? It's NVIDIA's developer conference. Well, if it's a developers conference, what are you working on that's more important than educating developers and having other developers educate other developers. So you need a minute, you need the session space for NVIDIA's researchers and brightest engineers and solutions architects and others to come in and say, this is what we're working on. I'm very excited about it. Let me tell you all about it. Let me answer your questions. That's a huge part of it. But you also want the developers to come together, because NVIDIA is smart enough to know that NVIDIA doesn't know what NVIDIA doesn't know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of work that's going on that could get shared in the community and build that up, and then everybody's better for it. So for me, those types of things are, fall into the realm of obvious. And then you got to solve a bunch of other problems on the other side of that. Once you've focused on the most important things, a very Jensen thing, right? You
Yeah.
focus on the most important things. Well, what's more important than developers? Turns out nobody.
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's right. Last question for you. This was, I remember, for us, just a crazy experience that you kind of helped guide us through, but I'm sure this is kind of a behind the scenes thing. We went through a global pandemic in 2020 after years of running a conference a certain way. And you had to figure out in a very short amount of time how to create a GTC experience that still invited community. Take me through a little bit of that experience. We've got a couple of minutes left, but I'm sure if there's maybe one thing.
Yeah, I'll try to go as fast as I can, because I know you're on time here. But back then, conferences were known to be the #1 way that you would spread COVID. Mobile World Congress, they had just decided to maybe do it, but we decided to pull out. We prioritized that our employees over everything else. So then GTC coming up is 2 months later, and we're like, we're not doing it. We're just not. But some people were still doing that, and we're just not. So you optimize for safety first. But then we had to figure out how to get Jensen in his keynote. So we built a fairly elaborate, we took 2 connected conference rooms and built a fairly elaborate virtual studio in there with virtual stage and a backdrop. And the creative team did an amazing job of making, in some cases you can't really tell if it's real or not. And but then the Jensen basically had to read from a teleprompter for some of that. And he never does that. The keynote that you see, it's grip it and rip it. He's just walking up and he's just talking. There are no notes. There's no anything. He's just talking. But when you're trying to do that in a studio with no audience and you're not walking
really
around and you're just on camera, you can't riff off that. And, but no, he doesn't want to read. He wants to teach people and do things. So, so we had to make some adjustments around that for it, but the team did it very quickly, and I think it came off well. And we started doing it in his kitchen. For those of you that have followed NVIDIA for a while,
that's right.
We did the first one actually, and then he's like literally pulling the DGX boards out of the oven.
That's right. Yep.
That literally was his kitchen. And then one of the things we did, I know you're on time here, I'll go fast, is we digitally replicated, we did laser scanning and everything of his entire kitchen. So we had the whole thing in Omniverse. It was all
digital twin.
We had digital twin of Jensen's kitchen. So the next year we did it with the digital version. So we had some fun with it and learned some good lessons as well about digital production in that way. Never waste a good crisis.
Yeah.
And so we learned a lot from that. And then it was also a little scary to go back to doing them live, because our muscle memory had gone away for a few years.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
I forgot what it was like. I remember coming out of the pandemic. It's like, how do I make eye contact with someone at a booth while I'm talking to them? I have been looking through a screen for 2 years.
And it's different, but great team. I think it did effective. And then the other thing that NVIDIA still does, which is great, is you make all of the sessions available to registrants online. There's a few that you can't for various reasons, but in air quotes, all of them, which is just a great resource. And to have that available, because you can go back in time. Some things, they have a very short shelf life, but listening to somebody teach you about the fundamentals of CUDA, that's got a long runway. You can learn a lot, even if that's 2 or 3 or 4 years old. On some of those things. So there's just a wealth of information available.
That's right. Well, Greg, thank you so much for taking time to join us today on our makeshift production crew here. This has been our passion project for a couple of years, and it's influenced a lot by by the tone that you set in trying to focus on the community and the developer experience. We wanted to bring people inside that experience this year. And so we did our best to do it, and it was perfect to have you be our last interview for the day.
It sounds great, and I'm so glad to be here. A little disappointed I didn't wear the lobster suit. Happy you did, because you know at least one of us did.
One of us had to represent. That's right.
So that's awesome.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So I think we've got one last recorded segment now. This is a segment that's near and dear to my heart. For those of you that have laptops, many of you probably have stickers on them. And so we put together a little montage called Stickers That Slap, asking people about the stories behind the stickers on their laptops. Thanks again, Greg, for joining us. Let's go check out some slapping stickers. All right, we are in the convention center now. I've got Alex's has a whole bunch of different stickers, very nicely arranged. Alex, tell me a little bit about the stickers that you have here. Is there any kind of order or rules that you have for selecting the stickers that you put here?
I like to keep everything organized on my laptop, and I also want every single sticker to have meaning and its place. I'm a Docker captain. I like to do AI in containers, and I'm the author of the Do framework.
I've got Jeremy next to me. As you can see, Jeremy has got quite a collection of stickers on his laptop. Jeremy, point me to your oldest sticker and tell me the story behind it.
Okay, so these are actually mostly from last GTC, actually.
Okay.
And I walked around and collected every sticker I could find. So they're all kind of the same date. And some of them are from GDC, though, in San Francisco a couple years ago. So yeah, probably 2 years old, this one.
Okay.
I really want to run everything in containers, so I have the Docker sticker. I got at the first DockerCon I attended, and it tells a story that inspired me to want to run everything in containers.
All right, we have got another nice collage of stickers here for Stickers That Slap, and I have with me
Lucas.
Lucas, welcome. All right, Lucas, talk us through your favorite sticker on here and why. Tell me the story behind it.
My favorite sticker is the value sticker here. So my girlfriend's an intern at this company, and then she made her own stickers, and the bosses printed it out. So that's my favorite sticker.
At AWS, we're a very large company, but we also like to reach across the company and pick the right specialist for the problem we're working on. So we consider ourselves to be one team.
Is there one that is maybe your favorite?
This one's my favorite because this is my company. So
okay, tell us a little bit about that.
We're starting a new inference engine kind of thing, and we're using Qtile. And I just kind of started building it in the last few months, but it works. So
amazing.
Pretty excited about that.
Of course, containers are orchestrated very well with Kubernetes, and I do a lot of work on Kubernetes. The sticker is from KubeCon where I presented.
You actually have some pictures in here.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that as well.
So these are just like instant photos that I took with my girlfriend, so that's why I put it here. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's amazing.
Yeah, this is the most special one. I am AI is NVIDIA's slogan, and I associate with it very much because my initials are AI. So
incredible. The stickers on my laptop are all tools that I've used. That's kind of like my rule before I'll put it on the laptop. Do you have anything that you go by for that?
Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of Ubuntu. I don't use a lot of Red Hat, although I got all the stickers. And Grok is, part of the family now.
That's right, they are.
So I got the sticker right there. It's an original. It's going to go up in price, I think.
It's a special edition holographic right there. All right, perfect.
All right, guys, what's up? A little bit of a different view here. We are going to do one last live segment, which is Stickers That Slap Live Edition with our behind-the-scenes legend, Zach. Before I do, though, I owe Jamil one thing, which is to say that there is a Nemotron Reasoning Challenge that went live this week. You can join it. It's on Kaggle, and it's all about how we can make open models better reasoners. And we're giving you access to the whole stack of NVIDIA technology, including Nemotron. There is great prizes. It's going to be a blast. It's a real thing. We're going to cut to our last segment of the day with Stickers That Slap. Take it away, Michelle.
We're here with Zach. Zach, you got a lot of stickers. Which one's your favorite?
I think I'm partial to the ramen sticker. I did get that in Japan, and it is pretty unique. So, that one's a pretty good one. I do like this periodic table that I got in, I think, Vegas, the Atomic Museum. It spells out nitrogen, what is this? Iribium or something, DY. I can't remember what it stands for, but when you spell out the table, it's spelled nerdy. So it says, I may be nerdy, but only periodically. Get it? Right? So I really love that. And of course, got to have my other computer is a NVIDIA DGX. Being at NVIDIA, that's something that when I first saw it, I was like, I got to have it.
Well, thanks for showing us around. I'm really jealous of everything you got right now on your laptop. I wish I could have the same.
Well, we could peel it off, but I kind
All right. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Do you want to?
All right, and so guys, we are going to go on a little bit of a journey. It's been a long day. I know that we've been talking about what the vibe of GTC is, and part of the vibe of GTC is that there's always an awesome place to go after you've had a long day on your feet at the conference. So we're actually going to get up and we're going to head on down to a local San Jose spot called the San Pedro Square, and we're going to bring the whole team. You're seeing behind the scenes now. This is our studio. You're seeing all the people that have helped us out. You can see here the lights. We have the anchor desk. We have the interview set. We have Command Central. Let's head on out. We have a lot of pizza. That fuel us through our day. If you are still with us at this point, thank you so much for watching. Let's head out and get on down to San Pedro Square. All right, so while we're walking, first I'm going to talk to Jamil. Jamil, it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. I feel like we were able to show so much of the energy of GTC. What was your favorite part of the stream today?
My favorite part of the stream started as Radio GTC. Crazy idea. Last year, was it? Your first year at GTC, you wanted to run a full day radio set.
Boss that had the idea and said I decided that it was indeed a worthwhile pursuit, and